Disc 7.
West was still sweating. Her breathing labored as she led their prisoner back to the car. She thought she might throw up. "You got to quit smoking," Brazil said to her. West stuffed the subject into the back of the car and Brazil climbed in the front. "You got any idea how much fat's in Bojangles and all that other shit you eat?" Brazil went on. Their prisoner was silent. His eyes gave him a look as she wiped her flushed face with a tissue. Brazil had just sprinted 100 yards and wasn't even breathing. She felt old and crabby and sick and tired of this kid and his naive, self-righteous opinions. Life was entirely more complicated than he thought, and he would begin to see it for himself after he'd been out here a year or two, with nothing but fried chicken places on every corner. Bojangles, Church's, Popeye's, Chicken Grill, Chick-fil-A, Price's Chicken Coop. Plus, cops didn't make much money, certainly not in their early years, so even off-duty options for dining were limited to the pizza, burgers, and bar food that were plentiful in Charlotte, where citizens loved their Hornets and Panthers and NASCAR race car drivers. "When was the last time you played tennis?" Brazil asked as their prisoner plotted in the back seat. "I don't remember," she said. "Why don't we go out and hit some?" "You need your head examined," she said. "Oh, come on, you used to be good. I bet you used to be in shape, too," he said. The massive concrete jail was in the heart of downtown. It had been built at the same time as the big new police department in this city that enjoyed a crime clearance rate that exceeded the actual number of cases, according to some. There were many levels of security to go through at the jail, starting with lockers where police were to deposit their guns on the way in. At a desk, deputies checked all who entered, and Brazil looked around, taking in yet another new, scary place. A Pakistani woman in dark clothing and a veil was being processed for shoplifting. Drunks, thieves, and the usual drug dealers were being herded by cops, while the sheriff's department supervised. In the central warrant repository, West searched her prisoner, emptying his pockets of chapstick, $1.13, and a pack of Cools. She shuffled through his paperwork. He was happy now, laughing, full of himself, checking to see who was watching Nate the man. "You able to read?" West asked him. "My bond on there." Her prisoner was jailing, wearing 3 pairs of boxer shorts, 2 pairs of shorts, the outer ones green, falling off, no belt, looking around and unable to stand still. "'Fraid not," West said. Inside blue metal solitary holding cells, another young boy beyond redemption stared out with forlorn, killing eyes. Brazil stared back at him. Brazil looked at the holding area where a cage was packed with men waiting to be transported to the jail on Spectre Drive until the Department of Corrections transferred them to Camp Green or Central Prison. The men were quiet, peering out, gripping bars like animals in the zoo, nothing else to do in their jailhouse orange. "I ain't been in here in a while," West's prisoner let her know. "How long's a while?" West completed an inventory of Nate the man's belongings. Nate Laney shrugged, moving around, looking. "'Bout 2 months," he said. Chapter 15. West and Brazil ended their ride with breakfast at the Presto Grill. He was wide-eyed and ready for adventure. She was worn out, a new day just begun. She went home long enough to notice a tube of superglue in her shrubbery. Nearby was an open buck-knife. She barely remembered hearing something on the scanner about a subject exposing himself in Latta Park. It seemed glue was involved. West bagged possible evidence, getting an odd feeling about why it might have landed in her yard. She fed Niles. At 9 a.m., West accompanied Hammer through the atrium of City Hall. "What the hell are you doing with a summons book in your car?" Hammer was saying, walking fast. This had gone too far. Her deputy chief had been out all night in foot pursuits. She had been locking people up. "Just because I'm a deputy chief doesn't mean I can't enforce the law," West said, trying to keep up, nodding at people they passed in the corridor. "I can't believe you're writing tickets. Morning, John, Ben. Locking people up. Hi, Frank." She greeted other city councilmen. "You're going to end up in court again. As if I can spare you. Your summons book gets turned into me today." West laughed. This was one of the funniest things she'd heard in a while. "I will not," she said. "What did you tell me to do, huh? Whose idea was it for me to go back out on the street?" Her sleep deficit was making her giddy. Hammer threw her hands up in despair as they walked into a room where a special city council meeting had been called by the mayor. It was packed with citizens, reporters, and television crews. People instantly were on their feet in an uproar when the 2 women police officials walked in. "Chief Hammer, what are we going to do about crime in the East End? Police don't understand the black community. We want our neighborhoods back. We build a new jail but don't teach our children how to stay out of it. Business downtown has dropped 20% since these serial-killing carjackings started," another citizen shouted. "What are we doing about them? My wife's scared to death." Hammer was up front now, taking the microphone. Councilmen sat around a polished horseshoe-shaped table, polished brass nameplates marking their place in the city's government. All eyes were on the first police chief in Charlotte's history to make people feel important, no matter where they lived or who they were. Judy Hammer was the only mother some folks had ever known in a way, and her deputy was pretty cool, too, out there with the rest of them, trying to see for herself what the problems were. "We will take our neighborhoods back by preventing the next crime," Hammer spoke in her strong voice. "Police can't do it without your help. No more looking the other way and walking past." She, the evangelist, pointed at all. "No more thinking that what happens to your neighbor is your neighbor's problem. We are one body." She looked around. "What happens to you happens to me." No one moved. Eyes never left her as she stood before all and spoke a truth that power brokers from the past had not wanted the people to hear. The people had to take their streets, their neighborhoods, their cities, their states, their countries, their world back. Each person had to start looking out his window, do his own bit of policing in his own part of life, and get irate when something happened to his neighbor. Yes, sir, rise up. Be a Minuteman, a Christian soldier. "Onward," Hammer told them. "Police yourself and you won't need us." The room was frenzied. That night West was ironically reminded of the overwhelming response as she and Brazil sped past the stadium, rising eerily, hugely against the night, filled with crazed, cheering fans celebrating Randy Travis. West's Crown Victoria was directed and in a hurry as it passed the convention center, where a huge video display proclaimed, "Welcome to the Queen City." In the distance, cop cars went fast, lights strobing blue and red, protesting another terrible violation. Brazil, too, could not help but think of the timing, after all Hammer had said this morning. He was angry as they drove. West knew fear she would not show. How could this happen again? What about the task force she had hand-picked, the Phantom Force, as it had been dubbed, out day and night to catch the Black Widow killer? She could not help but think of the press conference and its excerpts on radio and television. West was tempted to wonder if this might be more than coincidental, as if someone was making a mockery of Charlotte and its police and its people. The killing had occurred off Trade Street, behind a crumbling brick building where the stadium and the Duke Power Transfer Station were in close view. West and Brazil approached the disorienting strobing of emergency lights, heading toward an area cordoned off by yellow crime scene tape. Beyond were railroad tracks and a late-model white Maxima, its driver's door open, interior light on, and bell dinging. West flipped open her portable phone and tried her boss's number again. For the past 10 minutes the phone had been busy because Hammer had one son on call waiting and the other on the line. When Hammer hung up, her phone immediately rang with more bad news. 4 minutes later she drove out of her Fourth Ward neighborhood in a hurry as West folded the phone and handed it to Brazil. He returned it to the leather case on his belt, where there was plenty of room since volunteers packed light. Brazil was pleased to attach anything to his belt that was road legal, a Charlottean term, the etymology of which could be traced back to NASCAR gods and the rockets they drove, not one of which, in fact, was permitted on life's highways unless it was chained to a trailer. Brazil envied what most cops complained about. Backaches, inconvenience, and being encumbered did not enter his mind. Of course, he carried a radio with channels for all response areas, the antenna stubby and prone to probe very short officers' armpits. Brazil also wore a pager no one ever called, a mini mag light with 2,200 candle power in its black leather holster, and West's cellular phone because he was not allowed to carry the observer's cellular phone when he was in uniform. Brazil had no gun or pepper spray. His ultra-duty belt was without expandable baton, nightstick ring, double magazine holders, handcuffs, or double cuff case. Brazil lacked a long flashlight case or Pro 3 duty holster or clip holder, and had not a single molded belt keeper, or, for that matter, a silent key holder with Velcro wraparound flap. West had all this and more. She was fully loaded, and Niles could hear her coming from the far reaches of the city. Minute by minute, the 7-pound Abyssinian waited for the sound, listening for the beloved clanking and creaking and heavy landings. His disappointment was becoming chronic and broaching unforgivable as he sat in his window over the sink, watching and waiting and increasingly fixated by the U.S. Bank Corporate Center, USBCC, dominating the sky. Niles in his earlier lives had been intimate with the greatest erections in all of civilization, the pyramids, the magnificent tombs of pharaohs. In the fantasies of Niles, USBCC was the giant king Usbisi with his silver crown, and it was simply a matter of time before His Majesty shook loose of his moorings. He would turn right and left, looking at his feeble neighbors. Niles imagined the king stepping slowly, heavily, feeling his way, shaking earth for the first time. He aroused Niles's fearful reverence because the king had no smile, and when his eyes caught the sun and turned gold, they were overpowering, as was the mighty monarch's sheer weight. King Usbisi could step on the Charlotte Observer, the entire police department, all of the LEC and City Hall. He could crush the entire force of armed officers and their chief and deputy chiefs, the mayor, the newspaper's publisher, reducing all to precast dust. Hammer got out of her car and wasted no time striding through her detectives and uniformed police. She ducked under the tape with its bright yellow warning that always made her ache and full of fear, no matter where she saw it. Hammer was not in the form she would have liked, having even more on her mind than usual. Since her ultimatum to Seth, her quality of life had radically disintegrated. He had not gotten up this morning and was mumbling about Dr. Kevorkian, living wills, and the Hemlock Society. Seth had pontificated about the silliness of assuming that suicide was selfish, for every adult had the right to be absent. "Oh, for God's sake," his wife had said, "get up and go for a walk." "No, you can't make me. I don't have to be in this life if I don't want to be." This had prompted her to remove all firearms from their usual spots. Hammer had collected many over the years and had strategically tucked them in various places around the house. Still at large, when West had called, was Hammer's old faithful Smith & Wesson stainless steel 5-shot .38 special with Packmeyer grips. Hammer was fairly certain it was supposed to be in the drawer of her vanity in her bathroom. She was almost positive this was where it had been last time she'd rounded up weapons and locked them in the safe before the grandbabies came to town. Hammer had many concerns. She was depressed and coping the best she could as anxieties from her press conference, which had involved national media, continued to pluck at her. Politics were what she hated most. They honestly were the bane of her existence. 105% clearance rate. She wished Cahoon could be here in this god-awful place. This was what he needed to see. The Cahoons of the world would lose it, wouldn't be able to handle it, would pale and flee. This gory dead businessman was not about appearances or economic development or the tourist industry. This overgrown creepy thicket flickering with fireflies near railroad tracks, this thrifty rental car open and dinging, was about reality. Hammer spoke to no one as she approached tragedy, and blue and red lights lit up her hard, distressed face. She joined West and Brazil near the Maxima as Dr. Odom arranged another black pouch around another body. The medical examiner's gloved hands were bloody, and sweat dripped in his eyes as his heart beat slow and with force. He had dealt with the savagery of sexual homicide most of his life, but nothing like this. Dr. Odom was a compassionate man, but he was tough. He had learned long ago to keep himself in check and not relate too closely. It was sad but true that it was easier for him to be clinical when the victims were women or obvious gays not getting along, or in some cases foreigners. It had been comfortable for him to categorize. Dr. Odom was feeling increasingly shaky about his homosexual serial killing theory. This victim happened to be 54-year-old State Senator Ken Butler from Raleigh. The last thing Dr. Odom intended to imply in any form or fashion was that the much-beloved black leader was something less than mainstream. Dr. Odom also knew from his vast experience that homosexual politicians didn't cruise downtown streets looking for boys. They went to public parks and men's rooms, where they could always swear they were neither exposing themselves nor offering an invitation. They were urinating. Dr. Odom zipped the pouch over blood and naked flesh, covering the blaze-orange hourglass. He looked up at Hammer and shook his head as he stood. His back was killing him. Brazil was staring into the Maxima, hands in his pockets, to make sure he didn't inadvertently touch anything and leave his prints. That would be the end of his career. He might even become a suspect. After all, didn't he coincidentally happen to be in the area every time one of these bodies turned up? He nervously glanced around him, wondering if this might remotely occur to anyone. Dr. Odom was busy giving Hammer and West his opinions.
"This is a fucking nightmare," the medical examiner was saying. "Jesus Christ."
He ripped off his gloves and wasn't quite sure what to do with them. He cast about, looking for a receptacle for biological hazards. Catching the eye of Denny Raines, he gave the paramedic a nod, and the big handsome guy came through with his stretcher and crew. Raines winked at West, drinking in the sexy sight of her in uniform. She was pretty unbelievable, and Hammer was hot, too. Brazil's eyes fixed on Raines. Brazil got a strange feeling as he watched the overbuilt ambulance attendant eyeing West and Hammer. Brazil wasn't sure what the problem was, but he was suddenly anxious and a little sick to his stomach. He wanted to get in Raines's face, beg him to start something so Brazil could finish it, or at least order Raines to leave the scene.
"Well, it's all yours now," Dr. Odom went on to Hammer as stretcher legs clacked. "I'm not releasing a damned thing to the media. Never do. Any statement will have to come from you."
"We're not releasing his identity tonight," Hammer was adamant. "Not until he's been positively identified." There was no doubt in her mind. His driver's license was on the floor of the Maxima, on the passenger's side. Hammer recognized the senator's imposing stature, the gray hair and goatee and heavy face. He hadn't survived long enough to have tissue response to his horrendous injuries, no swelling or bruising. Butler did not look so different from when Hammer had seen him last, at a cocktail party in Myers Park. She was terribly upset and determined that it would not show. She approached Brazil. He was prowling around the car, taking notes. "Andy," she said, touching his arm, "I'm sure I don't need to tell you how sensitive this is." He got still, looking at her as if she were the reason people went to church every Sunday. She was God. Hammer was distracted as her gaze wandered back inside the car, to the black leather briefcase stamped with the gold initials KOB. It was in back, open, as were an overnight bag and a suit bag, everything dumped out. She made a silent inventory of keys, a calculator, U.S. Air peanuts and tickets, a portable phone, pens, paper, address book, tic-tacs, lubricated Trojan condoms, shoes, socks, and jockey shorts, all scattered by hard, heartless hands. "Are we sure it's the senator?" Brazil managed to ask. Hammer gave him her upset eyes again. "Not sure enough for you to release that yet." "Okay," he said. "As long as you don't give it out to someone else first." "Never. You do the right thing, so will I." She said the usual. "Call me tomorrow at 5 p.m. I'll give you a statement." She walked off. His eyes followed her as she left the crime scene and ducked under tape, walking briskly through the strobing blue and red night.
Television crews, radio reporters, and mobs of reporters darted at her like barracuda. She waved them off and got into her chief's car. Brazil prowled some more, disturbed in a way he did not understand as he got closer to where the senator had been killed. Raines and other paramedics were carrying the body to the ambulance, and the ACE 24-hour towing and recovery truck was rolling in to haul the Maxima to the police department. The ambulance beeped as it backed up, carrying the dead senator to the morgue, while cameras caught it all. Brent Webb watched Brazil with jealous eyes. It wasn't fair Brazil got such special treatment and could wander around the crime scene with a flashlight as if he belonged there. Brazil's privileged position, his golden touch, would end soon enough, Webb knew. The television reporter smoothed his perfect hair and lubricated his lips with lip balm. He looked sincerely into the camera and told the world the latest tragic news as a Norfolk Southern train loudly lumbered past. Chapter 16. Brazil's flashlight swept gravel and weeds at the edge of rusty railroad tracks as the last train car loudly rumbled through the dark, hot night. Coagulating blood glistened bright red in the strong beam, illuminating a dingy washcloth and bloody quarters, pennies, and dimes that must have come out of pockets when the murdered senator's pants were pulled down. Blood and gore clung to kudzu, and there were fragments of skull and brain. Brazil took a deep breath, looking down dark tracks, the skyline huge and bright. Seth had images of his own blood and gore, and savored the imagined reaction of Chief Wife when she walked into his room and found him on top of his bed, where he sat up now drinking beer, the .38 revolver in his lap. He could not take his eyes off the gun, which was loaded with one Remington +P cartridge. Intermittently, Seth had been spinning the cylinder for hours as he watched Friends, Mary Tyler Moore, and other reruns, and tested his luck. It wasn't good. So far out of perhaps 100 dry runs, he had committed suicide successfully but twice. How could that be possible? Didn't this go against the law of averages? He figured the cartridge should have lined up fatally at least 20 times, since it was a 5-shot revolver, and 5 divided into 100 was 20. He had never been good in math. Seth had never been good in anything, he decided. Everyone would be better off without him, including his wimpy sons and his emasculating wife. She'd benefit the most, walking in, finding him slumped over, shot in the head through a pillow, blood everywhere, finished, end of story. No longer a problem. No more taking Fatso Seth places and being ashamed, while younger men still looked at her with interested eyes. Seth would show her. Take that. Let his final chapter haunt her the rest of her big-shot days. He would never go through with it. Hammer was quite sure of this. Certainly when she had slid open her vanity drawer and found the .38 missing, it had occurred to the top police officer in Charlotte that her depressed, self-destructive spouse might have a clue as to the gun's whereabouts. And for what? Self-protection. Hardly. Seth rarely remembered to set the burglar alarm. He did not like to shoot and had never carried a gun, not even in Little Rock when he was a member of the NRA, because most people were. Hammer deduced and worried as she drove. The fool. Wouldn't this be his last and greatest revenge? Suicide was a mean and skulking act, unless one was dying anyway, and desired an earlier flight out of pain and suffering. The vast majority of people killed themselves for payback purposes. Some of the nastiest notes Hammer had ever read were the last comments of just such people. She had not much sympathy because there wasn't a soul she knew who didn't bump over bad stretches of life's highways now and again, struggle over long, lonely miles where it entered the mind that maybe one should run off the road, be done with it. Hammer was not exempt. She was well aware of her own spells of destructive eating, drinking, not exercising, laziness. They happened, and she picked herself up and went on. She always chose a better lane and got healthy again. She would not die because she was responsible, and people needed her. She walked into her house, not knowing what she would find. Locking the door, she reset the alarm. The TV was loud in Seth's bedroom across from the kitchen. For a moment his wife hesitated, tempted to walk back and check, but she couldn't. Suddenly she was afraid.
She headed to her own part of the house, her heart filled with dread as she freshened up in the bathroom. It was late, but she didn't change into her nightshirt yet or pour herself a Dewar's. If he had done it, there would be people all over her property within minutes. There was no point in getting out of her clothes or smelling like booze. Judy Hammer began to cry. Brazil was thinking about the deal he had made with Hammer as he flew through his story. Still in uniform, he sat before his computer, fingers dancing as he typed and flipped through his notepad. He included incredible detail about this night's Black Widow killing. With photographic total recall, he showed what was inside the car, describing bloody money, and what the police and medical examiner had done, and how violent death felt and smelled and looked. His piece was graphic and moving, but it did not include the victim's identity. Brazil kept his word. This was very stressful. The journalist in him screamed that he had to print the truth, whether or not it was known for a fact. Brazil was honorable. He could not betray the police. He assuaged himself with the reality that Chief Hammer would never screw him, and he knew that West wouldn't. Brazil would get his quote tomorrow at 5 p.m., and no one, especially Webb, would catch on until they read it in the Observer the following morning. Webb had just come on the air for the 11 o'clock news when Hammer walked into her husband's bedroom. Her heart slowed a little when she saw no blood. Nothing in the least stood out. Seth was on his side, head deep in the pillow. Webb's voice was unusually solemn, the killing the lead story. The shocking revelation in this night's tragedy is that the victim is believed to be Senator Ken Butler. Hammer turned to stone, riveted to the TV. Seth sat straight up in bed, startled. "My God," Seth exclaimed. "We just had drinks with him last month." "Shh," Hammer silenced her self-destructive husband. Once again, the peculiar symbol of an hourglass was spray-painted on the body. Butler was believed to have been shot at close range with a high-velocity hollow-point ammunition known as silver tips. Hammer snatched up the portable phone from the table by Seth's bed, where there were 3 Miller Lite cans and a glass of what looked like bourbon. "Where's my .38?" she said to him as she dialed. "Got no idea." He could feel the revolver between his legs, which was not an ideal place for it, but it had rearranged itself when he had fallen asleep. Sources say his briefcase, tote bag, and suit bag were riffled through inside the rental Maxima. Butler had picked up the thrifty rental car at 5:15 this afternoon. His money was gone, except for bloody change found under his body. Blood money, as the Black Widow claims number 5. Webb's voice lowered, resonating tragic irony. Brazil was getting his fix of press-room sound and fury, and therefore was not at his desk to receive Hammer's call. He watched thousands of newspapers speeding on a conveyor belt. His front-page headline was an inch high and blurred, but he could still read it from where he stood. Bloody money. Black Widow claims number 5. He couldn't quite make out his byline, but he knew it was there. Workers dozed in chairs waiting for technical problems. Brazil watched 1-ton newsprint reels eerily floating up from underground, carried slowly along tracks past barrels of liquid alum and vats of yellow, red, blue, and black ink. Metal clanked as dollies carried newsprint that reminded him of giant rolls of toilet paper. He wandered to the mail room, staring at pallets of bundled papers, listening to the loud click-clicking of the Muller Martini machine feeding inserts into papers as a belt carried them into the counting machine. His enthusiasm had left him for some reason. He felt listless. He was restless, nocturnal again, and still sort of offline in a way he did not understand. It was a sweet, sick feeling. His heart was heavy and ached, and when he thought of that beefcake paramedic winking at West and looking at Hammer with lust in his eyes, Brazil felt a tightness and a rage. He felt fright. He experienced the same weak, chilly sensation he associated with barely escaping a car accident or almost losing a tennis match. Was it possible either woman might like Raines, that meatloaf of a paramedic who had to have a meager mental bank account to spend so much time working out? Of late, Brazil recently had caught the rumors about Hammer's pitiful marriage to a fat guy who was unemployed. A dynamic woman like her would have needs and urges. How did Brazil know that she might not go for it and decide to meet Raines somewhere? It was important for Brazil's peace of mind and spiritual development that he knew Hammer had in fact driven straight home. He could not trust her unless he knew with certainty that she would not betray him and the world by stooping so low as to sneak around with Denny Raines. Brazil drove quickly through 4th Ward. He was stunned to see an ambulance parked in front of Hammer's house and her dark blue police car gleaming in the driveway. Brazil's heart was boxing his ribs as he parked some distance away, staring in horror and disbelief. How in God's name could she be so blatant? A madness invaded Brazil's otherwise sound mind. He got out of his BMW and strode toward the house of the woman he worshipped but no longer respected or would ever speak to or think of or wonder about again. He would air his righteous thoughts, but there would be no violence unless Raines started it. If so, Brazil would sock him to Oz, ace him, smash him. He tried not to think about Raines's size, or that the paramedic did not appear to be scared of much. Brazil was having second thoughts when Hammer's front door opened. Raines and another paramedic wheeled out a stretcher bearing a fat, older man. Chief Hammer followed and seemed in shock, and Brazil was stunned and baffled in the middle of Pine Street. Hammer was distraught as practiced hands loaded her husband into the ambulance. "You sure you don't want me to ride with you?" Hammer asked the fat man. "I'm sure." The fat man was in pain and sluggish, perhaps from whatever was dripping into him intravenously. "Well, have it your way," Hammer told him. "I don't want her coming," the fat man instructed Raines. "Not to worry." Hammer sounded hurt as she walked back to the house. She stood in the doorway, watching the ambulance drive off. Squinting, she noticed Brazil on her dark street, staring. She recognized him, and it all came back to her. Oh, Christ. As if she didn't have problems enough. "I tried to get you earlier. Give me a chance to explain," she called out to him. Now he was completely baffled. "Excuse me?" He stepped closer. "Come here," Hammer wearily motioned to him. He sat on her porch swing. She turned out the light and sat on the steps, certain this young man must think she was the biggest, most dishonest bureaucrat he had ever encountered. Hammer knew this might be the night her controversial community policing project would go to hell along with everything else. "Andy," she began, "you've got to believe that I said nothing to anyone. I swear I kept my promise to you." "What?" He was getting a very bad feeling. "What promise?" She realized he did not know. "Oh, God," she mumbled. "You didn't hear the news tonight?" "No, ma'am, what news?" as she opened the door that would lead her back inside her fine home. "We've done some pretty wonderful things, Andy. I hope you won't let this ruin it." Her face was kind but sad as she looked at him. He felt the ache in his heart, and his stomach was doing something strange, too. He was sweating and chilled as he stared at her, unable to imagine what it must have been like for her children to be raised by such a person. "Are you all right?" Hammer thought he was acting oddly. "I don't know what my problem is." He wiped his face with his hands. "I think I've been trying to get sick or something." "It's none of my business, but is your husband all right?" "A flesh wound," she replied, weary and depressed again as moths fluttered past into her house, where soon they would die from pesticide. Misfires rarely occurred with double-action revolvers, but when Hammer had demanded that Seth return the .38 to her, he had gotten angry and mean. He'd had enough of being bossed around by this woman, who next would begin searching him and his bedroom. There was no way out. Unfortunately, she'd walked in before he'd had a chance to stash the gun in a place she couldn't find it. Worse, Seth had been sleeping in a drunken position that had resulted in tingling and numbness in his right hand. When he had decided to send this same hand down to his crotch to fish out the revolver, it had not been a wise move. It was also Seth's bad luck that the one time he did not want the cartridge lined up with the firing pin was precisely then. His left buttock, Hammer was explaining to Brazil, who was inside the house with her now, because she could not leave her front door open all night. Brazil looked around at vibrant oriental rugs on polished hardwood floors, at fine oil paintings and handsome furniture in warm fabrics and rich leathers. He was standing in the foyer of Chief Hammer's splendid restored home, and no one else was around. It was just the two of them, and he began sweating profusely again. If she noticed, she did not let on. "They'll X-ray, of course," she was saying, "to make certain the bullet isn't lodged close to anything important." There was a dark side of the +P hollow points, Hammer thought. The objective of their design was for the lead projectile to expand and rip through tissue like a roto-rooter. Rarely did the bullets exit, and there was no telling how much lead was scattered through Seth's formidable lower region. Brazil was listening to all this, wondering if the chief would ever get around to calling the police. "Chief Hammer," Brazil finally felt compelled to speak. "I don't guess you've called this in?" Oh, dear. It hadn't even occurred to her. "You're absolutely right. I guess a report has to be taken." She began pacing as the reality hit. Oh, no, that's all I need. So now I get to hear about this on TV, the radio, in your paper. This is awful. Do you realize how many people will enjoy this?" She envisioned Cahoon sitting in his crown, laughing as he read about it. Police chief's husband shoots self. Russian roulette suspected. No one would be fooled, not for a minute. A depressed, unemployed, obese husband in bed with his wife's .38 loaded with only one cartridge. Every cop who worked for Hammer would know that her husband had been flirting with suicide. All would know that there were serious problems in her house. Some would even suspect that she had shot her husband and knew exactly how to get away with it. Maybe it wasn't his left buttock she had been aiming at either. Maybe he had turned around just in the nick of time. Hammer went into the kitchen and reached for the phone. There was simply no way she was dialing 911 and having the call broadcast to every cop, paramedic, reporter, and person who owned a scanner in the region. She got the duty captain on the line. It happened to be Horges. He was fiercely loyal to his boss, but not especially quick-thinking or known for shrewd judgment. "Horges," she said, "I need an officer over to my house ASAP to take a report. There's been an accident." "Oh, no!" Horges was upset. If anything ever happened to his chief, he'd answer directly to Good. "Are you all right?" She paced. "My husband's at Carolina's Medical. I'm afraid he had an accident with a handgun. He should be fine." Horges immediately grabbed his upright portable radio. He 10-5 David 1 Unit 538, a rookie too scared to do anything other than what she was told. This decision would have been good had Horges not failed to overlook the reason Hammer had called him, the duty captain, directly. "Need you over there now to take an accidental shooting report," Horges said excitedly into his radio. 10-4, Unit 538 came back. "Any injuries?" 10-4, subject en route to Carolina's Medical. Every officer on duty, and some who weren't, and anyone else with a scanner, heard every word of the broadcast. Most assumed Chief Hammer had been accidentally shot, meaning Jeannie Good this very instant was the acting chief. Nothing could have sent the force into more of a panic. Hammer had a base radio station in her kitchen, and it was on. "Horges, you idiot!" she exclaimed in disbelief to no one in particular inside her kitchen. She stopped pacing. It struck her that Andy Brazil was still standing in the doorway. She was not entirely sure why he was here, and suddenly doubted the wisdom of a handsome young reporter dressed like a cop being in the house with her in the wake of a domestic shooting. Hammer also knew that her entire evening shift was heading toward her address, flying to investigate the fate of their leader. Good never kept her radio on at home or in her car, but a source had tipped her off, and she was already putting on her uniform, preparing to take over the Charlotte Police Department as Unit 538 sped through 4th Ward. Unit 538 was terrified. She worried she might have to stop to vomit. She turned on Pine Street and was stunned to find 5 other police cars already in front of Hammer's house, lights strobing. In Unit 538's rearview mirror, more cars came, miles of them, speeding through the night to help their fallen chief. Unit 538 parked, shakily gathered her metal clipboard, wondering if she could just leave and deciding probably not. Hammer went out on the porch to reassure her people. "Everything is under control," she spoke to them. "Then you're not injured," said a sergeant whose name she did not recall. "My husband is injured. We don't think it's serious," she said. "So everything's okay. Man, what a scare. We're so relieved, Chief Hammer." "See you in the morning." Hammer dismissed them with a wave. That was all they needed to hear. Each officer secretly keyed his mic, broadcasting several clicks over the air, signaling comrades everywhere that all was 10-4. Only Unit 538 had unfinished business, and she followed Hammer into the rich old house. They sat in the living room. "Before you even start," Hammer said, "I'm going to tell you how this is going to be done." "Yes, ma'am." "There will be no implication that the right thing was not done here, that exceptions were made because the subject involved happened to be married to me." "Yes, ma'am." "This is routine and will be worked according to the book." "Yes, ma'am." "My husband should be charged with reckless endangerment and discharging a firearm in the city limits," Hammer went on. "Yes, ma'am." Unit 538's handwriting was unsteady as she began filling out the accidental shooting report. This was amazing. Hammer must not like her husband much. Hammer was nailing him with the maximum charge, locking him up and throwing away the key. It just proved Unit 538's theory that women like Hammer got where they were by being aggressive hardasses. They were men poured into the wrong form at the factory. Hammer recited all the necessary information. She answered Unit 538's banal questions and got the cop out as fast as possible. Brazil remained seated at the kitchen table in Chief Hammer's house, wondering if anyone might have recognized his distinctive BMW parked out front. If the cops ran his tag, what would they think? Who was he here to see? He remembered with a sinking feeling that the condominiums Axel and friends lived in were just around the corner. Cops with their suspicious minds might think Brazil had parked a street away, trying to fool everybody. If word got back to Axel, he'd believe Brazil was stalking him, had a thing for him. "Andy, let's wind this up." Hammer walked in. "I suppose it's too late to get this in the paper for tomorrow." "Yes, Chief. The city edition deadline was hours ago," Brazil replied, glancing at his watch and startled that she would want a word of this in the paper. "I'm going to need you to help me and have to trust that you will, even after what happened with Channel 3, she said. There was no one Brazil would rather assist. Hammer looked at the clock on the wall in despair. It was almost 3 a.m. She had to get to the hospital whether Seth liked it or not, and she needed to be up in 3 hours. Hammer's body did not appreciate all-nighters anymore, but she would make it. She always did. Her plan was the best she could devise under the circumstances, which were truly extreme and upsetting. She knew tomorrow's news would bristle with Seth's bizarre shooting and what it might imply. She could not preempt the television and radio stations, but at least could straighten out the facts the following day with a true, detailed account by Brazil. Brazil was silent and stunned as he sat in the passenger's seat of Hammer's impeccable Crown Victoria. He took notes while she talked. She told him all about her early life and why she had gone into law enforcement. She talked about Seth, about what a support he had been as she was fighting her way through the ranks of what was truly a male militia. Hammer was exhausted and vulnerable, her personal life in shambles, and she had not been to a therapist in 2 years. Brazil had caught her at a remarkable time, and he was moved and honored by her trust. He would not let her down. "It's a perfect example of the world not allowing powerful people to have problems," Hammer was explaining as she drove along Queens Road West beneath the canopy of great oak trees. "But the fact is, all people have problems. We have tempestuous and tragic phases in relationships we don't have time enough to tend to, and we get discouraged and feel we have failed." Brazil thought she was the most wonderful person he had ever met. "How long have you been married?" he asked. 26 years. She had known the night before her wedding that she was making a mistake. She and Seth had united out of need, not want. She'd been afraid to go it alone, and Seth had seemed so strong and capable back then. As he lay on his stomach in the ER after x-rays and scrubbing and being rolled all over the place, Seth wondered how this could have happened. His wife had once admired him, valued his opinion, and laughed at his witty stories. They were never much in bed. She had far more energy and staying power, and no matter how he might have wanted to please, he simply could not carry her same tune, didn't have as many pages, usually was snoring by the time she'd returned from the bathroom ready for the next act. "Ouch!" he yelled. "Sir, you're going to have to hold still," the stern nurse said for the 100th time. "Why can't you knock me out or something?" Tears welled in his eyes as he clenched his fists. "Mr. Hammer, you're very fortunate." It was the triage surgeon's voice now, rattling x-rays that sounded like saw blades. She was a pretty little thing with long red hair. Seth was humiliated that her only perspective on him was his corpulent fanny that had never seen the sun. Chapter 17. The Carolinas Medical Center was famous for its triage, and patients were med-flighted in from all over the region. This early morning, helicopters were quiet silhouettes on red helipads centered by big H's on rooftops, and shuttle buses moved slowly from parking lots to different areas of the massive concrete complex. The medical center's fleet of ambulances was teal and white, the colors of the Hornets, and much of what filled Charlotte with pride. The entire hospital staff knew that a VIP had arrived. There would be no waiting, no bleeding in chairs, no threatening, no shortcuts or neglect. Seth Hammer, as he had been erroneously registered and referred to most of his marriage, had been taken straight into the ER. He had been rolled in and out of many rooms. He wasn't certain he understood the pretty surgeon's vernacular, but it seemed according to her that although the bullet's destruction of tissue had been significant, at least no major arteries or veins had been hit. However, because he was a VIP, no chances could be taken. It was explained that medical personnel would do arteriography and shoot him full of dye and see what they found. Then they would give him a barium enema. Hammer parked in a police slot outside the emergency room at not quite 4 a.m. Brazil had filled 20 pages in his notepad and knew more about her than any reporter who had ever lived. She fetched her large pocketbook with its secret compartment and took a deep breath as she got out. Brazil was struggling with his next question, but had to ask. It was for her own good, too. "Chief Hammer," he hesitated, "do you suppose I could get a photographer here to maybe get something of you on your way out of the hospital later?" She waved him off as she walked. "I don't care." The more she thought about it, the more she realized it didn't matter what he wrote. Her life was over. In the course of one short day, all was lost. A senator had been murdered, the fifth in a series of brutal slayings committed by someone the police were no closer to catching. U.S. Bank, which owned the city, was at odds with her. Now her husband had shot himself in the ass while playing Russian roulette. The jokes would be endless. What did this suggest about where he assumed his most vital organ was, after all? Hammer would lose her job. What the hell? She may as well offer her 2 cents worth on her way out the door. Brazil had just gotten off a payphone and was walking fast to keep up with her. "We'll also be running the Black Widow story if there's a positive ID," he nervously reminded her. She didn't care. "I'm wondering," Brazil pushed his luck, "if you'd have a problem with my slipping in a few details or two that might trick the killer." "What?" Hammer glanced blankly at him. "You know, if I messed with him a little." "Well, Deputy Chief West didn't think it was a good idea either," he conceded. The enlightened chief caught on to what he was suggesting and was interested. "As long as you don't release sensitive case details." She fixed on the triage nurse in her console and headed there. No introduction was necessary. "He's on the way to the OR right now," the nurse said to the police chief. "Do you want to wait?" "Yes," Hammer to Sue. Hammer found 2 chairs in a corner of the reception area. There were maybe 20 distressed people waiting, most accompanied by someone trying to comfort them, most arguing, others moaning and bleeding into towels or cradling broken limbs and holding ice on burns. Almost all were weeping or limping to the restroom and drinking water from paper cups and fighting another wave of nausea. Hammer looked around, pained by what she saw. This was why she had chosen her profession, or why it had chosen her. The world was falling apart, and she wanted to help. She focused on a young man who reminded her of Randy, her son. The young man was alone, 5 chairs away. He was burning up with fever, sweating and shivering and having a difficult time breathing. Hammer looked at his earrings, his chiseled face and wasted body, and she knew what was wrong with him. His eyes were shut as he licked cracked lips. It seemed everyone was sitting as far from him as possible, especially those leaking body fluids. Hammer got up. Brazil never took his eyes off her. The triage nurse smiled at Hammer's approach. "What can I do for you?" the nurse said. "Who's the young man over there?" Hammer pointed. "He's got some sort of respiratory infection." The nurse became clinical. "I'm not allowed to release names." "I can get his name from him myself," Hammer told him. "I want a large glass of water with a lot of ice, and a blanket. And when might your folks get around to seeing him? He looks like he could pass out any minute, and if he does, I'm going to know about it." Some seconds later, Hammer was returning to the waiting area with water and a soft folded blanket. She sat next to the young man and wrapped him up. He opened his eyes as she held something to his lips. It was icy cold and wet and felt wonderful. Warmth began to spread over him, and his shivering calmed as his feverish eyes focused on an angel. Harold Woods had died, and he was relieved as he drank the water of life. "What's your name?" the angel's voice sounded from far away. Woods wanted to smile, but his lips bled when he tried. "Do you have a driver's license with you?" the angel wanted to know. It blearily occurred to him that even heaven required a picture ID these days. He weakly zipped open his black leather butt pack and handed the license to the angel. Hammer wrote down the information in the event he might need a shelter somewhere if he ever got out of here, which wasn't likely. 2 nurses were making their way to him with purpose, and Harold Woods was admitted to the ward for AIDS patients. Hammer returned to her chair, wondering if she might find coffee somewhere. She digressed more about helping people. She told Brazil that when she was growing up it was all she had wanted to do in life. "Unfortunately, policing seems to be part of the problem these days," she said. "How often do we really help?" "You just did," Brazil said. She nodded. "And that's not policing, Andy. That's humanity. And we've got to bring humanity back into what we do, or there's no hope. This is not about politics or power or merely rounding up offenders. Policing always has been and always must be about all of us getting along and helping each other. We're one body." Seth's body was in dire straits in the OR. His arteriogram was fine and he hadn't leaked any barium from his bowels, but because he was a VIP, no chance would be taken. They had draped and prepped him, and he was face down again, and nurses had pierced his tender flesh repeatedly with excruciatingly painful injections and a Foley catheter. They had rolled in a tank of nitrogen and connected it to a tube. They began subjecting him to what they called a simpulse irrigation, which was nothing more than a power wash with saline and antibiotics. They were blasting him with 3,000 cc's, suctioning, debriding as he complained. "Put me under," he begged. There was too much risk. "Anything," he whined. They compromised and gave him an amnesiac they called midazolam, which did not relieve pain but caused it to be forgotten, it seemed. Although the bullet was located on the X-ray, they would never locate it in so much fat, not without dicing Seth as if he were destined for a chef's salad, the surgeon knew. Her name was Dr. White. She was a 30-year-old graduate of Harvard and Johns Hopkins and had done her residency at the Cleveland Clinic. Dr. White would not have been as concerned about leaving the bullet were it the typical semi-jacketed, round-nosed variety. But hollow points opened like a flower on impact. The deformed missile in the chief's husband had cut a swath, exactly as planned by Remington, and might continue to do damage after the fact.
Without question, it put him at considerable risk for infection. Dr. White made an incision so the wound could drain, and it was packed and dressed. The sun was rising by the time Dr. White met Chief Hammer in recovery, where Seth was groggy, lying on his side, tethered by IV lines, a curtain drawn to give him the privacy afforded VIPs, as set by the medical center's unwritten policy. "He should be fine," Dr. White was saying to Hammer. "Thank God," Hammer said with relief. "I want to keep him overnight in isolation and continue the IV antibiotics. If he spikes a fever during the first 24 hours, we'll keep him longer." And that could happen. Hammer's fears returned. Dr. White could not believe she was standing here and the police chief was looking to her for answers. Dr. White had read every article written about this incredible woman. Hammer was what Dr. White wanted to be when Dr. White was older and powerful. Caring, strong, good-looking, kick-ass in pearls. Nobody pushed Hammer around. It wasn't possible that Hammer put up with the same shit Dr. White did from the old boy surgeons. Most were graduates of Duke, Davidson, Princeton, and UVA, and wore their school bow ties to the symphony and cocktail parties. They didn't think twice when one of their own took a day off to boat on Lake Norman or play golf. But should Dr. White need a few hours to go to her gynecologist, to visit her sick mother, or give in to the flu, it was another example of why women didn't belong in medicine. "Of course, we're not expecting any problem," Dr. White was reassuring Hammer. "But there is extensive tissue damage." She paused, searching for a diplomatic way to explain. Ordinarily, a bullet of that power and velocity would have exited when fired at such close range. But in this case there was too much mass for the bullet to pass through. The only image that came to Hammer's mind was tests the firearms examiners conducted by shooting into massive, shimmering blocks of ballistic jelly manufactured by Knox. Brazil was still taking notes. Nobody cared. He was such a respectful, helpful presence, he could have continued following Hammer for years and it would not have been a problem. It was entirely possible she would not have been fully cognizant of it. If her imminent termination were not an inevitability, she might have assigned him to her office as an assistant. Hammer spent little time with her husband. He was checked out on morphine and would have nothing to say to her were this not the case. She held his hand for a moment, spoke quiet words of encouragement, felt terrible about all of it, and was so angry with him she could have shot him herself. She and Brazil headed out of the hospital as the Regent headed to work. He hung back to allow the observer photographer to get dramatic shots of her walking out the ER entrance, head down, grimly following the sidewalk as a medvac helicopter landed on a nearby roof. Another ambulance roared in, and paramedics rushed to get another patient out as Hammer made her way past. That photograph of her by the ambulance, a helicopter landing in the background, her eyes cast down and face bravely tragic, was sensational. The next morning it was staring out from racks, boxes, and stacks of papers throughout the greater Charlotte-Mecklenburg area. Brazil's story was the most stunning profile of courage Packer had ever seen. The entire Metro desk was in awe. How the hell did he get all this? Hammer wasn't known for divulging anything personal about herself or her family, and suddenly, in a time when discretion was most vital, she revealed all to this rookie reporter? The mayor, city manager, city council, and Cahoon were not likewise impressed. They were interviewed by several television and radio reporters and were openly critical of Hammer, who continued to draw far too much attention to the serial murders and other social problems in the Queen City. It was feared that several companies and a restaurant chain were reconsidering their choice of Charlotte as a new location. Businessmen were canceling meetings. It was rumored that sites for a computer chip manufacturing plant and a Disney theme park were being scouted in Virginia. Charlotte's mayor, city manager, and several city councilmen promised that there would be a full police investigation into the accidental shooting. Cahoon, in a brief statement, agreed this was fair. The men smelled blood and were crazed by it. Panessa did not often get directly involved in choosing sides, but he rolled up his sleeves on this one and penned an impassioned editorial on the opinion page that ran Sunday morning. It was called Hornet's Nest, and in it
Panessa went into great detail about the city's ills as seen through the eyes of an unflagging, humane woman, their beloved chief, who was embattled by her own demons and yet has never let us down or burdened us with her private pain, Panessa wrote. Now is the time to support Chief Hammer, to show her respect and caring, and prove that we too can stand up and make the right choices. Panessa went on to allude to Brazil's story of Hammer in the ER bringing a blanket and water to a young man dying of AIDS. That, citizens of Charlotte, is not only community policing but Christianity, Panessa wrote. Let Mayor Search, City Council, or Solomon Cahoon throw the first stone. This went on for days. Things stirred up, hostility rising from Cahoon's crown and swarming through the mayor's window. Telephone lines angrily buzzed as the city fathers plotted on secure phones, devising a way to run Hammer out of town. It's got to be the public that decides, the mayor said to the city manager. The citizens have got to want it. No other way, Cahoon agreed in a conference call from his mighty desk as he viewed his kingdom between aluminum pipes. It's entirely up to the citizens. The last thing Cahoon wanted was pissed-off people changing banks. If enough of them did and went on to First Union, CCB, BB&T, First Citizens Bank, or Wachovia, it could catch up with Cahoon and hurt him. It could become an epidemic, infecting the big, healthy investors like a computer virus, Ebola, salmonella, hemorrhagic fever. The problem, damn it, is Panessa, opined the mayor. Cahoon felt a fresh wave of outrage. He would not soon recover from the publisher's Sunday editorial with its comment about throwing stones. Panessa had to go, too. Cahoon's brain raced through his formidable network, contemplating allies in the Knight Ridder chain. This would have to come from on high, at the level of chairman or president. Cahoon knew them all, but the media was a goddamn centipede. The minute he gave it a prod, it curled up tight and took care of its own. The only person who can control Panessa is you, the mayor said to Cahoon. I've tried. He won't listen to me. It's like trying to talk sense to Hammer. Forget it. Both the publisher and the police chief were unreasonable. They had agendas and had to be stopped. Andy Brazil was becoming a problem as well. Cahoon had been around the block enough times to know exactly where he would attack. Talk to the boy, Cahoon said to the mayor. He's probably been trying to get quotes from you anyway, right? They all do. So let him come see you, Chuck. Pull him over to our side, where he belongs, Cahoon said with a smile as he gazed out at the hazy summer sky. Brazil had turned his attention to the Black Widow killings, which he was certain would not stop. He had become obsessed with them, determined that somehow he would uncover that one detail, that important insight or clue that might lead police to the psychopath responsible. He had gotten FBI profiler Bird on the phone and had written a chillingly accurate but manipulative story. Last night Brazil had returned to the train tracks on West Trade Street to explore the raised brick building, his flashlight shining on crime scene tape stirred by the wind. He had stood still, looking around that forsaken, frightening scene, trying to read the emotion of it. He tried to imagine how the senator had stumbled upon the place. It was possible the senator had plans to meet someone, back in the dark overgrowth where no one would see. Brazil wondered if the autopsy had revealed drugs. Did the senator have a secret vice that had cost him his life? Brazil had cruised South College Street, looking out at the hookers, still not sure which were men or vice cops. The young one he had seen many times before, and it was obvious that she now recognized him in his BMW as she languidly strolled and boldly stared. Brazil was tired this morning. He could barely finish 4 miles at the track and didn't bother with tennis. He hadn't seen much of his mother, and she punished him by not speaking on those rare occasions when she was awake and up. She left him notes of chores she needed done and was more slovenly than usual. She coughed and sighed, doing all she could to make him miserable and stung with guilt. Brazil continued to think of West's lecture to him about dysfunctional relationships. He heard her words constantly in his head. They pounded with each step he ran and blinked in the night as he tried to sleep. He had not seen or talked to West in days and wondered how she was and why she never called to go shooting or to ride or just to say hi. He felt out of sorts, moody and introverted, and had given up trying to figure out what had gotten into him. He did not understand why Hammer hadn't contacted him to say thanks for his profile. Maybe something in it had pissed her off. Maybe he had gotten a fact wrong. He had really put his heart into that story and had worked himself almost sick. Panessa seemed to be ignoring him also now that Brazil was making a list. Brazil told himself that if he were as important as any one of these powerful people, he would be more sensitive. He would try to think of the little person's feelings and make that person's day by picking up the phone or sending a note or maybe even flowers. The only flowers West had in her life at this moment were the ones Niles had shredded all over the dining room table. This was after he had scattered litter in the bathroom while his owner was in the shower, her wet bare feet about to step on grit and unpleasant things coated in it. West's mood was volatile anyway. She was incensed over the storm of controversy surrounding her beloved boss and fearful of where it all might end. The day Good became acting chief was the day West moved back to the farm. West knew all about Brazil following Hammer into very private rooms that not even West had entered. It was also typical, she thought, as she cussed Niles, rinsed her feet, and cleaned up the bathroom floor. Brazil used West to gain a foothold with the chief. Brazil had acted like a friend, then the moment he got a chance to ingratiate himself with a higher power, West didn't hear a word from him ever again. Wasn't that the way things went? The son of a bitch. He hadn't called to go shooting, to ride, or even to make sure she was still alive. West discovered what was left of the blood lilies from her garden as Niles darted under the couch. The resurrection lilies Hammer carried into Seth's hospital room at 10 a.m. were magenta and appropriately named. Hammer set them on a table and pulled a chair close. The bed was raised, allowing her husband to eat, read, visit, and watch TV on his side. His eyes were dull with the strep infection that had invaded from unknown colonies. Fluids and antibiotics ready for combat marched non-stop through narrow tubes and into needles taped to each arm. Hammer was getting frightened. Seth had been in the hospital 3 nights now. "How are you feeling, honey?" she asked, rubbing his shoulder. "Shitty," he said, eyes wandering back to Lisa on TV.
This book is continued on Disc 8. Disc 8.
"How are you feeling, honey?" she asked, rubbing his shoulder. "Shitty," he said, eyes wandering back to Lisa on TV. He had seen, heard, and read the news. Seth knew the terrible thing he had done to himself. Most of all, he knew what he had done to her and his family. Honestly, he had never meant any of it. When he was in his right mind, he'd rather die than hurt anyone. He loved his wife and could not live without her. If he ruined her career in this city, then what? She could go anywhere, and it would be ever so much easier for her to leave him behind, as she had already threatened, if she had to move away. "How are things with you?" Seth mumbled, as Lisa argued with a gender-reassigned plumber who had cleavage. "Don't you worry about me," Hammer firmly said, patting him again. "All that matters right now is that you get better. Think positively, honey. The mind affects everything. No negativity." This was like telling the dark side of the moon to lighten up a bit. Seth stared at her. He couldn't remember the last time she'd called him honey. Maybe never. "I don't know what to say," he told her. She knew precisely what he meant. He was poisoned by remorse and guilt and shame. He had set out to ruin her life and the lives of his children, and was getting good at it. He ought to feel like shit, if the truth was told. "You don't have to say anything," Hammer gently reassured him. "What's done is done. Now we move on. When you leave here, we're going to get you some help. That's all that matters now." He shut his eyes, and tears swam behind the lids. He saw a young man in baggy white trousers and bow tie and snappy hat, grinning and happy on a Sunday morning as he skipped down the granite steps of the Arkansas State Capitol. Seth had been charming and sure of himself once. He had known how to have fun and party with the rest of them and tell funny tales. Psychiatrists had tried Prozac, Zoloft, nortriptyline, and lithium. Seth had been on diets. He had stopped drinking once. He had been hypnotized and had gone to 3 meetings of Overeaters Anonymous. Then he had quit all of it. "There's no hope," he sobbed to his wife. "Nothing left but to die." "Don't you dare say that," she said, her voice wavering. "You hear me, Seth? Don't you dare say that." "Why isn't my love enough for you?" he cried. "What love?" She stood, anger peeking around her curtain of self-control. "Your idea of love is waiting for me to make you happy while you do nothing for yourself. I am not your caretaker. I am not your zookeeper. I am not your innkeeper. I am not your keeper, period." She was pacing furiously in his small private room. "I'm supposed to be your partner, Seth, your friend, your lover. But you know what? If this were tennis, I'd be playing goddamn singles and a goddamn doubles match on both sides of the net while you sat in the shade, hogging all the balls and keeping your own private score." Brazil had spent the better part of the morning wondering if he should call West to see if she wanted to play some tennis. That would be innocent enough, wouldn't it? The last thing he wanted was to give her the satisfaction of thinking he cared a hoot that he hadn't heard from her in 3.5 days. He parked at the all-right lot on West Trade near Presto's and went inside the grill for coffee, starved, but saving himself for something healthy. Later, he'd drop by the Just Fresh, the Eat Well Feels Good fast food restaurant in the atrium of First Union. That and Wendy's grilled chicken filet sandwiches with no cheese or mayonnaise were about all he lived on these days, and he was losing weight. He secretly wondered if he were getting anorexic. He sat at the coffee, stirring black S&D coffee, waiting for Spike to stop cracking eggs with one hand over a bowl. Brazil wanted to chat. The Michelob Dry clock on the wall over Spike's head read 10:45. There was so much to do, and Brazil had to get it done by 4 p.m. when his beat for the newspaper formally began. As much as Packer loved Brazil's scoops, the regular news of burglaries, robberies, rapes, suicides, fistfights in sports bars, white-collar bank crimes, drug busts, domestic problems, dog bites, and other human interest stories needed to be covered. Most of those reports Webb stole long before anyone else could see them. In fact, the situation was so acute that the rest of the media now referred to the Charlotte Police Department's press basket as the Webb site. West, having recalled Brazil's early complaint about this, had finally done her bit by calling Channel 3 and complaining to the general manager. This had solved nothing. Nor was Good receptive when West had brought it up to her, not realizing that Good, in fact, regularly logged into the website. These days she and Brent Webb parked all over the city in her Miata. This was not due to a problem with their going to her apartment where she lived alone. The risk of exposure was a huge turn-on to the couple. It was not unusual for them to park within blocks of his house, where his wife waited dinner for him and picked up his dirty clothes and sorted his socks. Chapter 18. The task force West had assembled to investigate drug deals going down at the Presto Grill also had much dirt to find, sort through, and hopefully match with other crime trends in the city. Mungo was an undercover detective, and he was eating grilled chicken tips and gravy in the grill while Brazil, whom Mungo did not know, sipped black coffee. Mungo had gotten his street name for obvious reasons. He was a mountain in jeans and Panthers t-shirt, his wallet chained to his belt, long bushy hair tied back, and a bandana around a sloping forehead. He wore an earring. Mungo was smoking, one eye squinting as he watched the blonde guy quiz Spike at the grill. "No, man." Spike was flipping a burger and chopping hash browns. "She none's from around here, know what I mean?" He spoke with a heavy Portuguese accent. "Where they come from doesn't matter," Brazil said. "It's what happens once they get here. Look, the source of the bad shit going down is right where we are." He was talking the language, drumming his index finger on the counter. "Local, I'm sure of it. What do you think?" Spike wasn't going to explore this further, and Mungo's radar was locked in. That blonde pretty boy looked familiar. It seemed Mungo had seen him somewhere, and that made him only more convinced that he was going to develop Blondie as a suspect. But first things first. Mungo needed to sit here a little longer, see what else was going down, and he hadn't finished his breakfast. "I need more toast," he said to Spike as Blondie left. "Who's he?" Mungo jerked his head in the direction of the shutting front door. Spike shrugged, having learned long ago not to answer questions, and Mungo was a cop. Everybody knew it. Spike started filling a toothpick holder while Brazil made his next stop. Adjoining the Presto was the Travelers' Hotel, where one could get a room for as little as $50 per week, depending on how well one negotiated with Bink Lytle at the desk. Brazil asked his questions to Lytle and got the same information he'd been handed next door. Lytle was not especially hospitable, his arms folded across his narrow chest as he sat behind the scarred reception desk with its bell and one-line telephone. He informed this white boy that Lytle knew nothing about these businessmen being whacked around here, and couldn't imagine that the source of this bad shit going down was local. Lytle personally had never seen anyone who made him suspicious, certainly not in his hotel, which was a city landmark and the place to go back in the days of the old Southern train station. Brazil walked several blocks to 5th Street and found Jazzbone's pool hall. Brazil decided that somebody was going to talk to him, even if he had to take a risk. At this early hour, Jazzbones wasn't doing much business, just a few guys sitting around drinking Colt 45, smoking, telling favorite stories about binges and women and winning at numbers. Pool tables with shabby green felt were deserted, balls in their triangles, waiting for tonight when the place would be crowded and dangerous until the boozy early morning. If anyone knew what was going on in the neighborhood, Jazzbone was the man. "I'm looking for Jazzbone," Brazil said to the drinking buddies. One of them pointed to the bar, where Jazzbone in plain view was opening a case of Schlitz, and aware of the golden-haired dude dressed like college. "Yeah," Jazzbone called out. "What you need?" Brazil walked across cigarette-burned, whiskey-smelling carpet. A cockroach scuttled across his path, and salt and cigarette ashes were scattered over every table Brazil passed. The closer he got to Jazzbone, the more he noticed details. Jazzbone wore gold rings, fashioned of diamond clusters and coins on every finger. The gold crowns on his front teeth had heart and clover cutouts. He wore a semi-automatic pistol on his right hip. Jazzbone was neatly replacing bottles of beer in the cooler. "All we got cold right now is Pab's Blue Ribbon," Jazzbone said. Last night had been busy and had wiped Jazzbone out. He had a feeling this boy wanted something other than beer, but he wasn't undercover, like Mungo. Jazzbone could smell police and the feds the minute they hit the block. He couldn't remember the last time he was fooled. Jazzbone only got spanked by the other dudes out there, people coming into his establishment looking just like him, guns and all. "I'm with the Charlotte Observer," said Brazil, who knew when it was better to be a volunteer cop and when not. "I'd like your help, sir." "Oh, yeah?" Jazzbone stopped putting away beer, and had always known he'd make a good story. "What kind of help? This for the paper?" "Yes, sir." Polite, too, giving the man respect. Jazzbone scrutinized him and started chewing on a stir, cocking one eyebrow. "So, what you want to know?" Jazzbone went around to the other side of the bar and pulled out a stool. "Well, you know about these killings around here," Brazil said. Jazzbone was momentarily confused. "Huh," he said. "You might want to specify." "The out-of-towners, the Black Widow." Brazil lowered his voice almost to a whisper. "Oh, yeah, them," Jazzbone said, and didn't care who heard. "Same person doing all of 'em." "It can't be helping your business worth a damn." Brazil got tough, acting like he was wearing a gun, too. "Some creep out there ruining it for everyone." "Now that's so, brother. Tell me about it. I run a clean business here. Don't want trouble or cause none, either." He lit a Salem. "It's others who do. Why I wear this." He patted his pistol. Brazil stared enviously at it. "Shit, man," he said. "What the hell are you packing?" One thing was true, Jazzbone was proud of his piece. He had got it off a drug dealer playing pool, some dude from New York who didn't know that Jazzbone owned a pool hall for a reason. In Jazzbone's mind, when he was good at something, whether it was a woman, a car, or playing pool, he may as well own it, and he was definitely one hell of a pool player. He slipped the barrel out of its holster so Brazil could look without getting too close.
Colt Double Eagle 45 with a 5-inch barrel, Jazzbone let him know.
Brazil had seen it before in Guns Illustrated. Stainless steel matte finish, adjustable sights with high-profile 3-dot system, wide steel trigger, and combat-style hammer. Jazzbone's pistol went for about $700 new, and he could tell the kid was impressed and dying to touch it, but Jazzbone didn't know him well enough for that.
"You think it's the same one whacking all these white men from out of town?" Brazil repeated. "I didn't say they was white," Jazzbone corrected him. "The last one, the senator dude, wasn't. But yeah, same motherfuckers doing 'em."
"Got any idea who?" Brazil did his best to keep the excitement out of his voice. Jazzbone knew exactly who, and didn't want trouble like this in his neighborhood any more than those rich men wanted it in their rental cars. Not to mention Jazzbone was a big supporter of free enterprise and collected change from more than pool sharking and beverages. He had an interest in a few girls out there. They earned a few extra dollars and kept him company. The Black Widow was hurting business bad. These days, Jazzbone had a feeling men came to town after watching CNN and reading the paper, and they rented adult movies, stayed in. Jazzbone didn't blame them.
"There's this one pumpkinhead I seen out there running girls,"
Jazzbone told Brazil, who was taking notes.
"I'd be looking at him."
"What's a pumpkinhead?" Jazzbone flashed his gold grin at this naive reporter boy.
"A dude,"
Jazzbone pointed to his own head.
"Orange like a pumpkin, rows of braids close to his head. One mean motherfucker."
"You know his name?" Brazil wrote.
"Don't want to," Jazzbone said.
West, in charge of investigations for the city, had never heard of a pumpkinhead in connection with the Black Widow killings. When Brazil called her from a payphone because he did not trust a cellular phone for such sensitive information, he was manic, as if he had just been in a shootout. She wrote down what he said, but not a word of it sparked hope. Her phantom force had been undercover out on the streets for weeks. Brazil had spent. For that matter, she did not call guys and never had and never would, with the occasional exception of Brazil. Now why the hell was that? And why had she suddenly gotten weird about dialing his number? "I figured you'd get in touch with me when you had something on your mind," she replied. "It's been hectic. Niles is driving me crazy. I may turn him over to the juvenile courts. I don't know why I haven't gotten around to calling you, okay? But a lot of good it's going to do for you to punish me for it." "You want to play tennis?" he quickly asked. West still had a wooden Billie Jean King racket, clamped tight in a press. Neither were manufactured anymore. She had an ancient box of tree-torn balls that never went dead but broke like eggs. Her last pair of tennis shoes were low-cut, plain white canvas Converse, also no longer made. She had no idea where anything was and owned no tennis clothes, and didn't especially enjoy watching the sport on TV, but preferred baseball at this stage in her personal evolution. There were many reasons she gave the answer she did. "Forget it," she said. She hung up the phone and went straight to Hammer's office. Horgus was not his usual informative, friendly self. West felt sorry for him. No matter how many times Hammer had told him to let it go, he never would. He had picked up the radio instead of the phone. Horgus, the sycophantic duty captain, had made sure all the world knew about the embarrassing shooting at the chief's house. That's all anybody talked and speculated about. The expected jokes were ones West would never want her boss to hear. Horgus was pale and depressed. He barely nodded at West. "She in?" West asked. "I guess," he said, dejected. West knocked and walked in at the same time. Hammer was on the phone, tapping a pen on a stack of pink telephone messages. She looked amazingly put together and in charge, in a tobacco-brown suit and yellow and white striped blouse. West was surprised and rather pleased to note that her boss was wearing slacks and flats again. West pulled up a chair, waiting for Hammer to slip off the headset. "Don't mean to interrupt," West said. Quite all right, Hammer told her. She gave West her complete attention, hands quietly folded on top of the neatly organized desk of someone who had far too much to do but refused to be overwhelmed by it. Hammer had never been caught up and never would be. She didn't even want to get to all of it. The older she got, the more she marveled over matters she once had considered important. These days her perspective had shifted massively, like a glacier forming new continents to consider and cracking old worlds. "We've not really had a chance to talk," West proceeded delicately. "How are you holding up?" Hammer gave her a slight smile, sadness in her eyes before she could run it off. "The best I can, Virginia. Thank you for asking." "The editorials, cartoons, and everything in the paper have been really terrific," West went on. "And Brazil's story was great." She hesitated at this point, the subject of Andy Brazil still disturbing, although she didn't understand it entirely. Hammer understood it perfectly. "Listen, Virginia," she said with another smile, this one kind and slightly amused. "He's pretty sensational, I have to admit, but you have nothing to worry about where I'm concerned." "Excuse me?" West frowned. Brazil was out in bright sunshine, walking along the sidewalk in an area of the city where he should not have been without armed guards. This was a very special juncture known as 5 Points, where the major veins of State, Trade, and Fifth Streets, and Beatty's Ford and Roselle's Ferry roads branched out from the major artery of Interstate 77, carrying all traveling on them into the heart of the Queen City. This included the thousands of businessmen coming from Charlotte Douglas International Airport and those bad dudes waiting, including the serial killer, Pumpkinhead. Pumpkinhead was believed to be a shim by those who had laid eyes on the pimp, which were few. It held its own counsel as a rule in an '84 Ford cargo van, dark blue, 351 V8, which it was especially fond of because the van had windows only in front. Whatever business Pumpkinhead chose to run out of the back remained private, as it should have, and this included sleeping. This fine morning Pumpkinhead was parked in its usual spot on 5th Street, in the preferred parking lot where the attendant knew to leave well enough alone, and was now and then rewarded with services Pumpkinhead's business could provide. Pumpkinhead was reading the paper and eating its third take-out bacon and egg sandwich with hot sauce and butter brought by the attendant. Pumpkinhead saw the white boy walking around, snooping, a notepad in hand. Word on the street was the dude's name was Blondie, and Pumpkinhead knew exactly who Blondie was trying to snitch on, and Pumpkinhead wasn't appreciative. It watched, thinking, as it finished its breakfast and popped open a Michelob Dry, taking another look at the front-page story in this morning's Observer. Some South American reporter named Brazil was getting far too personal about Pumpkinhead, and it was not pleased. In the first place, it was incensed that when the masses thought about Pumpkinhead, they envisioned a spider, and that all believed the orange symbol Pumpkinhead painted on each body was an hourglass. Pumpkinhead painted what it did because it liked orange. It also intended to whack and rob 8 businessmen and no more before it moved on. To linger longer in the same area would be pressing its luck, and the figure 8 was simply a reminder, a note to itself, that soon it would be time for Pumpkinhead and Poison to head out in the van, maybe up to the D.C. area. In an article this morning, the reporter named Brazil had quoted an FBI profiler as saying that the Black Widow was a failure in interpersonal relationships, had never married or held a job long, was inadequate sexually and in every other way, and suffered from a sexual identity crisis, according to Special Agent Byrd. Pumpkinhead, who of course was not referred to by name but simply as the killer, had read and viewed considerable violent pornography throughout its life, had come from a dysfunctional home, and had never finished college, if it had ever gone at all. It owned a vehicle, probably old and American, and still lived with its father, which it hated, or had for much of its adult life. Pumpkinhead was slovenly, possibly fat, and a substance abuser. S.A. Byrd, the article went on to say, predicted that Pumpkinhead would soon begin to decompensate. Pumpkinhead would make mistakes, overstep itself, become disorganized, and lose control. All psychopaths eventually did. Pumpkinhead threw the newspaper into the back of the van in disgust. Someone was snitching, leaking personal details about Pumpkinhead to the press, and it glared out at Blondie pausing at the Cadillac grill, where the Shi'im's sandwiches had been carefully prepared. Blondie decided to go inside. The clientele at the Cadillac grill wasn't happy to see Blondie walk in. They knew he was a reporter and wanted nothing to do with him or his questions. What did he think? They were crazy? They're supposed to risk getting Pumpkinhead pissed off, turn it meaner than usual, and end up with silver tips in their heads? That Shi'im was the nastiest, most hateful of all time, and the truth was that the business community of 5 Points wanted it to move on or get whacked. But as was often true in fascist regimes, no one had the guts or the time to rise up against Pumpkinhead. Energy and lucid thought were low among soldiers who stayed up late drinking night trains, smoking dope, and shooting pool. The head cook at the Cadillac was Remus Whelan, a heavy-set Irishman with tattoos. He had heard all about Blondie and didn't want the snitch in his establishment. Remus was well aware that he had just fixed Pumpkinhead 3 deluxe Rise and Shine sandwiches, and the cold-blooded killing piece of shit was probably sitting out there in its van, watching and waiting for Remus to so much as serve Blondie a cup of coffee. Remus waited on the counter. He took his time scraping the grill. He made more coffee, fried another batch of bologna, and read the Observer. Brazil had helped himself to a booth and picked up a greasy plastic laminated menu, handwritten, prices reasonable. He was aware of people staring at him in a manner that was about as unfriendly as he had ever seen. He smiled back, as if this were Aunt Sarah's pancake house, giving them an attitude that made all think twice. Brazil refused to be deterred from his mission. His pager went off for all to hear, and he grabbed it as if it had bitten him. He recognized the number and was surprised. Brazil looked around, deciding that the venue probably wasn't the best for whipping out his reporter's portable phone and calling the mayor's office. He was getting up to leave and changed his mind when the door opened, the bell over it ringing. The young hooker walked in, and Brazil's pulse picked up. He wasn't sure why he was so fascinated, but he couldn't take his eyes off her and felt compassion that was equaled by fear. She wore jeans cut off high, sandals with tire-tread soles, and a Grateful Dead T-shirt with sleeves torn off. Her naked breasts moved in rhythm as she walked. She took the next booth over, facing him, eyes bold on his as she flipped dirty blonde hair out of the way. Remus brought her coffee before she could even pick up the menu. She studied plastic-covered writing with difficulty, the words tangling like fishing line on the shore of Lake Algae, as the rich folks in Davidson called the pond at Griffith and Main Streets, where her daddy had taken her fishing a few times. This was before she got older and Mom was working in housekeeping at the Best Western. Daddy was a truck driver for Southeastern and kept erratic hours. Mom wasn't always home when her husband rolled in from a long trip. In the mind of Cravon Jones, his 3 daughters belonged to him, and how he chose to express affection was his business and his right. There was no question he was partial to Addie, who was named after his wife's mother, whom he hated. Addie was blonde and pretty from the day she was born, a special child who loved to cuddle with her daddy, and with whom her mother did not bond or get along. Mrs. Jones was tired of coming home to a drunk, disgusting, stinking man who slapped her around, shoved, and on one occasion broke her nose and jaw. The daughters, understandably, were drawn to him out of fear. Addie reached her 11th year, and Daddy crawled in bed with her one night. He smelled like sour sweat and booze as he pressed his hard thing against her and then drove it in while blood-soaked sheets and her silent tears flowed. Addie's sisters were in the same room and heard all of it. No one spoke of the event or acknowledged that it was real, and Mrs. Jones remained selectively ignorant. But she knew damn well, and Addie could tell by her mother's eyes, increased drinking, and growing indifference toward Addie. This went on until Addie turned 14 and ran away one night while Mrs. Jones was working and Daddy was on the road somewhere. Addie got as far as Winston-Salem, where she met the first man who ever took care of her. There had been many since, giving her cane and crack, cigarettes, fried chicken, whatever she wanted. She was 23 when she stumbled off the Greyhound in Charlotte some months back. Addie didn't remember it much. Seemed like last she recalled she was in Atlanta getting high with some rich dude who drove a Lexus and paid an extra $20 to urinate in her face. She could take anything as long as she wasn't present, and the only turnstile to that painless place was drugs. C, her last and final man, beat her with a coat hanger because she had cramps and couldn't make any money one night. She ran off for the countless time in her life, headed to Charlotte, because she knew where it was, and it was all she could afford after grabbing some old lady's purse. Addie Jones, who had not been called by her Christian name in too many highs to remember, had an Atlanta Braves duffel bag she'd stolen from one of her tricks. In it she had a few things, and both hands had been gripping hard as she had walked along West Trade, nearing the Presto Grill, across from the all-right parking lot where Pumpkinhead was waiting in its van, fishing. Most of its best catches had come off buses, all those fuck-ups washing ashore like biological hazards, their stories the same. Pumpkinhead knew this for a fact, having crawled off one of those buses itself some time back. 15 minutes later, Addie had been inside that dark blue van, and Pumpkinhead knew it had a find this time. Not only did it want this girl for itself, but the Johns out there were going to fall hard for her perky body and sultry eyes and swollen mouth. Pumpkinhead christened its new creature Poison, and the two of them began their unfriendly takeover. Other pimps were flip at first. Then the killings began, and cops were everywhere. There were stories of bad hollow points, and something painted orange, and something else about a spider. All got scared. "What'll it be?" Remus asked Poison, as she smoked a cigarette and stared out at the street. "Some bacon," she said, in an accent that no longer sounded white, or even American. It had been Remus's observation throughout his career that hookers took on the accents and mannerisms of their owners. Black hookers sounded white, and white hookers sounded black. White gigolos walked with an NBA spring. Black gigolos strutted like John Wayne. By now, Remus was used to it. He just did his cooking and ran his joint, live and let be. He didn't want trouble, and Poison troubled him like an ice pick, too close to his eye. She had a mocking smile as if she knew the joke was on him. Remus sensed that a cold-blooded killing, including his own, would amuse her. Brazil sat in his booth for quite some time, watching the clientele thin. He was tapping his menu, his table bare since no one seemed inclined to wait on him. He watched the young hooker finish breakfast. She dropped money on the table and got up. Brazil's eyes followed as she left. He was dying to talk to her, but scared. The bell on the door got quiet in her mysterious wake, and he got up too. Brazil forgot he had never ordered and left a tip. He emerged from the grill, notepad out, looking up and down the sidewalk, walking around the block, scanning the parking lot across 5th Street, not seeing her anywhere. Disappointed, he continued wandering. A black van with dark-tinted glass drove slowly past, but Brazil gave it not a second thought as his mind tried to unlock something he was certain he knew the combination to, but could not yet access. Mungo stared out the van's windshield at Blondie, realizing that this case was getting only bigger. Mungo watched the slow, languid way the guy moved, stopping every now and then to search traffic and stare. Mungo's excitement mounted when Blondie approached Sheena, one of the oldest sluts in the area. She was perched on the front wooden steps of a dilapidated wooden house, sipping Coke, trying to get over the night before and readying herself for the one coming up. Blondie walked up like they knew each other. He started talking to her. She shrugged, gestured, then got pissed and waved him off like he was a pigeon in her way. Uh-huh, Mungo thought. This boy bait was becoming a territorial problem out here, moving in on the other hookers' lemonade stands. Blondie was probably luring men, maybe some women, selling them dope, committing crimes against nature and getting rich from it. Mungo was convinced that if he dug further he would find out that Blondie was way up there on the drug-dealing chain, probably directly connected to New York. There could be a connection to the Black Widow killings. Mungo got out the video camera. and captured what was possibly the best-looking, most clean-cut male prostitute he'd ever seen, except in the movies. Mungo quickly drove back to headquarters. West had been up all night. She had done her best to make Niles shut up his yowling and kneading. She had thrown him off the bed until her shoulder got tired. She had talked in an adult fashion with him, trying to make him understand her fatigue and need of sleep. She had yelled, threatened, and locked him out of her room. He had been well rested and happily snoozing on his favorite windowsill when West hurried out the door this morning, late for work. She had no patience left. When Mungo walked into the conference room in the midst of her meeting with the Phantom Force, she was not welcoming. "We're having a meeting," she said to Mungo, "and I've got something you're going to want to hear about." He proudly held up the videotape. "Definitely a player, maybe even more, maybe even our killer, or at least involved." Mungo was breathless and looked like a biker. Hammer had been on the phone ever since West had seen her last, and West got on the radio and told her boss to give her a call. "I don't want you to get your hopes up," West told her, "but it sounds pretty promising." "Describe him," Hammer said. "White male, 5'7", 130 pounds, blonde, tight black jeans, tight polo-type shirt, Nikes. Strolling the area of 5th and Trade, looking at cars, talking to hookers. Apparently he was in the Presto talking about the quality of drugs in the area and local sources, words to that effect. Also," West went on, "and this bothers me considerably, Chief, you're aware of Poison, a.k.a. Addie Jones?" "Right." Hammer had no idea. "They were in the Cadillac Grill together for quite a long time. She left, and he went out right after her. At that point they split, seemingly off to do whatever they were up to." "Where's this videotape?" Hammer wanted to know. "I've got it. You looked at it yet?" "We use these handheld JVC Grax 900 camcorders for covert operations. Mungo has gone to get the VHS adapter and should have it for me in a minute." "Bring it by," Hammer said to her. "Let's take a look." Chapter 19. In the mayor's office, Brazil was impatiently perched on a couch, making a note of his surroundings and watching the secretary, Ruth Lafone, answer another call. She felt a little sorry for Andy Brazil, well aware that he was being set up, as others before him. Her phone rang again. Ruth answered and smiled. She was pleasant and respectful to the man elected by an overwhelming majority to serve the people of the city. She hung up as she rose from her chair and looked at Brazil. "The mayor will see you now," she said. Brazil was slightly bewildered. He had no idea how many times he had tried to get comments, interviews, and opinions from Mayor Search. Now the mayor was calling Brazil, finally following up on a request. Which request? Brazil wished he had dressed a little better this day, something besides black jeans that were too small. He had stopped in the men's room at least and had tucked in his faded red head shirt, which also was a bit too small. Since Brazil had lost a few pounds, his normal clothes were falling off as if he were jailing, so he had dipped into another drawer of jeans and shirts he'd had since high school. "If you don't mind my asking," he said to the secretary as he got off the couch, "is there some purpose to this interview other than my requests to talk to the mayor that go back to the beginning of my career?" "I'm afraid he can't always get to everything right away," she apologized, as she had learned to so well over the years. Brazil looked at her for a moment, hesitating, detecting something in the way she averted her gaze from him. "Okay," he said. "Thanks a lot." "You're so welcome." She led him to the slaughter because she needed her job. Mayor Search was a distinguished, neat man in a European-cut summer-weight gray suit. He wore a white shirt, his tie charcoal and blue paisley with matching suspenders. He did not get up from his huge block of walnut, the skyline of the city filling many windows. U.S. Bank Corporate Center was cut off about belt level directly behind him, and the mayor could not see the crown unless he got on the floor and strained to look up. "Thank you for finding the time to see me," Brazil said as he sat in a chair across from Search. "Understand you've got a rather interesting situation here in our city," Search said. "Yes, sir.
and I appreciate it." This wasn't the typical smart-ass reporter Search dealt with morning, noon, and night. The kid was Billy Budd, Billy Graham, wide-eyed innocence, polite, respectful, and committed. Search knew the extreme danger of sincere people like this. They died for causes, would do anything for Jesus, served a higher calling, were no respecter of persons, believed in burning bushes, and were not led into sin by Potiphar's wife. This wasn't going to be as easy as Search had supposed. "Now let me tell you something, son," Search began in his earnest, overbearing way to this lad who was lucky to get the mayor's time. "No one loves our police department more than I do, but you do realize, I hope, there are two sides to every story." "Usually more sides than that, sir, it's been my experience," said Brazil. Hammer was in her outer office having a word with Horgus while she waited for West and a videotape that she prayed might reveal what Mungo seemed to think it did. Maybe her luck would turn for the better for once. "Fred, enough," Hammer said, standing at the corner of his desk, hands in the pockets of her tobacco-brown pants. "It's just I feel so bad, Chief Hammer. Can't believe I did something like that. Here you trusted me, and I'm supposed to make your life better, be a faithful retainer, and look what I did when things got a little stressful," Horgus said, in his same sad, hate-me tone. This was sounding all too much like Seth, and the last thing Hammer needed at present was an office husband as pitiful as the one in room 333 at Carolina's medical center. "Fred, what do we say about mistakes? As part of our vision statement?" she quizzed him. "I know." He could not look at her. "First, we allow a mistake if you were trying to do the right thing when you made it, and second, if you tell someone that you made the mistake, and third, if you are willing to talk about your mistake to others so they won't do the same thing." "I haven't done 2 and 3, he said. "No, you haven't," Hammer had to agree as West walked in. 2 isn't necessary because in this instance everybody already knows. No later than 1700 hours, I want a commentary by you for the Informer telling everyone about your mistake. On my desk." She looked at him over the top of her glasses. Mayor Search did not know the first thing about a community policing vision statement or any other vision statement that did not slaughter people for making mistakes, especially of the egregious nature that caused Hammer such embarrassment. This was not about to happen to him because the mayor knew how to handle people, including the media. "It absolutely is untrue that the city is unsafe," he stated to Brazil, and the office seemed to have gotten airless and hot and maybe smaller. "But 5 businessmen from out of town have been murdered in the last few weeks," Brazil said. "I don't know how you can—" "Random. Isolated. Incidents." Sweat rolled down his sides. Search felt his face getting red. "Downtown hotels and restaurants claim business has dropped more than 20%. Brazil wasn't trying to argue. He just wanted to get to the bottom of this. "And people like you are only going to make that worse." Search mopped his forehead, wishing Cahoon had never passed this goddamn assignment along to him. "All I want to tell is the truth, Mayor Search," Billy Budd, Billy Graham, said. "Hiding it won't help resolve this terrible situation." The mayor resorted to sarcasm, laughing at this simple boy's simple logic. He felt that bitter juice seep through his veins, the bile rising as his face reddened dangerously, his rage a solar flare on the surface of his reason. Mayor Search lost control. "I can't believe it." He laughed derisively at this reporter who was nothing in life. "You're giving me a lecture. Look, I'm not going to sit here and tell you business isn't suffering. I wouldn't drive downtown at night right now." He laughed harder, unstoppable, and drunk with his power. By 6 p.m. at happy hour, West and Raines were on their way to being drunk at Jack Straw's, a tavern of taste, next to La-Di-Da's and Two Sisters, on East 7th Street. West had changed out of her uniform and was casual in jeans, a loose denim shirt, and sandals. She was drinking Sierra Nevada stout,
the beer of the month, and still in a state of disbelief over the videotape she had watched with Hammer. "Do you have any idea how this makes me and my investigative division look?" she said for the 4th time. "Christ, please tell me this is a nightmare. Please, please, I'm going to wake up, right?" Raines was drinking Fieldstone Chardonnay, the wine of the month. In gym shorts, Nikes with no socks, and a tank top, he was turning all heads except for the one across the table from him. What was it with her? All she ever talked about was work and that twit from the paper she rode around with. And Niles. Oh yes, let's not forget that fucking God Save the Queen cat. How many times had that cat ruined a building moment? Niles seemed to know exactly when to cause a distraction. A jump on Raines's back or head, a bite of a sock-covered toe. How about the time Niles sat on the remote control until the volume of Kenny G sounded like an air raid? "It's not your fault," Raines said again, working on the spinach dip. West ate another pickle fried in beer batter as jump little children began setting up all their equipment and instruments. This small place with blue plastic tablecloths and funky art in screaming colors by someone named Trike was going to rock tonight, jam, trot out primitive ids and libidos. Raines hoped he could make West stay at least until the second set. Actually, Raines thought what had happened to her all in a day's work was hilarious. It was all he could do to look tender and concerned. He imagined Mungo Jumbo swinging into the Presto to chow down. He spots a dude with a banana in his pocket who's the head of the Geezer Grill cartel. A task force is formed, ending with a videotape of Blondie, the king of vice and top suspect in the Black Widow serial murders, as he cruises 5 points in his tight black jeans and reporter's notepad. What wouldn't Raines have paid to see a videotape of Hammer sitting in her important conference room watching this shit? Christ. He fought a smile again and was losing. His face was aching and his stomach hurt. "What's wrong with you?" West gave him a look. "There's nothing fucking funny about this." "There certainly isn't," he said weakly, as he dissolved into laughter, doubled over in his chair, howling as tears streamed down his face. This went on as jump little children set up amplifiers and checked Fender electric guitars, pearl drums with Zildjian medium crash cymbals, and Yamaha keyboards. They gave each other sly looks, flipping long hair out of the way, earrings glinting in the dim light. This guy was fried. Man, look at him go. Cool. The girlfriend wasn't digging it either. Him taking a trip she's not on. Kind of weird he's drinking Chardonnay. West was so angry she wanted to flip over the table cowboy style. She wanted to jump on top of Raines, flex cuff his ankles and feet, and just leave his starry ass in the middle of Jack Straws on a hot Thursday night. She halfway believed the only person Mungo was under cover for was Good. Maybe Good had gotten to him and promised him favors if he would set up West and destroy her credibility, her good relationship with Hammer. Oh, God. When they had been sitting at that polished table and the video had flickered on, at first West was certain some mistake had been made. Brazil, big as life, was walking along to the sound of traffic, making notes for Christ's sake. How many serial killers or drug kingpins walk around in the middle of the day making notes? As for Brazil's physical description, Mungo the woolly mammoth had missed that by about 40 pounds and 6 inches, although West had to admit she'd never seen Brazil in clothes that tight. She didn't know what to make of it. Those black jeans were so tight she could see the muscles in the back of his thighs flex as he walked. The red polo shirt fitting like paint, muscles lean and well-defined, and he had veins. Maybe he was trying to blend out there. That would make sense. "Tell me what she did," Raines choked, wiping his eyes. West motioned to the waitress for another round. "I don't want to talk about it." "Oh, come on, Virginia, tell me. You got to." He straightened up a bit. "Tell me what Hammer did when she saw the tape." "No," West said. Hammer hadn't done much, in truth. She'd sat in her usual spot at the head of the table, staring without comment at the 24-inch Mitsubishi. She'd watched the entire tape, all 42 minutes of it, every bit of Brazil's long promenade and indistinct conversations with the city's unsavory downtown folks. West and Hammer had watched Brazil point, shrug, jot, scan, and squat to tie shoelaces twice before finally returning to the all right to retrieve his BMW. After a pregnant silence, Chief Hammer had taken off her glasses and voiced her opinion. "What was this?" she had said to her deputy in charge of investigations. "I don't know what to tell you," West had said, feeling dark hate for Mungo. "And this all began the day we had lunch at the Presto and you saw a man with a banana in his pocket." Hammer had wanted to make sure she was clear on the facts of the case. "I really don't think it's fair to link the two." Hammer had gotten up, but West knew not to move. "Of course it's fair," Hammer had said, hands in her pockets again. "Don't get me wrong, I'm not blaming you, Virginia." She'd begun pacing. "How could Mungo not recognize Andy Brazil? He's out there morning, noon, and night, either for the Observer or us." "Mungo is deep cover," West had explained. "He generally," West had asked as Hammer popped the tape out of the VCR. "I mean, I'd prefer not to. Some of that footage includes known prostitutes. Sugar, double fries, Butterfinger, Shooter, Lickety-Split, Lemon Drop, Poison." All of them were in there? Hammer was perplexed as she had opened the conference room door. "They blend in. You have to know where to look." "We'll hang on to it," Hammer had decided. Raines was laughing so hard West was furious with herself for telling him the rest of the story. He had his head on the table, hands covering his face. She wiped her forehead with a napkin, perspiring and flushed as if she were in the tropics. The band would be cranking up soon, and Jack Straw's was getting crowded. She noticed Tommy Axel walk in, recognizing him from his picture in the paper. He had another guy with him, both dressed a lot like Raines, showing off. Why was it most of the gay guys were so good-looking? West didn't think it was fair. Not only were they guys in a guy's world with all the benefits, but their DNA had somehow managed to appropriate the good stuff women had too, like gracefulness and beauty. Of course, gay guys got some of the bad stuff too: sneakiness, game-playing, compulsive grooming, vanity, and shopping. Maybe it had nothing to do with gender after all, West considered. Maybe there was no such thing as gender. Maybe biological people were just vehicles like cars. She'd heard that overseas the steering wheels were on one side, while here they were on the other. Different genders? Maybe not. Maybe just different cars, the behavior of all determined by the spirit in the driver's seat. "I've had enough," West hissed at Raines. She drained her Sierra Nevada and started on another one. She might just tie one on tonight. Raines was driving. I'm sorry. He took another deep breath and was spent. "You look like you don't feel too good," he said with one of his concerned expressions. "It is a little hot in here." West mopped her face again, her clothes getting damp, but not in the way Raines might have hoped. She was feeling the heaviness in her lower nature, the goddess of fertility reminding West with more volatility every month that time was running out. West's gynecologist had warned her gravely and repeatedly that troubles would begin about her age. She, Dr. Alice Bourgeois, spoke of punishment when there were no children and none on the way. "Never underestimate biology," Dr. Bourgeois always said. West and Raines placed an order for cheeseburgers, fries, and another round of drinks. She wiped her face again and was getting cold. She wasn't sure she could eat anything else, not another fried pickle. She watched the band setting up, her attention wandering to people at other tables. She was quiet for a long time, overhearing a couple not so far away speaking a foreign language, maybe German. West was getting maudlin. "You seem preoccupied," said Raines, the intuitive. "Remember when those German tourists got whacked in Miami? What it did to the tourist industry?" she said. Raines, as a man, took this personally. He had seen the bodies in the Black Widow slayings, or at least several of them. It was unthinkable to have a gun shoved against your head, your brains blown out. There was no telling what indignities those guys had been subjected to before the fact, And how did anyone really know that their pants hadn't been pulled down first? That maybe they hadn't been raped and then spray-painted? If the killer had been wearing a condom, who was going to know? West had said just the right thing to put Raines in a mood. Now he was totally pissed, too. "So this is about the tourist industry," he said, leaning across the table and gesturing. "Forget guys being jerked out of their cars, brains blown all over, balls spray-painted with graffiti." West wiped her face again and dug Advil out of her butt-pack. "It's not graffiti, it's a symbol." Raines crossed his legs, feeling endangered. The waitress set down their dinner. He grabbed the ketchup bottle as he folded a French fry between his lips. "It makes me sick," he said. "It should make everybody sick." West could not look at food. "Who do you think's doing it?" He dipped a bouquet of French fries into a red puddle. "Maybe a Shi'im." She was soaked in cold sweat. Her hair was wet around her face and neck as if she'd just been in a foot pursuit. "Huh?" Raines glanced up at her, biting into his dripping burger. "She, him. Woman one night, man the next, depending on the mood," she said. "Oh, like you." He reached for the dish of mayonnaise. "God damn it!" West shoved her plate away. "I must be about to start." The first twangs on electric guitars shattered the din, and sticks beat and beat. Cymbals crashed and crashed as Axel snaked his foot around John's ankle and thought about Brazil for the millionth time this day. Packer was thinking about Brazil, too, as the editor carried Doofus out the back door like a small squirming football, headed for the same Japanese maple. Doofus had to go in the same place, get used to it, and be able to find his smells. It didn't matter that the tree was in the hinterlands and that it had started to rain. Packer dropped his wife's wall-eyed dog in the same bald spot next to the same gnarled root. Packer was out of breath, watching Doofus curtsy to the Queen. "Why don't you lift your leg like a man?" Packer muttered as bulging eyes watched him, speckled pink nose twitching. "Sissy," Packer said. The worn-out editor's pager had vibrated earlier this evening while he was mowing the grass on his vacation day. It had been Panessa calling to tell him that the mayor had admitted that even he wouldn't drive downtown at night right now. Jesus living God, this was unbelievable. Surely the paper was well on its way to winning a Pulitzer for a series that made a difference in society, one that changed history. Why the hell did this wait to happen when Packer was out of the newsroom? He'd been there 32 years. The moment he decided to put life in perspective, ward off that heart attack perched outside the window of his existence, Andy Brazil showed up. Now it was run-through-the-yard time to get Doofus's bowels wound up that they might unleash what, in Packer's mind, should have been a humiliation to any creature, except maybe a small domestic cat. Doofus would not chase Packer or come, and this was not new. The editor sat on the back porch steps while his wife's dog chewed mulch until it was time to drop his niggling gifts. Packer sighed and got up. He walked back into the air-conditioned house, Doofus on his heels. "There's my good little boy," Mildred cooed, as the dog hopped and licked until she picked him up and rocked him in loving arms. "Don't mention it," Packer said, falling into his recliner chair, flicking on television. He was still sitting there hours later, eating chicken nuggets and dipping them in Roger's barbecue sauce. He loudly dug into a big bag of chips, swiping them in sauce, too. After several Coronas with lime, he had forgotten about the window and the heart attack perched beyond it. Mildred was watching Home for the Holidays again because she thought it was their life. Go figure. In the first place, Packer did not play the organ and she did not wear a wig or smoke, and they did not live in a small town. Their daughter had never gotten fired, at least not from an art gallery. That was one place she had never worked, probably because she was colorblind. Nor was their son gay that Packer knew of or cared to know of, and any intimations to the contrary by his wife went into the Bermuda Triangle of their marital news hole. The editor didn't listen and the story didn't run. The end. Packer pointed the remote control with authority. The volume went up, the ubiquitous web staring at the camera in a way that Packer knew meant trouble. "Shit," Packer said, hitting a lever on his chair, cranking himself up. "In a rare, if not shocking, moment of candor today," Webb said with his sincere expression, "Mayor Charles Search said that because of the Black Widow serial killings, hotel and restaurant business has dropped more than 20%, and he himself would not feel safe driving downtown at night. Mayor Search implored Charlotte's citizens to help police catch a killer who has ruthlessly murdered 5—" Packer was already dialing the phone, bag of potato chips falling out of his lap, scattering over the rug. "An individual the FBI has profiled as a sexual psychopath, a serial killer who will not stop," Webb went on. "Are you listening to this?" Packer exclaimed when Panessa picked up his phone. "I'm taping it," he said in a homicidal tone Packer rarely heard. "This has got to stop." Chapter 20. Brazil never watched television because his mother monopolized the one at home, and he did not frequent Charlotte's many sports bars where there were big screens in every corner. He knew nothing about what had been on the 11 o'clock news this Thursday night, and no one paged him or bothered to find him. All was peaceful as he ran on the Davidson track in complete darkness, close to midnight, no sound but the rhythm of his breathing and falling feet. As pleased as he was about his amazing non-stop journalistic home runs, he could not say that he was happy. Other people were getting a lot of the same stuff. Webb was, for example, and no matter how informative or compassionate the story, the bottom line was the scoop. Brazil of late was scooping no one, if the truth be told. It just seemed he was, because what he wrote routinely ended up on the front page and changed public opinion and seemed to rattle a lot of cages. Brazil would have been satisfied to spend the rest of his days writing pieces that did just this and nothing else. Prizes didn't matter much, really, but he was realistic. If he didn't beat everybody to the quote, the revelation, or the crime scene, one of these days he might not get paid any more to write. At which point he could become a cop, he supposed, and this turned his mind to West again, sailing him off firm ground into a dark, tangled, painful thicket that hurt and frustrated him the more he tried to fight his way out of it. He ran harder, bending around goalposts, passing empty bleachers filled with the memories of games, mostly lost, during fall nights when he had usually been studying or walking the frosty campus beneath stars he tried to describe as no one ever had. He would tuck his chin into his hooded sweatshirt, heading to the library or a hidden corner of the student lounge to work on a term paper or poetry, not wanting couples he passed to notice him. Even if West hadn't wanted to play tennis, there was no need for her to have been rude about it unless she hated him. Forget it. Her voice saying those heartless words followed him as he ran harder, lungs beginning to burn, catching fire around the edges as his legs reached farther and sweat left a trail of scattered spots. He tried to outrun the voice and the person who owned it, anger flinging him through the night and past the 50-yard line. Legs wobbled as he slowed. Brazil fell into cool, damp grass. He lay on his back, panting, heart thundering, and he had a premonition that he was going to die. Virginia West felt like it. She lay in bed, lights out, a hot water bottle held close as contractions prepared her for birth for no good cause. Ever since she was 14, she'd gone into labor once a month, some episodes worse than others. On occasion, the pain was debilitating enough to send her home from school, a date, or work, lying about what was wrong as she gulped Midol. After a sullen rains the paramedic had dropped her off, she'd taken 4 Motrin, a little too late. Hadn't Dr. Bourgeois told her to take 200 milligrams of ibuprofen 4 times a day, 3 days before trouble started, so it could be prevented? And don't cut yourself or get a nosebleed, Virginia. West, as usual, had gotten too busy to bother with anything so mundane, so trivial as her health. Niles recognized the cyclical emergency and responded, curling around his owner's neck and head, keeping her warm. He was pleased she wasn't going anywhere and he didn't have to share their bed. Chief Judy Hammer was having morbid premonitions and was bedside, too, in the Surgical Intensive Care Unit, SICU, of Carolina's Medical Center, where Seth's condition was serious and on the wrong side of getting better. Hammer was in shock, dressed in gown, mask, and gloves, sitting by his bed. High-dose penicillin, clindamycin, and immunoglobulin dripped into her husband's veins in an effort to counter necrotizing fasciitis, NF. It was a rare infection associated with systemic infection and a fulminant course, according to Hammer's personal observations and the notes she had been taking every time the infectious disease doctor spoke. This was all somehow related to everyday Group A beta hemolytic streptococci and Staphylococcus aureus, which Hammer could not comprehend, beyond figuring out that the microscopic bastards were eating her husband alive. Meanwhile, Seth's oxygen content in his bloodstream had dropped below normal, and the medical center was in a panic. Personnel had made Seth, the VIP, a top priority, and specialists were in and out. Hammer could not keep them straight. She could not think as she stared at her husband's slack, feverish face and smelled his death through the mask she wore. During the Civil War, surgeons would have diagnosed her husband's condition as simple gangrene. No fancy Latin term changed the reality of flesh turning black and green at a wound site, with limbs and eventually the person rotting alive. The only treatment for NF was antibiotics, surgery, and amputation. About a third of the 300 to 500 people who got the disease in the U.S. annually died, or approximately 30%, according to what Hammer had found through searches on America Online. Nothing she had discovered about the disease had consoled or given hope. The deadly bacteria burst upon the scene in recent years when it killed 11 people in Great Britain. "Killer bug ate my face," screamed the Daily Star. "Deadly flesh-eating bacteria," other tabloids proclaimed. It had killed Jim Henson of the Muppets, Hammer had discovered on the Internet, and was believed to be a virulent form of a strep that had caused scarlet fever in the 1800s. In some cases, NF spread too rapidly for antibiotics to work, and it was feared that Seth would be the latest statistic. His VIP status had ensured aggressive treatment since admission, so the problem lay not in the hospital but in his general condition. Seth had poor nutrition. He was clinically depressed. He had a history of heavy drinking and arteriosclerotic vascular disease. He had received a trauma resulting in an open wound and a foreign body that could not be removed. Seth, according to Dr. Cable, was immunosuppressed and was losing approximately a pound of flesh per hour. This did not include layers lost by surgeons filleting to the next level of healthy bleeding tissue, which soon after turned black and green, despite all efforts and prayers. Hammer was motionless in her chair, reliving every word she'd ever spoken to her husband, every deed that had been angry or unkind. None of his flaws would come to her now. This was all her fault. It had been her .38 special, her Remington Hollow Point Plus P cartridge. It had been her order that he root under the sheets for that gun and hand it over to her this minute. It had been Hammer giving him the ultimatum about his weight, and she halfway believed that what he suffered from now was no coincidence, but a functional illness. Seth was melting before her eyes, an inch smaller every hour, slabs lighter after every surgery. This was not the weight loss plan she would have wished for him. He was punishing her for all those years he had lived in her shadow, the wind beneath her wings, her inspiration and biggest fan. "Chief Hammer." She realized someone was speaking, and her eyes focused on Dr. Cable in surgical greens, cap, mask, gloves, and shoe covers. He was no older than Jude. God help me, Hammer thought with a deep, quiet breath, as once again she got out of her chair. "If you'll give me a minute with him," Dr. Cable said to her. Hammer went out into the antiseptic bright corridor. She watched nurses, doctors, family members, and friends alight on different rooms where more suffering lay tethered to narrow hydraulic beds, and machines monitored the life force as it struggled on. She stood in a daze until Dr. Cable returned, slipping Seth's chart in the envelope on the back of the door. "How is he?" Hammer asked the same question, pulling her mask down around her neck. Dr. Cable left his mask on. He took no chances and didn't even shower at home anymore without lathering from head to toe with antibacterial soap. He shut Seth's door, eyes troubled. Hammer was shrewd and not interested in further euphemisms, convolutions, and evasions. If this young infectious disease doctor thought he could hide the truth from her, she was about to add to his education. "We're going to take him back into surgery," Seth's doctor said, which is fairly typical at this point. "And which point is this exactly?" Hammer wanted to know. "Day 2 of progressive streptococcal gangrene and necrotizing fasciitis," he replied. "The necrosis is visibly beyond the margins of the original debridement." While Dr. Cable respected Chief Hammer, he did not want to deal with her. He cast about for a nurse. Shit, all were busy elsewhere. "I need to get started," he said. "Not so fast," Hammer let him know. "Exactly what are you going to do in surgery?" "We'll know better when we go in." "How about hazarding a guess?" She might slap him. "Generally at this stage the wound is debrided again down to bleeding healthy tissue. We'll probably irrigate with saline and pack the wound with new gauze. We'll continue with hyperbaric oxygen therapy twice a day, and I recommend total parenteral nutrition." "Multivitamins, then," she said. "Well, yes." He was mildly surprised by her ability to connect the dots. Hammer had been buying vitamins for years and failed to see anything special about the suggestion. Dr. Cable started to walk off. She snatched him back by his greens. "Let's cut to the chase," she said. "Seth has had strep throat a dozen times in his life. Why has it turned into this now, aside from his lousy immune system?" "It's not exactly the same thing as the strep that causes a sore throat." "Clearly." This lady was not going to let him go. Dr. Cable felt sorry for Seth in a different way now. Living with this woman would wear out anybody. Imagine asking her to fetch coffee or take your word for it. When all else failed, Dr. Cable switched to the language that only his super race understood. "It's quite possible strep has acquired new genetic information, picked up genes. This can happen through infection by a bacteriophage," Dr. Cable informed her. "What's a bacteriophage?" She wouldn't give up. A virus that can incorporate its DNA into a bacterial host," he said. "The hypothesis is that some M1 strain of Group A strep in approximately 40% of recent invasive infections seems to have acquired genetic material from a phage. This is according to WHO." "Who?" Hammer frowned. "Exactly." He looked at his watch long enough to give her a broad hint. "Who the hell is WHO?" She would get an answer. "World Health Organization. They have a strep reference laboratory. The long and short of it, this may all be connected to a gene that encodes a toxin called superantigen, which is widely believed to be connected to toxic shock syndrome." "My husband has the same thing you get from a tampon?" Hammer raised her voice. "A distant cousin."
This book is continued on Disc 9. Disc 9.
"My husband has the same thing you get from a tampon?" Hammer raised her voice.
A distant cousin.
"And since when do you amputate for that?" she demanded as passers-by glanced curiously at the two people in greens arguing in the spotless, well-lit corridor.
No. He had to get away from this woman, so he, the English major, threw Shakespeare at her. "Ma'am, with what your husband's got, surgery remains the most effective treatment. Be bloody, bold, and resolute," he quoted. King Lear.
"Macbeth," Hammer, who loved the theater, said as Dr. Cable hurried off. She lingered long enough to see her husband wheeled back to the OR, then Hammer went home. By 9 o'clock she had collapsed in bed, too exhausted and distressed to remain in a conscious state effectively. She and her deputy chief in their respective homes, one with a pet, one without, slept fitfully the rest of the night. Brazil tossed and yanked sheets this way and that, over his feet, under them, back over them again, on his side, on his belly. Finally, he lay on his back, staring up into the dark, listening to the TV murmur through the wall as his mother lay passed out on the couch again. He kept thinking about what West had said. He should move out, find an apartment. Yet whenever he followed this scary, exciting path a few steps further, he always ran slam into the same scarecrow that sent him fleeing the other way. What was he supposed to do about his mother? What would happen to her if he left her alone? He supposed he could still bring by groceries, stop in to check on her, fix things, and run errands. Brazil worried as he thrashed in bed, listening to the eerie strains of what must have been some 3 a.m. half-a-star horror flick. He thought about West and felt depressed again. Brazil decided that he did not like West in the least. She was not the kind, enlightened woman that Hammer was. One day Brazil would find someone like Hammer. They would enjoy and respect each other and play tennis, run, work out with weights, cook, fix the cars, go to the beach, read good fiction and poetry, and do everything together except when they needed space. What did West know about any of this? She built fences. She cut her own grass with a rider mower because she was too lazy to use a push one, and her yard was barely half an acre. She had disgusting eating habits. She smoked. Brazil turned over again, hanging his arms off either side of the mattress, miserable. At 5 he gave up and went back to the track to run again. He clipped off 8 more miles and could have gone farther, but he got bored and wanted to get downtown. It was strange. He'd gone from exhaustion to hyperactivity in a matter of days. Brazil could remember no other time in his life when his chemistry had swung him around like this. 1 minute he was dragging, the next he was high and excited with no explanation. He contemplated the possibility that his hormones were going through a phase, which he expected would be normal for one his age. It was true that if the male did not give in to his drives between the ages of 16 and 20, biology would punish him. His primary care physician had told him exactly that. Dr. Rush, whose family practice was in Cornelius, had warned Brazil about this very phenomenon when Brazil had a team checkup his freshman year at Davidson. Dr. Rush, recognizing that Brazil had no father and needed guidance, said many young men made tragic mistakes because their bodies were in a procreation mode. This, said Dr. Rush, was nothing more than a throwback to colonial times when 16 was more than half of the male's life expectancy, assuming Indians or neighbors didn't get him first. When viewed in this fashion, sexual urges, albeit primitive, made perfect sense, and Brazil was to do his best not to act on them. Brazil would be 23 next May, and the urges had not lessened with time. He had been faithful to Dr. Rush, who, according to local gossip, was not faithful to his wife and never had been. Brazil thought about sexuality as he ran a few sprints before trotting home. It seemed to him that love and sex were connected, but maybe shouldn't be. Love made him sweet and thoughtful. Love prompted him to notice flowers and want to pick them. Love crafted his finest poetry, while sex throbbed in powerful, earthy pentameters he would never show to anyone or submit for publication. He hurried home and took a longer than usual shower. At 8:05 he was moving through the cafeteria line in the Knight Ridder building. He was in jeans, pager on his belt, police staring curiously at the boy wonder reporter who played police and always seemed alone. Brazil selected Raisin Bran and blueberries as the intercom piped in WBT's wildly popular and irreverent Don't Go Into Morning show with Dave and Dave. "In a fast-breaking story last night," Dave was saying in his deep radio voice, "it was revealed that even our city's mayor won't go downtown at night right now." "Question is, why would he anyway?" quipped Dave. "Same thing Senator Butler should have asked." "Just checking on his constituents, Dave, trying to be of service, and the eensy-weensy spider crawled up his waterspout. Whoa, Dave, this is getting out of control." "Hey, we're supposed to be able to say anything on this show. That's in the contract." Dave was his usual witty self, better than Howard Stern, really. "Seriously, Mayor Search is asking everybody to help catch the Black Widow killer," Dave said. "And next up is Madonna, Amy Grant, and Rod Stewart." Brazil had stopped in the middle of the line, frozen as the radio played on and people made their way around him. Packer was walking in, heading straight toward him. Brazil's world was Humpty Dumpty off the wall, cracks happening everywhere at once. He paid for his breakfast and turned around to face his ruination. "What's going on?" he said before his grim editor could tell him.
"Upstairs now," Packer said. "We got a problem."
Brazil did not run up the escalator. He did not speak to Packer, who had nothing more to say. Packer wanted no part of this. He wasn't going to insert his foot in his mouth. The great Richard Panessa could fix this one. That's why Knight Ridder paid him those big bucks. Brazil had been marched to the principal's office only twice during his early school years. In neither case had he really done anything wrong. The first time he had poked his finger into the hamster cage and had gotten bitten. The second time of trouble occurred when he inserted his finger into the hole at the top of his clipboard and had gotten stuck. Mr. Kenny used wire cutters to free young Brazil, who had been humiliated and heartbroken. The blue Formica clipboard with its map of the United States was destroyed. Mr. Kenny threw it into the trash, while Brazil stood bravely by, refusing to cry, and knowing his mother could not afford to buy him another one. Brazil had meekly asked if he could stay after school for a week, dusting erasers on back steps to earn enough to buy something new to hold notebook paper and write on. That had been okay with all. Brazil wondered what he could offer to Panessa to make up for whatever he had done to cause such a problem. When he walked into the publisher's intimidating glass office, Panessa was sitting behind his mahogany desk in his fine Italian suit and leather chair. Panessa didn't get up or acknowledge Brazil directly, but continued reading a printout of the editorial for the Sunday paper, which slammed Mayor Search for his glib, albeit true, comment about his reluctance to travel downtown these nights.
"You might want to shut the door," Panessa quietly said to his young reporter.
Brazil did and took a seat across from his boss.
"Andy," he said, "do you watch television?"
His confusion grew. "I rarely have time."
"Then you may not know that you are being scooped right and left."
The dragon inside Brazil woke up. "Meaning?"
Panessa saw fire in his eyes. Good. The only way this sensitive, brilliant young talent was going to last in this criminal world was if he were a fighter, like Panessa was. Panessa wasn't going to give him a breath of comfort. Andy Brazil, welcome to hell school, the publisher thought as he picked up a remote control from his mighty desk.
"Meaning," Panessa hit a button and a screen unrolled from the ceiling,
"that the last 4 or 5 major stories you've done have been aired on television the night before they ran in the paper, usually on the 11 o'clock news."
He pressed another button and the overhead projector turned on.
"Then the radio stations pick them up first thing in the morning, before most people get a chance to read what we've plastered on the front page of our paper."
Brazil shot up from his chair, horrified and homicidal.
"That can't be! No one's even around when I'm out there," he exclaimed, fists balled by his sides.
Panessa pointed the remote control, pressed another button, and instantly Webb's face was huge in the room.
"In a Channel 3 exclusive interview said she returns to the scene of the crash late at night and sits in her car and weeps. Johnson, who turned in her badge this morning, said she wishes she had been killed too."
Panessa looked at Brazil.
Brazil was speechless, his fury toward Webb coalescing into hatred for all.
Moments passed before the young police reporter could gather his wits.
"Was this after my story?" Brazil asked, though he knew better.
"Before," Panessa replied, watching him carefully and assessing. "The night before it ran, like every other one that's followed. Then this bit with the mayor. Well, that clinched it. We know that was a slip on Search's part and not something Webb could other personal effects into his briefcase. He ran out of the newsroom as if he did not plan on coming back." Panessa picked up the phone.
"Get Virginia West on the line," the publisher said.
Tommy Axel was staring after Brazil's wake, wondering what the hell was going on, and at the same time suspicious. He knew about Webb and had heard about the leaks, and didn't blame Brazil for being out of his mind. Axel couldn't imagine the same thing happening to him, Someone stealing brilliant thoughts and analyses from his music columns? God, poor guy. Brenda Bond also was alert to the uproar as she worked on a computer that had gone down 3 days in a row because the idiot garden columnist had a knack for striking combinations of keys that somehow locked him out or translated his files into pi signs. Bond had a strange sensation as she went into System Manager. She found it hard to concentrate. West was standing behind her desk, struggling to pack up her briefcase and snap the lid back on her coffee and wrap up the biscuit she didn't have time to eat. She looked worried and frantic as Panessa talked to her on the phone. "You have any idea where he went?" West inquired. "Home, maybe," Panessa said over the line. "He lives with his mother." West looked hopelessly at the clock. She was supposed to be in Hammer's office in 90 seconds, and there was no such thing as putting the chief on hold or being late or not showing up or forgetting. West shut her briefcase and slid her radio into the case on her belt. She was at a loss. "I'll do what I can," she promised Panessa. "Unfortunately, I've got court this morning. My guess is he's just blowing off steam. As soon as he cools down, he'll be back. And he's not a quitter." "I hope you're right." "If he hasn't shown up by the time I get back, I'll start looking," West said. "Good idea." West hoped that Johnny Martino would plead guilty. Hammer didn't. She was in a mood to cause trouble. Dr. Cable had done her a favor, really. He had ignited a few sparks of anger, and the brighter they got, the more the mist of depression and malaise burned off. She was walking the fastest West had ever seen her, a zip-up briefcase under an arm, sunglasses on. Hammer and West made their way through the sweltering Piedmont morning to the criminal court building, constructed of granite in 1987 and therefore older than most buildings in Charlotte. Hammer and West waited in line with everyone else at the X-ray machine. "Quit worrying," West tried to reassure her boss as they inched forward behind some of the city's finer citizens. "He'll plead." She glanced at her watch. "I'm not worried," said Hammer. West was. There were 100 cases on the docket today. In truth, this was a bigger problem than whether Martino pled guilty versus taking his chances before a jury of his peers. Deputy Octavius Abel eyed the two women getting closer in line and was suddenly alert and interested in his job. West had not passed through his X-ray machine since it resided in the old courthouse. Never had Abel so much as laid eyes on Hammer in person. He had never had complete control over her. West was in uniform and walked around the doorframe that was beeping every other second as pagers, change, keys, good luck charms, and pocket knives went into a cup. Hammer walked around too, assuming the privilege of her position. "Excuse me, ma'am," Deputy Abel said for all to hear. "Ma'am, please step through." "She's the chief of police," West quietly told him, and she knew damn well it went without saying. "Need some identification," the powerful deputy said to Hammer. A long line of restless feet stopped, all eyes on the well-dressed lady with the familiar face. Who was that? They'd seen her somewhere. Maybe she was on TV, the news, a talk show? Oh, heck. Then Tinsley Owens, 6 deep in line here for reckless driving, got it. This lady in pearls was the wife of someone famous, maybe Billy Graham. Hammer was nonplussed as she dug through her pocketbook, and this made Deputy Abel's assertion of self not quite as rewarding. She smiled at him, holding up her badge. "Thanks for checking." She could have knocked him over when she said that. "In case anybody had any doubts about the security of our courthouse." She leaned close to read his nameplate. O.T. Abel, she repeated, committing it to memory. Now the deputy was dead. She was going to complain. "Just doing my job," he weakly said, as the line got longer, winding around the world, the entire human race witnessing his destruction. "You most certainly were," Hammer agreed, "and I'm going to make sure the sheriff knows how much he should appreciate you." The deputy realized the chief meant every word of it, and Abel was suddenly taller and slimmer. His khaki uniform fit perfectly. He was handsome and not nearly as old as he had been when he was at the BP pumping gas this morning, and a carload of juveniles yelled, calling him deputy dog, Hawaii Five-0, tuna breath, and other racial slurs. Deputy Octavius Abel was ashamed of himself for throwing his weight around with this woman chief. He never used to be that way, and did not know what had happened to him over the years. Chapter 21. Hammer and West signed in at the court liaison office and punched time cards. On the second floor they followed a long corridor crowded with people looking for a payphone or the bathroom. Some were sleeping on maple benches or reading the Observer to see if their cases might be mentioned. When West opened the door to 2107, her anxiety increased. The courtroom was packed with defendants waiting for punishment, and with cops whose fault it was. Hammer led the way to the very front, sitting on the side for lawyers and police. Assistant District Attorney Melvin Pond spotted the two powerful women instantly and got excited. He had been waiting for them. This was his chance. Fourth Circuit Judge Tyler Bovine of the 25th Prosecutorial District had been waiting too, as had the media from far and near. Batman and Robin, she, Judge Bovine, thought with intense pleasure as she departed from her chambers. She'd see about that when she reigned on high in the long black robe that covered her massive body of law. West felt increasingly troubled for a number of reasons. She was worried about Brazil and afraid she'd never get out of here to check on him. Tyler Bovine, as was true of the rest of the judicial herd, was a traveling judge. She resided on the other side of the Catawba River and despised Charlotte and all that was good about it, including its citizens. The judge was confident that it was only a matter of time before Charlotte annexed her hometown of Gastonia and all else Cornwallis had failed to seize. "All rise for the judge." All got around to it, and Judge Bovine smiled to herself as she entered the courtroom and spotted Hammer and West. The judge knew that the press had been tipped not to waste their time hanging around here this day. Batman and Robin would be back on Monday. Oh, yes, they would. The judge sat and put on her glasses, looking important and godlike. A.D.A. Pond stared at the docket as if he had never seen one before this morning. He knew he had a battle on his hands, but was determined he would prevail. "The court calls the case of the state of North Carolina versus Johnny Martino," he said with confidence he did not feel. "I'm not ready to hear that now." Judge Bovine sounded bored. West nudged Hammer, who was thinking about Seth and not sure what she would do if he died. It did not matter how much they fought or drove each other crazy or proved irrefutably that men and women could not be soulmates or friends. Hammer had a tragic look on her face, and A.D.A. Pond took it as a slight to his knighthood and professional future. He had failed this wonderful, heroic woman whose husband was shot and in the hospital. Chief Hammer did not need to be sitting here with all these cretins. Judge Bovine saw the look on Hammer's face, too, and also misinterpreted and was further aroused. Hammer had not supported Bovine in the last election. Bovine would see how big and important Hammer was now. "When I call out your name, please stand. Maury Anthony," announced A.D.A. Pond. Pond scanned despondent faces. He searched people slumped back, pissed off and sleeping. Maury Anthony and his public defender rose near the rear. They came forward and stood before the ADA's table. "Mr. Anthony, how do you plead to possession with the intent to sell cocaine?" the ADA asked. "Guilty," Mr. Anthony spoke. Judge Bovine stared out at the defendant, who was no different than all the others. "Mr. Anthony, you realize that by pleading guilty you have no right to appeal," she stated rather than asked. Mr. Anthony looked at his public defender, who nodded. Mr. Anthony returned his attention to the judge. "Yes, sir," he said. Laughter was scattered among those awake and alert. Mr. Anthony realized his egregious error and grinned sheepishly. "I'm sorry, ma'am. My eyes ain't what they once was." More laughter. Judge Bovine's big flat face turned to concrete. "What says the state?" she ordered, as she sipped from a 2-liter bottle of Avion. ADA Pond looked over his notes. He glanced at Hammer and West, hoping they were attentive and impressed. This was his opportunity to be eloquent, no matter what a dog of a case it was. "Your Honor," the ADA began, as he always did, "on the night of July 22nd at approximately 11:30, Mr. Anthony was drinking and socializing in an establishment on 4th Street near Graham—" "The court requires the exact address," Judge Bovine interrupted. "Well, Your Honor, the problem is there's not one." "There has to be one," said the judge. "This is an area where a building was razed in 1995, Your Honor. The defendant and his associates were back in weeds. What was the address of the building that was razed?" "I don't know," said the ADA after a pause. Mr. Anthony smiled. His public defender looked smug. West was getting a headache. Hammer had drifted further off. The judge drank from her bottle of water. "You will provide that for the court," the judge said, screwing on the cap. "Yes, Your Honor. Only where this transaction occurred isn't precisely at the old address, but rather farther back, approximately 80 feet, and then another 50 feet, I'd say, at a 60-degree angle northeast from the Independence Welfare Building that was razed, in a thicket where Mr. Anthony had set up a hobo camp of sorts for the purposes of buying and selling and smoking crack cocaine and eating crabs with associates on that night of July 22nd. ADA Pond had the attention, however briefly, of Hammer and West, plus Johnny Martino's mother and the conscious courtroom, in addition to 2 bailiffs and a probation officer. All stared at him with a mixture of curiosity and lack of comprehension. "The court requires an address," the judge repeated. She took another gulp of water and felt contempt for her psychiatrist and for manic-depressive people everywhere. Not only did lithium necessitate drinking a tub of water daily, but it caused frequent urination, which by Judge Bovine's definition was double jeopardy. Her bladder and kidneys were a drip coffee maker that she could feel and measure as she drove back and forth from Gaston County and sat on the bench and went to the movies and flew on crowded airplanes or walked on the track and found the field house locked. Because she was a Superior Court judge, she could adjourn every 15, 20, or 30 minutes, or until after lunch if her need was great and she so chose. She could wheel in a damn porta-john, do whatever she liked, ipso facto. But what she would never do, not once during this life and on this planet, was to interrupt a case after it was started, because above all else the judge was a well-bred lady who had grown up in an antebellum house and gone to Queen's College. Judge Bovine was tough but never rude. She did not tolerate fools or classless people, and no one could accuse her of anything less than impeccable manners. There was nothing more important than manners, really. ADA Pond hesitated. Hammer had faded away again. West could not get comfortable. The bench seat was wood, and it pressed her police belt and the small of her back. She was perspiring and waiting for her pager to vibrate. Brazil was decompensating. It was something West sensed, yet she wasn't certain why or what to do about it. "Mr. Pond," the judge said, "please continue." "Thank you, Your Honor. On this particular night of July 22nd, Mr. Anthony did sell crack cocaine to an undercover Charlotte police officer." "Is this officer in the courtroom?" The judge squinted at the sea of wretches below her. Mungo stood. West turned around, dismayed when she saw who had caused such creaking and shuffling and whispering. Oh, God, not again. West's sense of foreboding darkened. Hammer remembered Seth bringing her breakfast in bed and dropping keys on the tray. The new Triumph Spitfire was green with burl wood, and she had been a sergeant with free time, and he was the rich son of a rich land developer. Back then they went on long drives and had picnics. She would come home from work and music filled the house. When did Seth stop listening to Beethoven, Mozart, Mahler, and Bach and start turning on the TV? When did Seth decide he wanted to die? "The subject, Mr. Anthony," Mungo was saying, "was sitting on a blanket in the thicket Mr. Pond has just described. He was with 2 other subjects drinking Magnum 44 and Colt 45. Between them they had a dozen steamed crabs in a brown paper bag." "A dozen?" Judge Bovine queried. "You counted them, Detective Mungo?"
Most were gone, Your Honor. I was told there had been a dozen originally. When I looked, there were 3 left, I believe. Go on, go on.
What patience the judge had for this drivel from the dregs of humanity was inversely proportional to her filling bladder as she took another slug of water and thought of what she would eat for lunch.
The subject, Mr. Anthony, offered to sell me a rock of cocaine in a vial for $15, Mungo continued. Bullshit, was Mr. Anthony's comment. I offered you a fucking crab, man. Mr. Anthony, if you aren't quiet, I will hold you in contempt of court, Judge Bovine warned. It was a crab. Only time I used the word crack was when I told him to crack it himself.
Mungo said, Your Honor, I asked the subject what was in the bag, and he distinctly replied, crack.
Did not.
Mr. Anthony was about to approach the bench, his public defender restraining him by a sleeve that still had the label sewed on it.
Did too, Mungo said. Did not too. Order, the judge declared. Mr. Anthony, one more outburst, and let me tell my side for once, Mr. Anthony went on. That is what you have a lawyer for, the judge said severely, and she was beginning to feel the pressure of water and a loss of composure. Oh, yeah? This piece of shit? Mr. Anthony glowered at his free lunch defense.
The courtroom was awake and interested, more so than ADA Pond had ever witnessed before this morning. Something was going to happen, and no one was about to miss it, people nudging each other and making silent bets. Jake on the 3rd row, defendant's side, was putting his money on Mr. Anthony ending up with his butt in jail. Shantae, 2 rows over, was betting on the undercover detective who reminded her of a haystack wearing a wrinkled pinstriped suit. Cops always won, no matter how wrong they might be, it was her belief, based on hearsay. Quick, way in the back, didn't give a fuck as he practiced flicking his thumb out like a switchblade. As soon as he could, the asshole responsible for Quick's show cause warrant was gonna pay. Ratting on him like that, man. Detective Mungo, Judge Bovine had had enough. What probable cause did you have to search Mr. Anthony's brown paper bag?
Your Honor, it's like I said. Mungo was unmoved. I asked him what was in the bag. He told me. He told you crabs and suggested you crack these crabs yourself, said the judge, who really had to go now. Gee, I don't know. I thought he said crack. Mungo tried to be fair. This sort of thing happened to Mungo more times than not. He'd always found it easier to hear whatever he wanted, and when one was as big as him, one could. The case was dismissed, and before the judge could adjourn to her chambers, the agitated ADA called the next and the next and the next, and the judge did not interrupt, because it was one thing she would not do. Citizens arrested for burglaries, car thefts, rape, murder, and more drug dealers and those who patronized them stood with their public defenders. ADA Pond was mindful of the judge's constricted body language and miserable demeanor. Pond was accustomed to the judge's frequent visits to her chambers and knew that capitalizing on her disability was his only hope. Each time Her Honor started to rise from her bench, ADA Pond was off and running on the next case. As fast as he could, he announced Johnny Martino once again, in hopes Pond would break the judge, wear her down, and subject her to the water treatment until she could take no more. Her Honor would hear the state of North Carolina versus Johnny Martino so Hammer and West could return to life's highways and the hospital. ADA Pond prayed Hammer would think kindly of him when he ran for DA in 3 years. Johnny Martino, ADA Pond said as fast as he could again, moments later. I'm not ready to hear that case yet. The judge could barely talk. Alex Brown, the ADA blurted out. Yeah. Mr. Brown stood, as did his counsel. How do you plead to malicious wounding? He started it, Mr. Brown stated for the record. What I'm supposed to do, huh? In churches getting a quart of chicken livers and he decides he wants the same thing, only he's going to get mine and not pay. Hammer had tuned back in long enough to make an assessment of her surroundings and those in it. This was much more disheartening than she had imagined. No wonder her beat officers and investigators got so discouraged, so jaded and cynical. There had been a time when she'd had no sympathy or use for people like this.
They were lazy, no-account, self-destructive, self-absorbed wastrels who added nothing to society and took from everyone around them. She thought of Seth, of his money, privilege, and opportunity. She thought of the love she and others had given him. Chief Hammer thought of many people she knew who were no better than anybody in this courtroom, really. West wanted to kill Judge Bovine. It was outrageous making a chief and deputy chief sit through all this. West's attention wandered back to Brazil about every other minute. She wondered if he had returned to the newspaper, and her ominous foreshadowing got denser and more chilling. If she didn't get out of this courtroom soon, she might cause a scene. Her boss, oddly, had returned to the present and seemed fascinated by everything around her, as if Hammer could sit here all day and think those private thoughts that had made her who and what she was. Johnny Martino, ADA Pond, struck again. "I'm not going to hear that case now," the judge snapped as she carefully got to her feet. That would be the end of it for at least half an hour, West thought with fury. So she and Hammer would get to sit in the hallway and wait. Oh, great. This would have been exactly right, had Johnny Martino's mother permitted it. Like West, Mrs. Martino had been pushed too far. Mrs. Martino knew exactly what was going on. She knew that those two ladies in front were Batman and Robin, and that the judge had to pee. Mrs. Martino rose before Her Honor could climb down from her throne. "Now hold on 1 minute," Mrs. Martino loudly said as she made her way over people and up to the bench in her nice dress and loafers. "I've been sitting here this whole time seeing exactly what's going on." "Ma'am," the judge protested, by now standing and in crisis, as a reporter for New Country WTDR radio slipped into the back of the courtroom. "Don't you ma'am me," Mrs. Martino wagged her finger. "The boy who robbed all those innocent folks is my son, so I got a right to say whatever the hell I want. And I also know who these women are." She gave them a deep nod. "Risking themselves to help all those poor folk when that rotten-ass boy of mine climbed on that bus with the gun he got from some drug dealer out there. Well, I tell you what." West, Hammer, ADA Pond, and the courtroom listened to Mrs. Martino with keen interest. The judge deemed it best to reseat herself and hold tight. Mrs. Martino had been waiting all her life for her day in court, and she began to pace like an experienced trial lawyer. Radio reporter Tim Nix was writing down everything, his blood singing and playing drums in his ears. This was too good to be true. "Let me tell you something, Judge," Mrs. Martino went on. "I know a game when I see one, and every time you could let those poor busy ladies out of here, you pass on it, say, 'Move on, no way, not now, mm-mm.'" She shook her head, striding, swinging arms wide. "Now why you want to be doing that to people who help, to people trying to make a difference out there? It's a disgrace, that's exactly what it is." "Ma'am, please be seated." Her Honor tried again. Johnny Martino was in Mecklenburg orange and flip-flops when he was brought in from the jail. He raised his right hand and swore to tell the truth one more time in his life. Hammer was sitting up straight, filled with shining admiration for Mrs. Martino, who had no intention of being silenced, and in fact, now that her son had appeared, was only getting started. West was fascinated by how Judge Cow was going to get herself out of an utter disaster. Ha! West stifled laughter, suddenly on the verge of hysteria and another hot flash. ADA Pond smiled, and reporter Nix wrote furiously in his notepad. "You want me to sit down, Judge?" Mrs. Martino walked up closer to the bench and put her hands on her sturdy hips. "Then I tell you what. You do the right thing. You hear Johnny's case this minute. Listen to his guilty, lying, stealing ass. Then let these fine crusading ladies be on their way out there, saving more lives, helping more folks who can't help themselves, delivering us from evil." "Ma'am, I am hearing the case," Judge Bovine tried to explain. "That's what we're doing." But Mrs. Martino had her mind made up about the way things were. She turned around and gave Johnny the eye. "Tell me now." She swept her arms over the courtroom, touching all. "Anybody here who insists on stepping ahead of these Christian ladies?" She looked around, taking in the silence, not finding a raised hand to count. "Speak now," she called out. "All right, then.
Do we want to set these ladies free?" The courtroom cheered and roared, people doing high fives for Batman and Robin, who could do nothing but watch, enchanted. "Johnny Martino, how do you plead to 10 counts of robbery with a dangerous weapon?" the ADA called out. Judge Bovine's teeth were clamped, and a sleeve of her robe flapped empty and useless as she held in her objections, her legs crossed. "Guilty," Johnny Martino mumbled. "What says the state?" the judge whispered, in pain. "Mr. Martino boarded a Greyhound bus on July 11th at 1:11 p.m., ADA Pond summarized. He robbed 10 passengers at gunpoint before being apprehended and restrained by Chief Judy Hammer and Deputy Chief Virginia West. "Yo, Batman!" someone yelled. "Robin!" The cheering began again. Judge Bovine could endure no more. She might have called the sheriff for intervention, but she had more pressing concerns. She had been polite, well-mannered, well-bred, and had lost control of her courtroom. This was a first. Someone had to pay. It might as well be the son of a bitch who caused all this when he climbed on that damn bus. "The state agrees to consolidate sentencing under 10 counts, the judge announced rapidly and with no attempt at drama. "Defendant is a prior record level 2 and will receive in each of the 10 counts a sentence of 70 months minimum or 93 months maximum for a total of 700 months minimum and 930 months maximum. The court is recessed until 1. She gathered her robe in one hand and fled as Mr. Martino checked the judge's math. Reporter Nix fled back to South McDowell Street, where today's hot new country and your all-time favorites could be heard on 96.9. It was rare his station got breaking news, scoops, tips, or leaks, as if to imply that a country music audience didn't vote or care about crime or want crack dealers in jail. The point was, no city official or deep throat had ever bothered to think of Nix when something went down. This was his day, and he was out of his '67 Chevelle with such urgency that he had to run back twice to get his notepad and lock the doors. Chapter 22. The sensational courtroom drama of the Caped Crusaders sitting on the front row while the joker of the judge dissed them bristled over the airwaves. It was bounced from radio tower to radio tower throughout the Carolinas. Don Imus picked it up, embellishing as only he could, and Paul Harvey told the rest of the story. Hammer was back and forth to SICU and aware of little else, and West drove Charlotte's streets looking for Brazil, who had not been seen since Thursday. It was Saturday morning now. Packer was out with the dog again when West called. He got on the phone, irritable and perplexed. He had heard nothing from Brazil either. In Davidson, Mrs. Brazil snored on the living-room couch, sleeping through Billy Graham's televised service as usual. The phone rang and rang, an overflowing ashtray and bottle of vodka on the coffee table. West was driving past the Knight Ridder building, hanging up her portable phone in frustration. "God damn it," she blurted. "Andy, don't do this." Mrs. Brazil barely opened her eyes. She managed to sit up an inch, thinking she heard something. A choir in blue with gold stoles praised God. Maybe that was the noise. She reached for her glass, and it shook violently as she finished what she had started the night before. Mrs. Brazil fell back into old sour couch cushions, the magic potion heating blood, carrying her away to that place nowhere special. She drank again, realizing she was low on fuel with nothing nearby but the Quick Mart. She could get beer or wine, she supposed. Where was Andy? Had he been in and out while she was resting? Night came, and West stayed home and did not want to be with anyone. Her chest was tight, and she could not sit long in any one spot or concentrate. Raines called several times, and when she heard his voice on the machine, she did not pick up. Brazil had vanished, it seemed. West could focus on little else. This was crazy. She knew he wouldn't do anything stupid, but she was revisited by the horrors she had worked in her career. She had seen the drug overdoses, the gunshot suicides not discovered until hunters returned to the woods. She conjured up images of cars covered by the clandestine waters of lakes and rivers until spring thaws or hard rains dislodged those who had chosen not to live. Even Hammer, with all her problems and preoccupations, had contacted West several times,
voicing concern about their young at-large volunteer. Hammer's weekend so far had been spent at SICU, and she had sent for her sons as their fathers settled deeper into the valley of shadows. Seth's eyes stared dully at his wife when she entered his room. He did not speak. He did not think complete thoughts, but rather in shards of memories and feelings unexpressed that might have formed a meaningful composite had he been able to articulate them. But he was weak and sedated and intubated. During rare lucid flickers, during days he could not measure, when he might have given Hammer enough to interpret his intentions, the pain pinned him to the bed. It always won. He would stare through tears at the only woman he had ever loved. Seth was so tired. He was so sorry. He'd had time to think about it. "I'm sorry, Judy. I couldn't help any of it ever since you've known me. Read my mind, Judy. I can't tell you. I'm so worn out. They kept cutting on me, and I don't know what's left. I punished you because I couldn't reward you. I have figured that out too late. I wanted you to take care of me. Now look, whose fault is it after all? Not yours. I wish you would hold my hand." Hammer sat in the same chair and watched her husband of 26 years. His hands were tethered to his sides so he would not pull out the tube in his trachea. He was on his side, his color deceivingly good and not due to anything he was doing for himself but to oxygen, and she found this ironically typical. Seth had been drawn to her because of her strength and independence, then had hated her for the way she was. She wanted to take his hand, but he was so fragile and inflexible and trussed up by tubes and straps and dressings. Hammer leaned close and rested her hand on his forearm as his dull eyes blinked and stared and looked sleepy and watery. She was certain that at a subconscious level he knew she was here. Beyond that it was improbable much registered. Scalpels and bacteria had ravaged his buttocks, and now were filleting and rotting his abdomen and thighs. The stench was awful, but Hammer did not really notice it any more. "Seth," she said in her quiet, commanding voice, "I know you may not hear me, but on the off chance you can, I want to tell you things. Your sons are on their way here. They should arrive some." A flutter around her heart as his eyes stared back at her. "There are things I could have done better and differently. I must forgive you, and I must forgive myself. You must forgive me, and you must forgive yourself." He didn't disagree with this, and wished he could somehow indicate what he thought and felt. His body was like something unplugged, broken, out of batteries. He flipped switches in his brain and nothing happened. All this because he drank too much in bed while playing with a gun to punish her. "We go on from here," Chief Judy Hammer said, blinking back tears. "Okay, Seth? We put this behind us and learn from it. We move ahead." It was hard to talk. "Why we got married isn't so important anymore. We are friends, companions. We don't exist to procreate or perpetuate endless sexual fantasies for each other. We are here to help each other grow old and not feel alone. Friends." Her hand gripped his arm. Tears spilled from Seth's eyes. It was the only sign he gave, and his wife dissolved. Hammer cried for half an hour as his vital signs weakened. Group A strep oozed toxins around his soul and did not give a damn about all those antibiotics and immunoglobulin and vitamins being pumped into its plump host. To his disease he was a rump roast. He was carrion on life's highway. Randy and Jude entered their father's SICU room at 5:45 and did not see him conscious. It was not likely Seth knew they were by his bed, but knowing they were coming had been enough. West cruised past the Cadillac Grill, Jazz Bones, and finally headed to Davidson, deciding that Brazil might be hiding out in his own house and not answering the phone. She pulled into the eroded driveway and was crushed that only the ugly Cadillac was home. West got out of her police car. Weeds grew between cracks in the brick walk she followed to the front door. She rang the bell several times and knocked. Finally she rapped hard and in frustration with her baton. "Police," she said loudly. "Open up." This went on for a while until the door opened and Mrs. Brazil blearily peered out. She steadied herself by holding on to the doorframe. "Where's Andy?" West asked. "Haven't seen him." Mrs. Brazil pressed her forehead with a hand, squinting, as if the world was bad for her health. "At work, I guess," she muttered. "No, he's not, and hasn't been since Thursday," West said. "You're sure he hasn't called or anything?" "I've been sleeping." "What about the answering machine? Have you checked?" West asked. "He keeps his room locked." Mrs. Brazil wanted to return to her couch. "Can't get in there." West, who did not have her tool belt with her, could still get into most things. She took the knob off his door and was inside Brazil's room within minutes. Mrs. Brazil returned to the living room and settled her swollen, poisoned self on the couch. She did not want to go inside her son's room. He didn't want her there anyway, which was why she'd been locked out for years, ever since he had accused her of taking money from the wallet he tucked under his socks. He had accused her of rummaging through his school papers. He had blamed her for knocking over his 18-and-under singles state championship tennis trophy, badly denting it, and breaking off the little man. The red light was flashing on the answering machine beside Brazil's neatly made twin bed with its simple green spread. West hit the play button, looking around at shelves of brass and silver trophies, at scholastic and creative awards that Brazil had never bothered to frame, but had thumbtacked to walls. A pair of leather Nike tennis shoes, worn out from toe dragging, was abandoned under a chair, one upright, one on its side, and the sight of them pained West. For a moment she felt distressed and upset. She imagined the way he looked at her with blue eyes that went on forever. She remembered his voice on the radio, and the quirky way he tested coffee with his tongue, which she had repeatedly told him wasn't a smart way to determine whether something was too hot. The first 3 calls on his machine were hang-ups. "Yo," began the 4th one. "It's Axel. Got tickets for Bruce Hornsby." West hit a button. "Andy, it's Packer. Call me." She hit the button again and heard her own voice looking for him. She skipped ahead, landing on 2 more hang-ups. West opened the closet door, and her fear intensified when she found nothing inside. She, the cop, went into drawers and found them empty as well. He had left his books and computer behind, and this only deepened her confusion and concern. These were what he loved the most. He would not abandon them unless he had embarked upon a self-destructive exodus, a fatalistic flight. West looked under the bed and lifted the mattress, exploring every inch of Brazil's private space. She did not find the pistol he had borrowed from her. West drove around the city much of the night, mopping her face, popping Motrin, and turning the air conditioner on and off as she vacillated between hot and cold. On South College she slowly passed street people staring hard at each, as if she expected Brazil to have suddenly turned into one of them. She recognized Poison, the young hooker from Mungo's videotape, undulating along the sidewalk, smoking a cigarette and enjoying being watched. Poison followed the dark blue cop car with haunted, glassy eyes, and West looked back. West thought of Brazil, of his sad curiosity about bad people and what had happened to make them that way. They make choices. West said that all the time, and it was true. But she envied Brazil's freshness, his innocent clarity of vision. In truth, he saw life with a wisdom equal to her own, but his was born of vulnerability, and not of the experience that sometimes crowded West's compassion and cloaked her feelings in many hard layers. Her condition had been coming on for a long time, and most likely was irreversible. West accepted that when one is exposed to the worst elements of life, there comes a point of no return. She had been beaten and shot, and she had killed. She had crossed a line. She was a missionary, and the tender, warm contours of life were for others. On Tryon Street she was stopped at a traffic light near Jake's, another favorite spot for breakfast. Thelma could do anything with fried steak and biscuits, and the coffee was good. West stared ahead several blocks away, just past First Union Bank, with its giant painted Hornet bursting out of one side of the building. She recognized the dark car's boxy shape and conical taillights glowing red. She wasn't close enough to see the tag yet, and was going to do something about that. The light turned green, and West gunned the Ford's powerful engine until she was on the old BMW's bumper. Her heart thrilled as she recognized the plate number. She honked her horn and motioned, and Brazil kept going. West followed, honking again and longer, but clearly he had no intention of acknowledging her as she followed his shiny chrome bumper through downtown. Brazil knew she was there and didn't give a damn as he threw back another gulp from the tall boy Budweiser he was holding between his legs. He broke the law right in front of Deputy Chief West and knew she saw it, and he didn't give a shit. "Goddamn son of a bitch!" West exclaimed as she flipped on flashing lights. Brazil sped up. West couldn't believe what was happening. How could he do anything this stupid? "Oh, for fuck's sake!" She hit the siren. Brazil had been in pursuits, but he had never been the lead car. Usually he was back there, sitting in the front seat with West. He drank another swallow of the beer he had bought at the 76 truck stop just off the Sunset East exit. He needed another one and decided he might as well hit I-77 off Trade Street and cruise on back for a refill. He tossed his empty in the back seat, where several others clinked and rolled on the floor. His broken speedometer faithfully maintained its belief that the BMW was going 32 miles per hour. In fact, he was going 63 when he turned onto the interstate. West doggedly pursued as her alarm and anger grew. Should she call for other cars, Brazil was ruined. His volunteer days ended, his real troubles only begun. Nor was there a guarantee that more cops would effect a stop. Brazil might decompensate further. He might feel desperate, and West knew how that might end. She had seen those final chapters before, all over the road, crumpled metal sharp like razors, glass, oil, blood, and black body bags on their way to the morgue. His speed climbed to 90 miles per hour, and he maintained it, with her steadily behind him, lights and siren going full tilt. It penetrated his fog that she had not gotten on the radio for help. He would have heard it on his scanner, and backup cars surely would have shown up by now. He didn't know if this made him feel better or worse. Maybe she didn't take him seriously. Nobody took him seriously, and nobody ever would again, because of Webb, because of the unfairness, the heartlessness of life and all in it. Brazil shot onto the exit of Sunset Road East and began to slow. It was finished. In truth, he needed gas. This chase had its limits anyway. He might as well stop. Depression settled heavier, crushing him into his seat as he parked at the outer limits of the tarmac, far away from 18-wheelers and their bright-painted shiny cabs with all their chrome. He cut the engine and leaned back, shutting his eyes as punishment approached. West wouldn't cut him any slack. She, in her uniform and gun, was above all else a cop, and a hard, unkind one at that. It mattered not that they were partners and went shooting together and talked about things. "Andy!" She loudly rapped a knuckle on his window. "Get out!" she commanded this common law breaker. He felt tired as he climbed out of a car that his father, Drew, had loved. Brazil took off his father's jacket and tossed it in the back seat. It was almost 80 degrees out, gnats and moths swarming in sodium vapor light. Brazil was soaked with sweat. He tucked the keys in a pocket of the tight jeans that Mungo believed pointed to Brazil's criminal leanings. West shone her flashlight through the back window, illuminating aluminum tallboy beer cans on the mat in back. She counted 11. "Did you drink all these tonight?" she demanded to know as he shut his door. "No." "How many have you had tonight?" "I didn't count." His eyes were hard and defiant on hers. "Do you always elude police lights and sirens?" she said, furious. "Or is tonight special for some reason?" He opened the back door of his BMW and angrily grabbed out a T-shirt. He had no comment as he peeled off his wet polo shirt and yanked on the dry one. West had never seen him half naked. "I ought to lock you up," she said, with not quite as much authority. "Go ahead," he said. Randy and Judy Hammer had flown into the Charlotte Douglas International Airport within 45 minutes of each other, and their mother had met them downstairs in baggage. The three were somber and distracted as Hammer returned to Carolina's medical center without delay. She was so happy to see her boys, and old memories were reopened and exposed to air and light. Randy and Jude had been born with their mother's handsome bones and straight white teeth. They had been blessed with her piercing eyes and frightening intelligence. From Seth they had received their 4-cylinder engines that moved them slowly along with little direction or passing power or drive. Randy and Jude were happy enough simply to exist and go nowhere in a hurry. They drew gratification and joy from their dreams and regular customers in whatever restaurant employed them from one year to the next. They were happy with the understanding women who loved them anyway. Randy was proud of his bit parts in movies no one saw. Jude was thrilled to be in any jazz bar he and the guys got gigs in, and he played the drums with passion, whether the audience was 10 people or 80. Oddly, it had never been their rocket-charged mother who could not live with the son's something less than stellar accomplishments in life. It was Seth who was disgusted and ashamed. Their father had proved so totally lacking in understanding and patience that the sons had moved far away. Of course, Hammer understood the psychological dynamics. Seth's hatred for his sons was his hatred for himself. It didn't take great acumen to deduce that much. But knowing the reason had changed nothing. It had required tragedy, a grave illness, to reunite this family. "Mom, you holding up?" Jude was in back of Hammer's personal car. He was rubbing her shoulders as she drove. "I'm trying." She swallowed hard as Randy looked at her with concern from the front passenger's seat. "Well, I don't want to see him," said Randy, cradling flowers he had bought for his father in the airport. "That's understandable," Hammer said, switching lanes, eyes in the mirrors. It had begun to rain. "How are my babies?" "Great," Jude said. "Benji's learning to play sax. I can't wait to hear it. What about Owen?" "Not quite old enough for instruments, but she's my boogie baby. Every time she hears music, she dances with Spring," Jude went on, referring to the child's mother. "God, Mom, you'll die when you see it. It's hilarious." Spring was the artist Jude had lived with in Greenwich Village for 8 years. Neither of Hammer's sons was married. Each had 2 children, and Hammer adored every fine golden hair on their small, lovely heads. It was her bleeding, buried fear that they were growing up in distant cities with only infrequent contact with their rather legendary grandmother. Hammer did not want to be someone they might someday talk about, but had never known. "Smith and Fan wanted to come," said Randy, taking his mother's hand. "It's going to be all right, Mom." He felt another stab of hate for his father. West didn't know what to do with her prisoner of the evening. Brazil was slumped down in the seat, arms crossed, his posture defiant and decidedly without remorse. He refused to look at her now, but stared out the windshield at bugs and bats swirling beneath lights. He watched truckers in pointed cowboy boots and jeans strolling out to their mighty steeds and leaning against cabs, propping up. West felt sorry for him, mad as she was. She wished she knew what was wrong exactly. "What the hell's gotten into you?" She tried another tactic, poking Brazil, this time not playfully. He did not respond. "Trying to ruin your life? What if some other cop spotted you first?" She was no nonsense. "Got any idea how much trouble you'd be in?" "I don't care," he said, and his voice caught. "Yes, you do, goddammit! Look at me!" Brazil stared out, his eyes swimming as he dully watched bleary images of people in and out of the truck stop, men and women whose lives were different from his, and who would not understand what it was like to be him. They would look at all that he was and despise him for being privileged and spoiled, because they could not comprehend his reality. Bubba felt precisely this, and just so happened to be parking his king cab at the pumps. He spotted the BMW first, then the cop car with the enemy in it. Bubba could not believe his good fortune. He went in for Pabst Blue Ribbon and Red Man and picked up the latest Playboy. Brazil was struggling to control himself, and West could be hard but so long. She cared about him in a way that fit no easy definition, and this was partly why he unsettled and confused her so much. She enjoyed him as a talented, precocious recruit, someone she could mentor and get a kick out of watching as he learned. She did not have a brother and would have liked one exactly like him, someone young, smart, sensitive, and kind. He was a friend, although she did not give him much of a chance. He was a pretty incredible-looking guy and didn't seem to notice. "Andy," she quietly said, "please tell me what happened." "Somehow he got in my computer basket. My files. Everything over the news channels before the paper came out. Scooped." His voice trembled, and he did not want West to see him like this. West was stunned. "He?" she asked. "Who's he?" "Webb." He could barely bring himself to say that name. "Same piece of shit screwing your deputy chief." "What?" Now West was truly lost. "Good," he said. "Everybody knows. I didn't." West wondered how she could have missed intelligence like that. Brazil's heart was broken forever. West wasn't quite sure what to do as she mopped her face again. Bubba stealthily made his way back to his truck, his thick face with its misshapen nose averted and shadowed by a baseball cap. Climbing up into his cab with his purchases, he sat watching the cop car out his windshield. For a while he flipped through his magazine, pausing at the really big stories. There were many of them, and he tried not to think about his wife or make comparisons as he calculated the best method of attack. He had packed light tonight, just a Colt .380 caliber 7-shot pistol in an ankle holster, which would not have been his first choice had he known he might have a standoff with the cops. It was a good thing he had a backup between the seats, a quality parts Shorty E2 carbine, .223 caliber with 30-shot magazine, adjustable sights, chrome-lined barrel, finished in a manganese phosphate that didn't shine at night. For all practical purposes, this was an M16, and with it Bubba could riddle West's car Bonnie and Clyde style. He turned a page and massaged more big ideas as he enjoyed the dark. West had never really been called upon to comfort a member of the male gender. Rarely was such a thing needed or requested, and having no precedent to follow, she used common sense. Brazil was hiding his face in his hands. She felt terribly sorry for him. What an unfortunate state of affairs. "It's not that bad, really," she kept saying. "Okay?" She patted his shoulder. "We'll find a way out of this. Okay?" She patted him again, and when this did not make a dent, she finally broke down. "Come here," she said. West put an arm around him and pulled him close. Suddenly, he was in her lap, his arms clamped around her as he held her like a child, which he was not. West's hot flashes seemed worse as she thought fast and hormones spiked. He nuzzled her, holding tight, and her insides woke up, startling her. Brazil was suffering from a similar response and moved up her body to her neck until he found her mouth. For moments at least they were completely out of control and out of orbit. Their traumatized brains went into shock, allowing other instincts to have their way, for Mother Nature worked in this fashion to trick couples into procreating. West and Brazil had not gotten to the point of worrying about what sort of birth control was best suited to their anatomies, needs, tastes, belief systems, personal choices, fantasies, secret pleasures, or faith in consumer reports. This way of communicating with each other was new, so they took the time to linger in places they had always wondered about. Then reality asserted itself with alacrity, and West suddenly sat up and looked out the windows of her police car, remembering she was on duty, with a man in her lap. "Andy," she said. He was busy. "Andy," she tried again. "Andy, get up. You're on my gun." She tried to move him, with no energy or enthusiasm, not wanting him to go anywhere ever again. Hell was here, and she was finished. "Sit up," she said, wiping her face again. Her life was ruined. "This is incest, pedophilia," she muttered, taking a deep breath as he went on with what he was doing.
"You're right. You're right," he mumbled, with absolutely no conviction, as he explored the wonders of her existence in a way that was unknown and overwhelming to her. It was difficult to predict exactly where this might have gone had Bubba not intervened. There was a Holiday Inn Express not too far away on I-77, and it had an indoor pool, 42-channel cable TV, and free local calls and newspaper and complimentary continental breakfasts. Possibly West and Brazil would have made their way to one of those rooms before morning and gotten into even more trouble at a bargain price. They possibly would have slept together, and that was where West always drew the line. Sex was one thing, but she did not sleep with someone she was not in love with, meaning she slept with no living soul except Niles. Again, such contemplations are moot when there is a sharp rap on the window and one peers into the barrel of a carbine rifle reminiscent of Bosnia, or perhaps Miami. West did not have her glasses on, but the redneck with his assault rifle outside her police car looked familiar in a fuzzy sort of way. "Sit up very slowly," she said to Brazil. "What for?" He wasn't ready yet. "Trust me," she told him. It was just as well that condensation had formed on the glass. Bubba could not see exactly what was going on inside the dark blue Ford Crown Victoria, but he had a pretty good idea.
This book is continued on Disc 10. Disc 10.
It was just as well that condensation had formed on the glass. Bubba could not see exactly what was going on inside the dark blue Ford Crown Victoria, but he had a pretty good idea. This heightened his excitement, making him more certain that he was going to waste these two after doing something really, really bad to them first. If there were two things Bubba could not endure in life, they were queers making out and straights making out. When he saw queers flirting, touching, Bubba wanted to beat the shit out of them and leave them dying in a ditch. When he saw what he thought he was looking at right now inside this police car, he felt pretty much the same impulse. People with money, importance, or a good sex life, and especially all three, made Bubba insane with righteous outrage. It was his calling, he was sure, to smite them in the name of America. West was not as frightened by the rifle with 30 rounds as most people would have been, and her brain was powering up. It seemed this was the creep from the firing line who had gotten arrested for exposing himself in Latta Park. She had a pretty good idea why she had found superglue in her shrubs, and she wished like hell that Brazil hadn't busted the guy's nose. All the same, West was ready for violence. When anyone pointed a gun at her, there was a true cause and effect that rapidly clicked into gear. Unhooking the mic, she placed it next to her hip. She keyed it with her right hand, locking out all radio traffic in her response area. Dispatchers, cops, reporters, and criminals with scanners could hear nothing but her. She rolled down her window a few inches. "Please don't shoot," she said loudly. Bubba was surprised and pleased by her rapid submission. "Unlock the doors," he ordered. "Okay, okay," West continued in the same loud, tense voice. "I'm going to unlock the doors real slowly. Please don't shoot. Please. We can work this out, all right? And if you start shooting here, everyone at the 76 truck stop will hear, so what good will it do?" Bubba had already thought about this, and she was right. "The two of you are getting in my truck," he said. "We're taking a ride." "Why?" West kept on. "What do you want from us? We have no problem with you." "Oh, yeah?" He gripped the carbine tighter, loving the way the bitch in uniform was groveling before him, the great Bubba. "How about at the range the other night when Queerbait there hit me?" "You started it," Brazil said to him and all listening to Channel 2. "We can work this out," West said again. "Look, let's just get right back on Sunset. Maybe meet somewhere where we can talk about this. All these trucks coming in here, they're looking. You don't want witnesses, and this isn't a good place to be settling a dispute." Bubba thought they had already gone over this point. What he planned to do was shoot them out near the lake, weigh their bodies down with cinder blocks, and dump them where no one would find them until mud turtles had eaten important features. He heard that happened. Crabs were bad on dead bodies, too, as were household pets, especially cats, if locked up with dead owners and not fed, and eventually having no choice. As Bubba deliberated, 8 Charlotte patrol cars with flashing lights were speeding along I-77, now within minutes of the truck stop. Shotguns were out and ready. The police helicopter was lifting from the helipad on top of the LEC, sniper shooters poised. The SWAT team had been deployed. The FBI had been called, and agents were on standby in the event hostage or terrorist negotiators, or the child abduction serial killer unit, or the hostage rescue team might be what it took to save the day. "Get out of the car," said Bubba. In his mind, he was not in plaid shorts, white tube socks, hush puppies, and a fruit-of-the-loom white T-shirt that had never been washed with bleach. In his mind, he was in military fatigues with black grease under his eyes, hair a buzz cut, sweaty muscles bunching as he gripped his weapon and prepared to score 2 more points for his country and the guys at the hunt club. He was Bubba. He knew the perfect sliver of undeveloped lake property where he could do his duty, having his way with the woman first. "Take that," he would think as he drove home his point. "Now who's got the power, bitch?" Police cars turned onto Sunset East. They traveled single file, lights going, in a neat flashing line. Inside the truck stop, several truckers, who believed they had been stagecoach drivers in an earlier life, had lost interest in microwave nachos, cheeseburgers, and beer. They were looking out plate glass, watching what was going on at the edge of the parking lot, as pulsing blue and red lights showed through trees. "No way that's a rifle," Betsy was saying as she chewed on a Slim Jim. "Oh, yeah, it is, too," said Al. "Then we should go on out and help." "Help which one?" asked Tex. All contemplated this long enough for police cars to get closer and the sound of chopper blades to be barely discernible. "Looks to me like Bubba started it," decided Pete. "Then we should go get him." "You hear about the guns he's got? Bubba ain't gonna shoot us." The argument was moot. Bubba could feel dark armies closing around him, and he got desperate. "Get out now, or I'm gonna let loose," he screamed, racking a cartridge into a chamber that already had one. "Don't shoot." West held up her hands, noting the double feed that had just jammed his gun. "I'm opening the door, okay?" "Now!" Bubba pointed and yelled. West positioned herself before the door as best she could and planted a foot on it. She raised the handle and kicked with all her strength as 8 police cars roared in, sirens ripping the violent night. Bubba was slammed in his midsection and flew back, landing on his back, the rifle skittering across tarmac. West was out and on him before her feet hit the ground. She did not wait for her backups. She didn't care a shit about the big burly drivers boiling out of the truck stop to help. Brazil leapt out too, and together they threw Bubba on his fat belly and cuffed him, desperate to beat him half to death, but resisting. "You goddamn son of a bitch piece of chicken-eating shit!" Brazil bellowed. "Move and your head's all over with!" exclaimed West, her pistol pressed hard against the small of Bubba's thick neck. The force hauled Bubba away, with no assistance from the truckers, who returned their attention to snacks for the road and cigarettes. West and Brazil sat in silence for a moment inside her car. "You always get me into trouble," she said, backing up. "Hey," he protested. "Where are you going?" "I'm taking you home." "I don't live at home anymore." "Since when?" She tried not to show her surprised pleasure. "Day before yesterday. I got an apartment at Charlotte Woods on Woodlawn." "Then I'll take you there," she told him. "My car's here," he reminded her. "And you've been drinking, old guy." What was she, anyway, but a middle-aged, out-of-shape woman who'd never been to a city bigger or more exciting than the one she'd worked in since she graduated from college? He was just trying her on for size, taking his first test drive in an old, out-of-style car that he could afford to make mistakes in. She felt like slamming on the brakes and making him walk. When she pulled into the tidy apartment complex parking lot and waited for him to get out, she offered not a word of friendship or meaning. Brazil stood outside her car, holding the door open, staring in at her. "So, what time tomorrow?" "10," she said shortly. He slammed the door, walking away fast, hurt and upset. Women were all the same. They were warm and wonderful one minute and turned on and all over him the next, which was followed by moody and distant and didn't mean what happened. Brazil didn't understand how he and West could have had such a special moment at the truck stop, and now it was as if they weren't even on a first-name basis. She had used him, that's what. It was empty and cheap to her, and he was certain this was her modus operandi. She was older, powerful, and experienced, not to mention good-looking, with a body that caused him serious pain. West could toy with anyone she wanted. So could Blair Mawney III, his wife feared. Polly Mawney could not help but worry about what her husband might engage in when he traveled to Charlotte tomorrow on U.S. Air Flight number 392, non-stop from Asheville, where the Mawneys lived in a lovely Tudor-style home in Biltmore Forest. Blair Mawney III was from old money and had just come in from the club after a hard tennis match, a shower, a massage, and drinks with his pals. Mawney had come from many generations of banking, beginning with his grandfather, Blair Mawney, who had been a founding father of the American Trust Company. Blair Mawney III's father, Blair Mawney Jr., had been a vice president when American Commercial merged with First National of Raleigh. A statewide banking system was off and running, soon followed by more mergers and the eventual formation of North Carolina National Bank. This went on, and with the S&L crisis of the late 1980s, banks that had not been bought up were offered at fire sale prices. NCNB became the fourth largest bank in the country and was renamed U.S. Bank. Blair Mawney III knew the minutiae about his well-respected bank's remarkable history. He knew what the chairman, the president, the vice chairman, and chief financial officer and CEO got paid. He was a senior vice president for U.S. Bank in the Carolinas and routinely was required to travel to Charlotte. This he rather much enjoyed, for it was good to get away from wife and teenage children whenever one could, and only his colleagues in their lofty offices understood his pressures. Only comrades understood the fear lurking in every banker's heart that one day Cahoon, who tolerated nothing, would inform hard workers like Mawney that they were out of favor with the Crown. Mawney dropped his tennis bag in his recently remodeled kitchen and opened the door of the refrigerator, ready for another Amstel Light. "Honey," he called out, popping off the cap.
"Yes, dear?" She briskly walked in. "How was tennis?"
"We won."
"Good for you," she beamed.
"Withers must have double-faulted 20 times. He swallowed. "Foot-faulted like hell, too, but we didn't call those." "What did you guys eat?" He barely looked at Polly Mawney, his wife of 22 years.
"Spaghetti bolognese, salad, 7-grain bread."
She went through his tennis bag, fishing out cold, sweat-soaked, smelly shorts, shirt, socks, and jockstrap, as she always had and would. "Got any pasta left?"
"Plenty. I'd be delighted to fix you a plate, dear."
"Maybe later." He fell into stretches. "I'm really getting tight. You don't think it's arthritis, do you?"
"Of course not. Would you like me to rub you down, sweetheart?" she said.
While he was drifting during his massage, she would bring up what her plastic surgeon had said when she had inquired about a laser treatment to get rid of fine lines on her face and a copper laser treatment to eliminate the brown spot on her chin. Polly Mawney had been filled with terror when her plastic surgeon had made it clear that no light source could substitute for a scalpel. That was how bad she had gotten. "Mrs. Mawney," her plastic surgeon had told her, "I don't think you're going to be happy with the results. The lines most troublesome are too deep."
He traced them on her face so gently. She relaxed, held hostage by tenderness. Mrs. Mawney was addicted to going to the doctor. She liked being touched, looked at, analyzed, scrutinized, and checked on after surgery or changes in her medication. "Well," Mrs. Mawney had told her plastic surgeon, "if that's what you recommend. And I suppose I am to assume you are referring to a facelift."
Yes, and the eyes.
He held up a mirror to show her. The tissue above and below her eyes was beginning to droop and puff. This was irreversible. No amount of cold water splashes, cucumbers, or cutting down on alcohol or salt would make a significant difference, she was informed.
"What about my breasts?"
she then had inquired. Her plastic surgeon stepped back to look.
"What does your husband think?"
he asked her.
"I think he'd like them bigger."
Her doctor laughed. Why didn't she state the obvious? Unless a man was a pedophile or gay, he liked them bigger. His gay female patients felt the same way. They were just better sports about it, or pretended to be, if the one they loved didn't have much to offer.
"We can't do all of this at once,"
the plastic surgeon warned Mrs. Mawney.
"Implants and a facelift are two very different surgeries, and we'd need to space them apart, giving you plenty of time to heal."
"How far apart?" she worried. Chapter 23. It did not occur to West until she was home and locking herself in for the night that she would have to set her alarm clock. Perhaps one of her few luxuries in life was not getting up on Sunday morning until her body felt like it, or Niles did. Then she took her time making coffee and reading the paper as she thought about her parents, heading off to Dover Baptist Church, not far from the Chevron, or from Pauline's beauty shop, where her mother got her hair fixed every Saturday at 10 in the morning. West always called her parents on Sunday, usually when they were sitting down to dinner and wishing her place wasn't empty. "Great," she muttered to herself, grabbing a beer as Niles sat on the windowsill over the sink. "So now I've got to get up at 8:30. Can you believe that?" She tried to figure out what Niles was staring at. From this section of Dilworth, West would have no reminders of the city she protected were it not for the top 30 stories of U.S. Bank rising brightly above West's unfinished fence. Niles had gotten really peculiar lately, it struck West. He sat in the same spot every night, staring out, as if he were E.T. missing home. "What are you looking at?" West ran her fingernails down Niles's silky, ruddy spine, something that always made him purr. He did not respond. He stared as if in a trance. "Niles?" West was getting a bit worried. "What is it, baby? You not feeling well? Got a hairball? Mad at me again? That's probably it, isn't it?" She sighed, taking a swallow of beer. "I sure wish you'd try to be more understanding, Niles. I work hard, do everything I can to provide you a secure, nice home. You know I love you, don't you? But you gotta try and cut me a little slack. I'm out there all the livelong day." West pointed out the window. "And what? You're here. This is your world, meaning your perspective isn't as big as mine, okay? So you get pissed because I'm not here, too. This isn't fair. I want you to give some serious thought to this. Got it?" The words of the owner were chatter, the buzzing of insects, the drone of sounds drifting out of the radio on the table by the bed. Niles wasn't listening as he stared out at the forlorn King Usbisi staring back at him. Niles had been called. There was disaster looming in the land of the Usbisians, and only Niles could help because only Niles would listen. All others looked up to the mighty king and mocked him in their minds and among themselves, thinking the benevolent monarch could not hear. They, the people, had wanted His Majesty to come. They had wanted his child care centers and frescoes, his career opportunities and his wealth. Then they had turned jealous of his omniscience, of his all-powerful and praiseworthy presence. Those here and from distant ports were lustful and plotting a takeover that only Niles could stop. "Anyway," West was saying, popping open another beer as her weird-ass cat continued staring out at the night, "I'm chasing him south on 77 at about 90 miles an hour. Can you believe it? He should be in jail right now, you ask me." She took another swallow of Miller Genuine Draft, wondering if she should eat something. For the first time since she'd had the flu several years ago, West was not hungry. She felt light and foreign inside, and awake. She thought back on how much caffeine she'd had this day, wondering if that might be the problem. It wasn't. Hormones, she decided, even though she knew that the beast was no longer raging, and in fact had been quiet most of the day, on its way back to its cave until the moon was in position again. King Usbisi was a potentate of few words, and Niles had to watch carefully to hear what the king was saying. Sunrise and sunset were the king's most chatty times, when windows flashed white and gold in a firestorm of pontifications. At night Niles mainly studied the red light winking on top of the crown, a beacon saying to him repeatedly, "Wink, wink, wink." After a barely perceptible pause, 3 more winks, and so on. This had gone on for weeks, and Niles knew that the code was directing him to a 3-syllable enemy, whose armies this very minute were marching closer to the Queen City that the king ruled. "Well, since you're so friendly," West said in a snippy tone to her cat, "I'm going to do laundry." Startled, Niles stretched and stared at her, his eyes crossed as a similar firestorm flared inside his head. What was it the king had said? What? Earlier this evening, when Niles had been watching the king send him signals with the sun, hadn't the king flashed an agitated pattern, light going round and round the building, back and forth, very similar to how the owner's big white box worked when she did laundry? A coincidence? Niles thought not. He jumped off the sill, then the counter, and followed his owner into the utility room. The fur stood up on his back when she dipped into pants' pockets, pulling out money before wadding clothes and dunking them into the machine's basket. Other flashes of insight exploded in Niles's brain. He frantically rubbed against his owner's legs and nipped her, sharpening his claws on her thigh, trying to tell her. "God damn it!" West shook the cat off. "What the hell has gotten into you?" Brazil lay back in the sleeping bag on the floor of his new 1-bedroom unfurnished apartment. He had a headache and couldn't seem to get enough water. He'd been drinking beer for 2 days, and this frightened him. His mother had probably started exactly the same way, and here he was following her path. He knew enough from all the interest in genetics these days to deduce that he might have inherited his mother's proclivity for self-destruction. Brazil was deeply depressed by this realization. He was ashamed of his behavior, and knew for a fact that West had only humored a drunk kid, and the performance would never be repeated. He lay still, hands beneath the back of his head, staring up at the ceiling, lights out, music on. Beyond his window he could see the top of the U.S. Bank Corporate Center almost touching the slivered moon, a red light blinking at the top of the crown. Brazil stared, zoning out again, an unsettling realization coming over him. Tomorrow would be 2 weeks since the last Black Widow slaying. Christ! He sat up, sweating and breathing hard. He kicked off sheets and stood. He began pacing with nothing on but gym shorts. He drank more water and stood in his bare kitchen, staring out at U.S. Bank, thinking, worrying. Out there somewhere was another businessman about to become a victim. If only there were some way to prevent it. Where was the killer now? What was the bastard thinking as he loaded his gun and thought his evil thoughts, waiting on the web of 5 points for the next rental car to innocently creep into the city? Niles was following West all over the house. She was certain the cat had gone haywire, and knew this was a danger with Siamese, Abyssinians, and all overbred, cross-eyed creatures that had been around for thousands of years. Niles wound through her moving legs, almost tripping her twice, and she had no choice but to boot him across the room. Niles cried out, but persisted. Then he got angry. 1 more boot, he thought, and you've had it. West gave him the side of her foot, sending him under the bed, scoring another point. Niles watched from his dark space between the box spring and hardwood floor, his tail twitching. Niles waited until his owner had taken off shoes and socks. Then he shot out and bit the soft spot at the back of her heel, right behind the ankle bone. He knew this hurt because he'd tested it before. His owner chased him around the house for 10 minutes, and he ran with sincerity because he recognized true homicidal rage when he saw it. Niles returned to the bed and stayed under it until his owner got tired and wanted to sleep. Sneaking out, Niles returned to the kitchen. He curled up on the sill, where his kind and loving king kept watch over him during dark, lonely nights. Morning came and brought rain. The unfriendly alarm clock buzzed loudly and stung West awake. She groaned, lying in bed, refusing to get up as heavy drops of water drummed the roof. This was perfect sleeping weather. Why should she get up? Memories of Brazil and his stranded BMW, of Niles and his outrageous behavior last night, depressed and excited her at the same time. This made no sense. She pulled the covers up around her chin, and images came, disturbing ones somehow relating to whatever she had dreamt. When she was absolutely still, she could almost feel Brazil's hands and mouth all over her. She was horrified and stayed in bed for quite some time. Niles, having free rein of the house for a bit, had crept into the laundry room. He was interested in the big white box with wet clothes in it. On top were several folded bills and some change. He jumped up, having yet another idea of how to pass along King Usbisi's message to Niles's owner. Of course, Niles knew with joy that his owner could do something about the king's endangerment. She could act on it, roar in wearing her important suit with all its leather and metal and dangerous toys. That's what this was all about, Niles was convinced. The king had spoken to him and wanted him to pass along the information to his owner. She in turn would alert other fierce leaders. The troops would be called, the king and all Usbisians saved. Niles spent a difficult 5 minutes flipping open the cover on top of the washing machine. He dipped in a paw and pulled out a small, wet article of clothing. He grabbed a folded $5 bill in his mouth and jumped back down, excited, knowing his owner would be so pleased. She wasn't. His owner did not seem the least bit thrilled to see Niles, and sat up in a rage when her face was draped with a pair of wet panties that had been dragged across the house. She stared at the panties and the $5 bill on her chest, and a chill settled over her. "Wait a minute," she said to Niles, who was fleeing. "Come back. Really?" Niles stopped and looked at her, thinking, his tail twitching. He didn't trust her. "Okay." "Truce," West promised. "Something's up. This isn't just your acting kooky, is it? Come here and tell me." Niles knew her tone was honest and maybe even a little contrite. He walked across the bedroom and hopped 3 feet up to the bed like it was nothing. He sat staring at her as she began to pet him. "You brought me a pair of panties and money," she said. "Mean something?" His tail twitched, but not enthusiastically. "Has to do with panties?" His tail went still. "Underwear?" No response. "Sex?" He didn't budge. "Shit," she muttered. "What else?" "Well, let me retrace this thing, work it like a crime scene. You went to the washing machine, opened the lid, fished this out. It's wet and not been in the dryer yet. So what exactly did you intend to fetch and then bring to me? Clothes?" Niles was getting bored. "Of course not," West reprimanded herself. Niles could get clothes from anywhere, the chair, the floor. He had gone to a lot of trouble for one pair of panties. "You went into the laundry," she said. Niles twitched. Getting warm. "Laundry, is that it?" Niles went crazy, twitching and nuzzling her hand. West next started on the $5 bill. It took only 2 tries to affirm that money was the operative word. "Laundry money," West muttered, mystified. Niles could help her no further and believed he had carried out his assignment. He jumped off the bed and returned to the kitchen, where water washed out the king's morning greeting to his faithful subject. Niles was disappointed, and West was late. She dashed out the door, then dashed back in again, having forgotten the most important item, the little box she disconnected from her own telephone. She sped along East Boulevard to South Boulevard and turned off on Woodlawn. Brazil was wearing a windbreaker with a hood and waiting in the parking lot because he did not want her to see his small place with nothing in it. "Hi," he said, getting in. "Sorry I'm late." She could not look at him. "My cat's lost his mind." This was certainly starting off well, Brazil dismally realized. He was thinking about her, and she was thinking about her cat. "What's wrong with him?" Brazil asked. West pulled out of the parking lot as rain sprinkled. Her tires swished over wet streets. Brazil was acting as if nothing had happened. It just went to corroborate her belief that all males were the same. She supposed that his foray through her private possessions was no different than flipping through a magazine full of naked women. A thrill, a passing turn-on like a vibrating motorcycle seat, or the right person sitting in your lap when the car was packed with too many passengers. "He's just crazy, that's all," West said. "Stares out the window all the time, drags things out of my washing machine, bites me, makes weird yowling noises." "This is new and different behavior?" asked Brazil, the psychologist. "Oh, yeah." "What kind of yowling sounds?" Brazil went on. "He goes, yowl, yowl, yowl. Then he's quiet and does the same thing again. Always 3 syllables. "Sounds to me like Niles is trying to give you information and you're not listening. Quite possibly he's pointing out something right under your nose, but either you're caught up in other preoccupations or you don't want to hear it." Brazil enjoyed making this point. "Since when are you a cat shrink?" West glanced at him, experiencing that same giddy sensation again, a wiggling in her bowels, as if tadpoles had hatched somewhere down there. Brazil shrugged. "It's all about human nature, animal nature, whatever you want to call it. If we take the time to try and look at reality from someone else's perspective, try a little compassion, it can make a difference." "Gag," West said as she flew right by the Sunset East exit. "You just passed the truck stop. And what do you mean, gag?" "You sure got your lines down pat, don't you, boy?" She laughed in a not-so-nice way. "I'm not a boy, in case you haven't realized," he said. And he realized for the first time, to his shock, that Virginia West was scared. "I'm a legal adult, and I don't deliver lines. You must have met a lot of bad people in life." This honestly amused her. She started laughing as rain fell harder. She turned on wipers and her radio while Brazil watched her, a smile playing on his lips, although he was clueless as to what he had said to amuse her so. "Met a lot of bad people," she sputtered, almost helpless. "What do I do for a living, for Christ's sake? Work in a bakery? Serve ice cream cones? Arrange flowers?" More peals of laughter. "I didn't mean just what you do for a living," Brazil said. "The bad people you meet in policing aren't the ones who really hurt you. It's people off the job. You know, friends and family." "Yeah, you're right." She sobered up fast. "I do know. And guess what?" She shot him a glance. "You don't. You don't know the first thing about me and all the shits I've come across when least expecting it." "Which is why you're not married or close to anyone," he said. "Which is why we're changing the subject. And you're one to talk, by the way." She turned the radio up loud as rain beat the top of her personal car. Hammer was watching the rain out the window of her husband's room in SICU, while Randy and Jude sat stiffly in chairs by the bed, staring at monitors, watching every fluctuation in pulse and oxygen intake. The stench got worse every hour, and Seth's moments of consciousness were like weightless airborne seeds that seemed neither to go anywhere nor to land. He drifted, and his family could not tell whether he had any awareness of their presence and devotion. For his sons this was especially bitter. This was more of the same. Their father did not acknowledge them. Rain streaked glass and turned the world gray and watery as Hammer stood in the same position she had maintained for most of the morning. Arms crossed, she leaned her forehead against the window, sometimes thinking, sometimes not, and praying. Her divine communications were not entirely for her husband. Hammer was more worried about herself, in truth. She knew she had reached a crossroads, and something new was meant for her, something more demanding that she might never do with Seth weighing her down, as he had all these years. Her children were gone. She would be alone soon. She needed no specialist to tell her this as she watched the continuing ravenous ingestion of her husband's body. "Whatever you want, I'll do," she told the Almighty. "I don't care what. Why does it matter, really, anyway? Certainly I'm not much of a wife. I would be the first to confess that I haven't been much in that department. Probably not been much of a mother, either. So I'd like to make it up to everyone out there, okay? Just tell me what." The Almighty, who actually spent more time with Hammer and was more related to her than she knew, was pleased to hear her say this, for the Almighty had a rather big plan in store for this special recruit. Not now, but later, when it was time. Hammer would see. It was going to prove rather astonishing if the Almighty didn't say so its almighty self. As this exchange went on, Randy and Jude fixed their eyes on their mother for the first time that day, it seemed. They saw her head against the glass, and how still she had gotten for one who generally never stopped pacing. Overwhelmed with the profound love and respect they felt for her, they both got up at once. They came up from behind, and arms went around her. "It's okay, Mom," Randy sweetly said. "We're here," promised Jude. "I wish I could have grown up into some big-shot lawyer or doctor or banker or something so you'd know you were going to be taken care of." "Me too," Randy sadly agreed. "But if you're not too ashamed of us, we'll at least be your best friends, okay?" Hammer dissolved into tears. The three of them hugged, as Seth's heart slowed because it could not go on, or perhaps because some part of Seth Bridges knew it was okay for him to leave just now. He coded at 11 minutes past 11, and the cart and team could bring him back no more. Chapter 24. West had missed the Sunset East exit deliberately. Retrieving Brazil's BMW was not what she intended to take care of first. It was 11:15, and most of the world sat in church and wished the minister would hurry up and end the sermon. West was deep inside her preoccupations. She felt a terrible heaviness that she could not explain and wanted to cry, which she blamed on the time of the month, which, of course, had passed. "You all right?" Brazil felt her mood. "I don't know," she said, depressed. "You seem really down," he said. "It's weird." She checked her speed, glancing around for sneaky state troopers. "It just hit me all of a sudden, this really bad feeling, as if something is horribly wrong." "That happens to me sometimes, too," Brazil confessed. "It's like you pick up on something from somewhere. You know what I mean?" She knew exactly what he meant, but not why she should know it. West had never considered herself the most intuitive person in the world. "I used to get that way about my mom a lot," he went on. "I would know before I walked in the house that she was not in good shape." "What about now?" West was curious about all this and not certain she knew what was happening to her. She used to be very pragmatic and in control. Now she was picking up extraterrestrial signals and discussing them with a 22-year-old reporter she had just made out with in a police car. "My mother's never in good shape now." Brazil's voice got hard. "I don't want to sense much about her anymore." "Well, let me tell you a word or two, Andy Brazil," said West, who did know about a few things in life. "I don't care if you've moved out of her house. You can't erase her from the blackboard of your existence, you know." West got out a cigarette. "You've got to deal with her, and if you don't, you're going to be messed up the rest of your life." "Oh, good. She messed up all my life so far, and now she's going to mess up the rest of it." He stared out his window. "The only person who has the power to mess up your life is you. And guess what?" West blew out smoke. "You've done a damn good job with your life so far, if you ask me." He was silent, thinking about Webb, the memory of what had happened washing over him like icy water. Why, exactly, are we going to my house? Brazil finally got around to asking that. You get too many hang-ups, West replied. You want to tell me how come? Some pervert, Brazil muttered. Who? West didn't like to hear this. How the hell do I know? The subject bored and annoyed him. Some gay guy? A woman, I think, said Brazil. I don't know if she's gay. When did they begin? West was getting angry. Don't know. His heart constricted as they pulled into the driveway of his mother's home and parked behind the old Cadillac. About the time I started at the paper, he quietly said. West looked at him, touched by the sadness in his eyes as he looked out at a dump he called home and tried not to think of the terrible truths it held. Andy, West said, what does your mother think right now? Does she know you've moved out? I left a note, he answered. She wasn't awake when I was packing. By now, West had ascertained that awake was a code word for reasonably sober. Have you talked to her since? He opened his door. West gathered the caller ID system from the back seat and followed him inside the house. They found Mrs. Brazil in the kitchen, shakily spreading peanut butter on Ritz crackers. She had heard them drive up, and this had given her time to mobilize her defenses. Mrs. Brazil did not speak to either one of them. Hello, West said. How you doing, Mom? Brazil tried to hug her, but his mother wanted none of it and waved him off with the knife. Brazil noticed that the knob had been removed from his bedroom door, and he looked at West and smiled a little. I forgot about you and your tools, he said. I'm sorry. I should have put it back on. She looked around as if there might be a screwdriver somewhere. Don't worry about it. They walked inside his bedroom. She took off her raincoat, hesitating, looking around as if she had never been here before. She was disturbed by his presence in this intimate corner of his life, where he had been a boy, had turned into a man and dreamed. Another hot flash was coming on, her face turning red as she plugged the caller ID system into his phone. Obviously, this won't help when you get your new phone number at your apartment, she explained. But what's more important is who's been calling this number. She straightened up, her work complete. Does anybody besides your mother and me know you've moved? No, he replied, his eyes on her. There had never been a woman in his room before, excluding his mother. Brazil glanced about, hoping there was nothing here that might embarrass him or reveal something to her that he did not want her to know. She was looking around, too, neither of them in a hurry to leave. You've got a lot of trophies, she remarked. Brazil shrugged, moving closer to crowded shelves he paid no mind to anymore. He pointed out especially significant awards and explained what they were. He gave her a few highlights of dramatic matches, and for a while they sat on his bed as he reminisced about days from his youth that he had lived with no audience, really, but strangers. He told her about his father, and she gave him her own vague recollection of Drew Brazil. I only knew who he was, that was about it, she said. Back then I was pretty green, too, just a beat cop hoping to make sergeant. I remember all the women thought he was good-looking. She smiled. There was a lot of talk about that, and that he seemed nice. He was nice, Brazil told her. I guess in some ways he was old-fashioned, but that was the time he lived in. He picked at his fingernails, his head bent. He was crazy about my mother, but she's always been spoiled. She grew up that way. I've always thought the biggest reason she couldn't deal with his death is she lost the person who doted on her the most and took care of her. You don't think she loved him? West was curious, and she was very aware of how close they were sitting on his bed. She was glad the door was partially open, the knob off. My mother doesn't know how to love anybody, including herself. Brazil was watching her. She could feel his eyes like heat. Thunder and lightning played war outside the window as rain came down hard. She looked at him, too, and wondered if life would ruin his sweetness as he got older. She felt sure it would, and got up from the bed. What you've got to do is call the phone company first thing in the morning, she advised them. Tell them you want caller ID. This little box won't do you a bit of good until they give you that service, okay?" He watched her, saying nothing at first. Then it occurred to him, "Is it expensive?" "You can manage it." "Who's been hitting on you at work?" she wanted to know as she moved closer to the door. "Axel, a couple women back in composing." He shrugged. "I don't know. Don't notice." He shrugged again. "Anybody able to get into your computer basket?" she said as more thunder cracked. "I don't see how." West looked at his PC. "I'm going to move that to my apartment. I didn't have room in my car the other day," he volunteered. "Maybe you could write your next story on it," she said. Brazil continued to watch her. He lay back on the bed, hands behind his head. "Wouldn't do any good," he said. "Still has to go into the newspaper computer one way or another." "What if you changed your password?" she asked, slipping her hands in her pockets and leaning against the wall. "We already did." Lightning flashed, rain and wind ripping through trees. "We?" West said. Brenda Bond was sitting at her keyboard in her room of mainframes, working on Sunday because what else did she have to do? There was little life held for her. She wore prescription glasses in expensive black Moto frames because Tommy Axel looked good in his. She imitated him in other ways as well, since the music critic looked like Matt Dillon and was clearly cool. Systems analyst Bond was going through miles of printouts and was not pleased by whatever she was finding. The general architecture of the newspaper's computerized mail system simply had to be reconfigured. What she wanted was plain and not so much to ask, and she was tired of trying to convince Panessa through presentations that the publisher obviously never even bothered to look at. Bond's basic argument was this. When a user sent a mail message for the UA to relay to the local MTA, the MTA then routed the message to the next MTA, which then routed it to the next MTA and the next, until the message reached the final MTA on the destination system. With a magic marker, Brenda Bond had vividly depicted this in Figure 5.1, with colorful dashed lines and arrows showing possible communication paths between MTAs and UAs. Bond's ruminations crystallized, and she stopped what she was doing. She was startled and confused as Deputy Chief Virginia West, in uniform, suddenly walked in at 3:15. West could see that Bond was a cowardly little worm, middle-aged, and exactly fitting the profile of people who set fires, sent bombs by mail, tampered with products like painkillers and eye drops, and harassed others with hate notes and anonymous ugly calls over the telephone. West pulled up a chair and turned it backward, straddling it, arms resting on the back of it like a guy. "You know, it's interesting," West thoughtfully began. "Most people assume that if they use a cellular phone, the calls can't be traced. What they don't realize is calls come back to a tower. These towers cover sectors that are only a mile square." Bond was beginning to tremble, the bluff working. "A certain young male reporter has been getting obscene phone calls," West went on. "And guess what?" She paused pointedly. "They come back to the same sector you live in, Ms. Bond." I, Bond stammered, visions of jail dancing through her head. "But it's breaking into his computer basket that bothers me." West's voice got harder, police leather creaking as she shifted in the chair. "Now that's a crime. Leaking his stories to Channel 3. Imagine! It would be like someone stealing your programs and selling them to the competition." "No," Bond blurted. "No, I never sold anything." "So you gave stories to Webb?" "No," Bond panicked. "I never talked to him. I was just helping the police." For an instant, West was quiet. She wasn't expecting this. "What police?" she asked. "Deputy Chief Good told me to," Bond confessed, all out of fright. "She said it was part of an undercover departmental operation." The chair scraped as West got up. It was when she called Hammer's home that she learned the terrible news about Seth and felt sick. "Oh, my God," West said to Jude, who had answered the phone. "I had no idea. I don't want to bother her. Is there anything at all I can do?" Hammer took the phone away from her caretaking son. "Jude, it's all right," she said to him, patting his shoulder. "Virginia?" she said. Good was watching a videotape of True Lies and relaxing on the couch with her gas fire lit and the air conditioning on high, waiting for Webb to call. He had promised to sneak by before the 6 o'clock news, and she was getting anxious. If he didn't show up within minutes, there wouldn't be time to do or say a thing. When the phone rang, she snatched it up as if all in life depended on whomever it was. Good was not expecting Chief Hammer. Good was not expecting Hammer to somberly tell her that Seth had died and she, the boss, would see Good in Good's office at 4:30 sharp. Good jumped off the couch, energized and euphoric. This could mean but one thing. Hammer was taking a long leave to get her pathetic affairs in order, and she was naming Good acting chief. Hammer had quite another scenario in mind for Deputy Chief Jeannie Good. Although those around Hammer did not entirely understand how she could think of work at a time like this, in fact nothing could have been more therapeutic. Her mind cleared. She woke up, anger a blue flame burning through her veins. She felt she could vaporize someone just by looking at him as she dressed in gray polished cotton slacks and blazer, a gray silk blouse and pearls. She worked on her hair and sprayed a light mist of Hermes on her wrists. Chief Judy Hammer went out to her midnight blue police car and flicked on wipers to slough out leaves knocked down by rain. She backed out of her drive and turned onto Pine Street as sun broke through moiling clouds. A lump formed in her throat and she swallowed hard. Tears burned her eyes, and she blinked and took a deep breath as she saw her street and the world around it for the first time without him. Nothing looked different, but it was. Oh, it was. She took deep breaths as she drove, and her heart felt bruised while her blood roared for righteous revenge. Good could not have picked a worse time to pull such a stunt and get caught. Of this, Hammer was certain. Good was filled with confidence and self-importance, and she didn't see any point in putting on her uniform or a suit that might have suggested respect and consideration for her troubled leader. Instead, Good drove back downtown, dressed in the short khaki skirt and T-shirt she had been in all day, waiting for Webb, who was busy working in the yard, his wife keeping a close eye on him these days. Good parked her Miata in her assigned spot and was more arrogant than usual to all she met as she took the elevator to the 3rd floor, where her fine office was just around the corner from the suite that soon would be hers. She shut her door and began her usual routine of dialing Webb's number and hanging up if someone other than the handsome news reporter answered. Good enjoyed a feature on her police line that scrambled signals and rendered caller ID useless. She was hanging up on Webb's wife when Good's door suddenly flew open. Chief Hammer walked in, about to live up to her name. Good's first reaction was how sharp her boss looked in gray. Good's second and final reaction was that Hammer did not seem to be in mourning as she strode to the desk and snatched up Good's brass nameplate. "You're fired," Hammer said, in a voice not to be questioned. "I want your badge and gun. Your desk gets cleared out now. Let me help you start." Hammer threw the nameplate into the trash. She turned without another glance and walked out. Hammer was fury traveling down the corridors of her department, yet she was forthcoming in nods and salutations to troops she passed. Word was already out on the radio about her husband, and members of the Charlotte Police Department were overwhelmed with sorrow and newfound respect for their leader. Throughout it all, she was here, damn it, and she wasn't going to let them down. When a sergeant saw Good sneaking out to her car with her office crammed in bags and boxes, there was rejoicing throughout Adam, Baker, Charlie, and David response areas, and investigations and support. Cops high-fived and low-tenned in the parking deck and the roll call room. The duty captain lit a rum crook cigar in his non-smoking office. Brazil got the Good word by pager as he was out in the parking lot changing the oil in his car. He went inside and dialed West's home number. "Bond won't be bothering you anymore." West tried to be cool, but she was intensely proud of herself. "Good won't be getting your stories from the little shit and leaking them to Webb." Brazil was shocked and ecstatic. "No way!" "Oh yeah, it's done. Hammer's fired good and Bond is in a state of paralysis." Bond was making those calls? To Brazil, this seemed incongruous. Yup. He was oddly disappointed that it wasn't someone more dynamic and attractive thinking such thoughts about him. West sensed this and told him, "You aren't looking at this the right way." "Looking at what?" He played dumb. "Andy, I see this kind of thing all the time. Doesn't matter whether it's a man or woman doing it, except that women aren't likely to expose themselves to you, so at least you can be grateful for that," she explained. "This sort of thing is not about sex or being attracted to someone in the normal sense of things. It's all about control and power, about degrading, a form of violence, really." "I know that," he said. He still wished his verbal assailant had been someone halfway pretty, and he couldn't help but wonder what it was about him that prompted people like the creep at the car wash and now Brenda Bond to select him. Why? Did he send out signals that made them think they could take advantage of him? He bet that no one dared do such a thing to West or Hammer. "Gotta go," West said, leaving Brazil disappointed and irritable. He got back to changing his oil, in a hurry to finish now. He had an idea. West had one, too. She called Raines, and this definitely was unexpected and abnormal. West never called him or anyone, except Brazil, as all around her knew and accepted as fact. Raines had the night off and was looking forward to watching a just-released sports bloopers video he had acquired over the weekend. West was thinking about pizza. They decided they probably could collaborate on this quite nicely, and he headed over to her house in his rebuilt, fully loaded, black-on-black '73 Corvette Stingray, with headers, tinted glass top, and window sticker. West usually could hear him coming. Brazil thought he should come up with a way of showing his appreciation to West for resolving his life's crisis. He also imagined the two of them celebrating, and why not? This was a big day for both of them. She had rid him of Bond and Webb, and she and the entire police department were free of good. Brazil sped to the nearest hop-in and picked up the nicest bottle of wine he could find in the glass cooler, a Dry Creek Vineyard 1992 Fumé Blanc, for $9.49. She would be surprised and pleased, and maybe he could pet Niles for a while. Maybe Brazil could spend a little more time inside West's house and learn something more about her. Maybe she would invite him to watch TV with her or listen to music, the two of them sipping wine in her living room, talking and telling stories about their early years and dreams. Brazil drove toward Dilworth, overflowing with happiness that his problems had cleared up and he had a friend like her. He thought about his mother, wondering how she was doing, and was pleased that she didn't seem to get him down so much anymore. He didn't seem to feel that her choices were because of what he did or did not do for her. Lights were out, the TV on in West's living room. She and Raines were on the couch, eating a Pizza Hut triple-decker. Raines was perched on the edge of his cushion, drinking a Coors Light, and crazed over his new videotape. Without a doubt it was the best yet, and he wished West would let him watch it undistracted. She was all over him, kissing, nibbling, running her fingers through his thick, curly black hair. She was getting on his nerves, really, and acting out of character in general. "What the hell's gotten into you?" he absently said. He tried to look around her as he twirled her hair with the creative enthusiasm of Niles needing the rug. "Yes! Yes! What a dunk! Rip that backboard down. Oh, shit! Ah, look at that! Christ! Right into the pole! Oh, man!" Raines sat back down. The next 5 minutes was ice hockey. The goalie got a stick between his legs. A puck ricocheted off 2 face masks and hit a referee in the mouth. Raines was going wild. There was nothing he liked better than sports and injuries, especially if the two went together. With each tragedy he imagined rushing in with his medical kit and stretcher, Raines to the rescue. West was unbuttoning her blouse. She threw herself on top of him, devouring his mouth and desperate. Raines put down his pizza. Hormones again? He'd never seen her this frustrated. "I don't know." She worked on more buttons and hooks. They seriously made out on the couch while Niles remained in his sanctuary above the ear, detecting another engine sound. This one a pleasant, deep purring that he recognized. It was Piano Man, the nice one who played his fingers over Niles's spine and ribs and right behind his ears until Niles fell over from sheer pleasure, rattling window panes. Niles got up and stretched, excited that Piano Man seemed to be slowing behind the house, where he had parked in the past, on the few times he had stopped by for one reason or another. West and Raines were not in a good space when the doorbell rang. By now, Raines was completely focused on what he was doing and was within minutes, at most, of victory. It was quite inconvenient and inconsiderate for someone to dare and drop by unannounced. Raines experienced an intense wave of homicidal rage as he withdrew to his end of the couch, sweating and out of breath. "Goddamn son of a bitch!" he furiously blurted. "I'll get it," West said. She got up, pulling, zipping, and buttoning as she walked, and combed her fingers through her hair. She was a mess, and as the bell rang again she hoped it wasn't Mrs. Grabman from 2 doors down. Mrs. Grabman was a nice enough old woman, but she tended to drop by every weekend West was home, usually offering vegetables from her garden as an excuse to meddle and complain about someone suspicious in the neighborhood. West already had a long row of ripening tomatoes on the counter and 2 drawers full of okra, green beans, squash, and zucchini in the refrigerator. Safety-conscious West, who had never gotten around to installing a burglar alarm, yelled through the door, "Who is it?" "It's me," Brazil said. From the bottom of the steps, where he waited with wine, he was excited and clueless. He assumed the old black Corvette on the street belonged to a neighborhood kid. It had never occurred to him that Denny Raines might drive anything besides an ambulance. West opened the door and Brazil lit up at the sight of her. He offered her the bottle of wine in its brown paper bag. "I thought we should at least drink a toast," he started to say. West awkwardly took the wine from him, acutely conscious of his reaction to her tousled hair, to the red marks on her neck, and her blouse buttoned crooked. Brazil's smile faded as his eyes wandered around her crime scene. Raines appeared behind his woman and looked down the steps at Brazil. "Hey, what you know, sport?" Raines grinned at him. "Like your stories." Brazil ran back to his car as if someone were chasing him. "Andy!" West yelled after him. "Andy!" She hurried down the steps as his BMW roared off into the setting sun. Raines followed her back into her living room as she buttoned her blouse properly and nervously smoothed her hair. She set the wine on the table where she did not have to look at it and be reminded of who had brought it. "What the hell's his problem?" Raines wanted to know. "Temperamental writer," she muttered. Raines wasn't interested. He and West had several downs yet to go, and he tackled her from behind, grabbing, fondling, and working his tongue into her ear. The play was incomplete as she broke free, leaving him yards behind and taking the ball with her. "I'm tired," she snapped. Raines rolled his eyes. He'd had enough of her poor sportsmanship and penalty flags. "Fine," he told her, as he ejected his bloopers tape from the VCR. "Let me just ask you one thing, Virginia." He furiously strutted to the door, pausing long enough to fix smoldering eyes on hers. "When you're eating and the phone rings, what happens after you hang up? Do you go back to your meal, or do you forget that, too? Do you just quit because you had a tiny interruption?" "Depends on what I'm eating," West told him. Brazil's dinner was late and spent at Shark Finn's on Old Pineville Road at Bourbon Street. After roaring away from West's house, he had driven around, getting angrier by the moment. It had not been one of his wiser moves, perhaps, to stop by Tommy Axel's Fourth Ward condominium with its blush rose front door. Brazil noticed a number of men noticing him during his approach from the parking lot. Brazil wasn't especially friendly to them, or even to Axel. What Axel considered a first date and Brazil considered revenge began in Shark Finn's Jaws Raw Bar, where a mounted sailfish caught in a net protested with an open mouth and startled glass eyes. Wooden tables were uncovered, the plank floor unvarnished. There were faces carved on coconuts and curled starfish and stained glass. Brazil nursed a red-stripe beer and wondered if he might be going insane as he considered the senseless and impulsive behavior that had landed him here in this place at this moment. Axel was burning holes in him, living a fantasy, and fearful the vision would vanish if he looked away for even a second. Brazil was certain that other people slipping down raw oysters and getting drunk had figured out Axel's intentions and were miscalculating Brazil's. This was unfortunate, since most of the men drove pickup trucks and believed it was their higher calling to get women pregnant, own guns, and kill queers. "You come here a lot?" Brazil swirled beer in its dark brown bottle. "Whenever. You hungry?" Axel grinned, displaying his very nice white teeth. "Sort of," Brazil said. They got up and moved into the crab shack, which was no different than the raw bar, except there were captain's chairs at the tables, and the ceiling fans were working so hard they looked like they might take off. Jimmy Buffett was playing over intercoms. A candle and Tabasco sauce were on their table, which rocked, requiring Brazil to fix it with several packets of Sweet and Low. Axel started by ordering a shark attack with lots of Myers rum, and he convinced Brazil to try a rum runner, which had enough liquor in it to turn the lights out in half of Brazil's brain. As if Brazil were not in enough trouble already, Axel ordered a tin bucket filled with iced-down bottles of Rolling Rock beer. This was going to work just fine. The music critic was sure of it. Brazil was a puppy and could be trained. Axel was stunned to suspect that the guy might never have been drunk in his life. Incredible. What did he grow up in? A monastery? The Mormon Church? Brazil was wearing another pair of slightly too small jeans left over from high school days and a tennis team t-shirt. Axel tried not to think about what it might be like to get those clothes off. "Everything here's good," Axel said, without looking at the menu as he leaned into candlelight. "Conch fritters, crab cakes, po' boy sandwiches. I like the baskets and usually get fried scallops."
This book is continued on Disc 11. Disc 11.
"Everything here's good," Axel said, without looking at the menu as he leaned into candlelight. "Conch fritters, crab cakes, po' boy sandwiches. I like the baskets and usually get fried scallops." "Okay," Brazil said to both Axels sitting across from him. "I think you're trying to get me drunk." "No way," Axel said, signaling for the waitress. "You've hardly had a thing." "I don't usually. And I ran 8 miles this morning," Brazil pointed out. "Man," Axel said, "you're sheltered. Looks like I'm going to have to educate you a little, pull you along." "I don't think so." Brazil wanted to go home and hide in bed, alone. "I don't feel too good, Tommy." Axel was insistent that food would prove the cure, and what he said was true to a point. Brazil felt better after he threw up in the men's room. He switched to iced tea, waiting for his internal weather to clear. "I need to go," he said to an increasingly sullen Axel. "Not yet," Axel said, as if the decision was his to make. "Oh yes, I'm out of here," Brazil was politely insistent. "We haven't had a chance to talk," Axel told him. "About what? You know." "Do I have to guess?" Brazil was getting annoyed, his mind still in Dilworth, really. "You know," Axel said again, his eyes intense. "I just want to be friends," Brazil let him know. "That's all I want." Axel couldn't have agreed more. "I want us to get to know each other real well so we can be great friends." Brazil knew a line when he heard one. "You want to be better friends than I want to be, and you want to start right now. No matter what you claim, I know how it works, Tommy. What you're saying is insincere. If I told you this minute that I'd go home with you, you'd go for it like that." He snapped his fingers. "What's so wrong about it?" Axel liked the idea quite a lot, and wondered if it were remotely possible. See, a contradiction. That's not called being friends. That's called being laid, Brazil enlightened him. I'm not a piece of meat, nor do I care to be a one-night stand. Who said anything about one night? I'm a long-term kind of guy, Axel assured him. Brazil could not help but notice the two guys with bulging muscles and tattoos in greasy coveralls, drinking long-neck Budweisers, glaring at them as they eavesdropped. This didn't bode well, and Axel was so obsessed he wasn't picking up on the stubby fingers drumming the table and toothpicks agitating in mean mouths, and eyes cutting as plans were being made for the dark parking lot when the fags returned to their vehicle. "My feelings for you are very deep, Andy," Axel went on. "Frankly, I'm in love with you." He slumped back in his chair and dramatically threw his hands up in despair. "There, I've said it. Hate me if you want to. Shun me." "Puke," said Rizzo, whose visible tattoo was of a big-breasted naked woman named Tiny. "I gotta get some air," agreed his buddy, Buzz Shiflett. "Tommy, I think we should be smart and get out of here as fast as we can," Brazil suggested quietly and with authority. "I made a mistake, and I apologize, okay? I shouldn't have come over, and we shouldn't be here. I was in a mood and took it out on you. Now we're going to make tracks or die." "So you do hate me?" Axel was into his crushed "you have deeply wounded me" routine. "Then you stay here." Brazil stood. "I'm pulling your car up to the front porch, and you're going to jump in. Got it?" He thought of West again, and anger returned. Brazil was looking around, as if expecting a gunfight any moment and ready for one, but aware of his limitations. There were rednecks everywhere, all drinking beer, eating fried fish with tartar and cocktail sauces and ketchup. They were staring at Axel and Brazil. Axel saw the wisdom in Brazil getting the car by himself. "I'll pay the bill while you do that," Axel said. "Dinner's my treat." Brazil was completely cognizant of the fact that the two big boys in coveralls were this very second out in the poorly lit parking lot waiting for the two queers. Brazil wasn't especially concerned by their erroneous impression of him and the choices he made in life, but he was not interested in having the shit beat out of him. He thought fast and tracked down the hostess in the Raw Bar, where she was parked at a table, smoking and writing tomorrow's specials on a chalkboard. "Ma'am," he said to her, "I wonder if you could help me with a serious problem." She looked skeptically at him, her demeanor changing somewhat. Guys said similar words to her every night after they'd been through buckets of beer. The problem was always the same thing, and so easy to remedy if she didn't mind slipping off behind the restaurant for maybe 10 minutes and dropping her jeans. "What?" She continued writing, ignoring the jerk. "I need a pin," he said. "A what?" She looked up at him. "You mean something to write with?" "No, ma'am. I need a pin, a needle, and something to sterilize it with," he told her. "What for?" She frowned, opening her fat vinyl pocketbook. "A splinter." "Oh," now that she understood. "Don't you hate it when that happens? This place is full of 'em, too. Here you go, sugar." She fished out a small sewing kit in a clear plastic box that she'd gotten from the last hotel some rich guy took her to, and she slid out a needle. She handed him a bottle of nail polish remover. He dipped the needle in acetone and bravely retreated to the porch. Sure enough, the two thugs were prowling near cars, waiting. They lurched in his direction when they spotted him, and he quickly stabbed his left index finger with the needle. He stabbed his right index finger and thumb. Brazil squeezed out as much blood as he could and smeared it on his face, which he then held in his hands as if he were reeling. "Oh, God!" he moaned, staggering down steps. "Jesus!" He fell against the porch railing, groaning, holding his disgusting, gory face. "Shit!" Rizzo had gotten to him and was completely taken aback. "What the fuck happened to you?" "My cousin in there," Brazil weakly said. "You talking about that fag you was sitting with?" asked Shiflett. Brazil nodded. "Yeah, man. He's fucking got AIDS, and he threw up blood on me."
You believe that? Oh, God!"
He staggered down another step. Shiflett and Rizzo moved out of the way.
"It went in my eyes and mouth. You know what that means. Where's a hospital around here, man? I gotta get to the hospital. Could you drive me, please?"
Brazil staggered and almost stumbled into them. Shiflett and Rizzo ran. They leapt into their Nissan hard-body XE with its 4-foot-lift oversized tires that spun rocks. Chapter 25. The next night, Monday, Blair Mauney III was also enjoying an agreeable meal in the Queen City. The banker was dining at Morton's of Chicago, where he typically went when business called him to headquarters. He was a regular at the high-end steakhouse with stained-glass windows next to the Carolyn and across from First Presbyterian Church, which also had stained glass, only older and more spectacular, especially after dark when Mauney felt lonely and in the mood to prowl. Mauney needed no explanation from the pretty young waitress with her cart of raw meat and live lobster waving bound claws. He always ordered the New York strip, medium rare, a baked potato, butter only, and the chopped red onion and tomato salad with Morton's famous blue cheese dressing. This he downed with plenty of Jack Black on the rocks. Tomorrow he would have breakfast with Cahoon and the chairman of Corporate Risk Policy and the chairman of the Credit Corp, in addition to the chairman of U.S. Bank South, plus a couple of presidents. It was routine. They'd sit around a fancy table in Cahoon's fancy Mount Olympus office. There was no crisis or even good news that Mauney knew of, only more of the same, and his resentment peaked. The bank had been started by his forebears in 1874. It was Mauney who should be ensconced within the crown and have his black-and-white portrait regularly printed in the Wall Street Journal. Mauney loathed Cahoon, and whenever possible Mauney dropped poison pellets about his boss, spreading malicious gossip hinting at eccentricities, poor judgment, idiocy, and malignant motives for the good in the world Cahoon had done. Mauney requested a doggy bag, as he always did, because he never knew when he might get hungry later in his room at the luxurious Park Hotel near South Park Mall. He paid the $73.70 bill, leaving 2% less than his usual 15% tip, which he figured to the penny on a wafer-thin calculator he kept in his wallet. The waitress had been slow bringing his fourth drink, and being busy was no excuse. He returned to the sidewalk out front on West Trade Street, and the valets scurried as they always did. Mauney climbed into his rental black Lincoln Continental and decided he really was not in the mood to return to his hotel just yet. He briefly thought of his wife and her endless surgeries and other medical hobbies as he catalogued them. What he spent on her in a year was a shock, and not one stitch of it had improved her, really. She was a mannequin who cooked and made the rounds at cocktail parties. Buried somewhere deep in Mauney's corporate mind were memories of Polly at Sweetbriar, when a carload of Mauney's pals showed up for a dance one Saturday night in May. She was precious in a blue dress and wanted nothing to do with him. The spell was cast. He had to have her that moment. Still, Polly was busy, hard to find, and cared not. He started calling twice a day. He showed up on campus, hopelessly smitten. Of course, she knew exactly what she was doing. Polly had been mentored thoroughly at home, at boarding school, and now at this fine women's college. She knew how men were if a girl acknowledged their attentions. Polly knew how to play hard to get. Polly knew that Mauney had a pedigree and portfolio that she had been promised since childhood, because it was her destiny and her entitlement. They were married 14 months after their first meeting, or exactly 2 weeks after Polly graduated cum laude with a degree in English, which, according to her proud new husband, would make her unusually skilled in penning invitations and thank-you notes. Mauney could not pinpoint precisely when his wife's many physical complications began. It seemed she was playing tennis, still peppy and enjoying the good fortune he made possible for her, until after their second child was born. Women. Mauney would never figure them out. He found 5th Street and began cruising, as he often did when deep in thought. He began getting excited as he looked out at the nightlife and thought about his trip tomorrow afternoon. His wife thought he would be in Charlotte for 3 days. Cahoon and company believed Mauney was returning to Asheville after breakfast. All were wrong. While family traveled from the distant airports of Los Angeles and New York, the bereft chief and her sons went through closets and dresser drawers, carrying out the painful task of dividing and disposing of Seth's clothing and other personal effects. Hammer could not look at her late husband's bed, where the nightmare had begun as he got drunk and fantasized about what he could do to really hurt her this time. "Well, you did it, Seth. You figured it out," Hammer thought. She folded extra large shirts, shorts, underwear, socks, and placed them in paper bags for the Salvation Army. They made no decision about Seth's valuables, such as his 4 different Rolex watches, the wedding band that had not fit him in more than 10 years, the collection of gold railroad watches that had belonged to his grandfather, his Jaguar, not to mention his stocks and his cash. Hammer cared nothing about any of it, and frankly expected him to zing her one last time in his will. She had never been materialistic and wasn't about to begin now. "I don't know the details about any of his affairs," she said to her sons, who cared nothing about them either. "That figures," said Jude, as he removed another suit from a hanger and began folding it. "You would think he might have discussed his will with you, Mom. Part of it is my fault." She closed a drawer, wondering how she could have endured this activity alone. "I never asked." "You shouldn't have to ask," Jude resentfully said. "Part of the whole point of living with someone is you share important things with each other, you know. Like in your case, so you could maybe plan for your future in the event something happened to him, which was a good possibility with his rotten health." "I've planned for my own future." Hammer looked around the room, knowing that every molecule within it would have to go. "I don't do so badly on my own." Randy was younger and angrier. As far as he was concerned, his father had been selfish and neurotic because he was spoiled, and made no effort to think about others beyond what function they might have served in his wasteful, rapacious existence. Randy especially seethed over the way his mother had been treated. She deserved someone who admired and loved her for all her goodness and courage. He went over and wrapped his arms around her as she folded a Key West shirt she remembered Seth buying on one of their few vacations. "Don't." She gently pushed her son away, tears filling her eyes. "Why don't you come stay with us in L.A. for a while?" he gently said, holding on to her anyway. She shook her head, returning to the business at hand, determined to get every reminder of Seth out of this house as fast as she could, that she might get on with life. "The best thing for me is to work," she said, "and there are problems I need to resolve." "There are always problems, Mom," Jude said. "We'd love it if you came to New York." "You know anything about this Phi Beta Kappa key on a chain?" Randy held it up. "It was inside the Bible in the back of this drawer." Hammer looked at the necklace as if she had been struck. The key was hers from Boston University, where she had enjoyed 4 very stimulating years and graduated near the top of her class with a double major in criminal justice and history, for she believed that the two were inexorably linked. Hammer had grown up with no special privileges or promise that she would amount to much, since she was a girl amid 4 brothers, in a household with little money, and a mother who did not approve of a daughter thinking the dangerous thoughts hers did. Judy Hammer's Phi Beta Kappa key had been a triumph, and she had given it to Seth when they had gotten engaged. He wore it for a long time, until he began to get fat and hateful. "He told me he lost it," Hammer quietly said as the telephone rang. West felt terrible about bothering her chief again. West apologized on the cellular phone inside her police car as she sped downtown. Other units and an ambulance roared to the heart of 5 Points, where another man from out of town had been brutally slain. "Oh, Lord," Hammer breathed, shutting her eyes. "Where?" "I can pick you up," West said over the line. No, Hammer said. "Just tell me where." "Cedar Street past the stadium," West said as she shot through a yellow light. "The abandoned buildings around there. Near the welding supply company." You'll see us." Hammer grabbed her keys from the table by the door. She headed out, not bothering to change out of her gray suit and pearls. Brazil had been driving around in a funk when he'd heard the call on the scanner. He got there fast, and now was standing beyond crime scene tape, restless in jeans and T-shirt, frustrated because no one would let him in. Cops were treating him as if he were a reporter no different than others out foraging, and he didn't understand it. Didn't they remember him in uniform, out with them night after night, and in foot pursuits and fights? West rolled up seconds before Hammer did, and the two women made their way to the overgrown area where a black Lincoln Continental was haphazardly parked far off Cedar and First Streets near a dumpster. The welding company was a looming Gothic silhouette with dark windows. Police lights strobed, and in the far distance a siren wailed as misfortune struck in another part of the city. A Norfolk Southern train loudly lumbered past on nearby tracks, the engineer staring out at disaster. Typically, the car was rented and the driver's door was open, the interior bell dinging and headlights burning. Police were searching the area, flash guns going off and video cameras rolling. Brazil spotted West and Hammer coming through, reporters moiling around them and getting nothing but invisible walls. Brazil stared at West until she saw him, but she gave him no acknowledgement. She did not seem inclined to include him. It was as if they had never met, and her indifference ran through him like a bayonet. Hammer did not seem aware of him either. Brazil stared after them, convinced of a betrayal. The two women were busy and overwrought. "We're sure," Hammer was saying to West. "Yes, it's like the others," West grimly said as their strides carried them beyond tape and deeper inside the scene. "No question in my mind. M.O. identical." Hammer took a deep breath, her face pained and outraged as she looked at the car, then at the activity in a thicket where Dr. Odom was on his knees working. From where Hammer stood, she could see the medical examiner's bloody gloves glistening in lights set up around the perimeter. She looked up as the Channel 3 news helicopter thudded overhead, hovering, its camera securing footage for the 11 o'clock news. Broken glass clinked under feet as the two women moved closer, and Dr. Odom palpated the victim's destroyed head. The man had on a dark blue Ralph Lauren suit, a white shirt missing its cufflinks, and a Countess Mara tie. He had graying curly hair and a tan face that might have been attractive, but now it was hard to tell. Hammer saw no jewelry, but guessed that whatever this man had owned wasn't cheap. She knew money when she saw it. "Do we have an ID?" Hammer asked Dr. Odom. "Blair Mauney III, 45 years old, from Asheville," he replied, photographing the hateful blaze-orange hourglass spray-painted over the victim's genitals. Dr. Odom looked up at Hammer for a moment. "How many more?" he asked in a hard tone, as if blaming her. "What about cartridge cases?" West asked. Detective Brewster was squatting, interested in trash scattered through briars. "3 so far," he answered his boss. "Looks like the same thing." "Christ," said Dr. Odom. By now, Dr. Odom was seriously projecting. He continually imagined himself in strange cities at meetings, driving around, maybe lost. He thought of suddenly being yanked out of his car and led to a place like this by a monster who would blow his head off for a watch, a wallet, a ring. Dr. Odom could read the fear the victims had felt as they begged not to die, that huge .45 pointed and ready to fire. Dr. Odom was certain that the soiled undershorts consistent in each case was not post-mortem. No goddamn way. The slain businessmen didn't lose control of bowels and bladder as life fled and bled from them. The guys were terrified, trembling violently, pupils dilated, digestions shutting down as blood rushed to extremities for a fight or flight that would never happen. Dr. Odom's pulse pounded in his neck as he unfolded another body bag. West carefully scanned the interior of the Lincoln as the alert dinged that the driver's door was ajar and the lights were on. She noted the Morton's doggy bag and the contents of the briefcase and an overnight bag that had been dumped out and rummaged through in back. U.S. Bank business cards were scattered over the carpet, and she leaned close and read the name Blair Mauney III, the same name on the driver's license Detective Brewster had shown her. West pulled plastic gloves out of her back pocket. She worked them on, so consumed by what she was doing that she was unaware of anyone around her or the tow truck that was slowly rolling up to haul the Lincoln to the police department for processing. West had not worked crime scenes in years, but she'd been good at it once. She was meticulous, tireless, and intuitive, and right now she was getting a weird feeling as she looked at the clutter left by the killer. She lifted a U.S. air ticket by a corner, opening it on the car seat, touching as little of it as possible as her misgivings grew. Mauney had flown to Charlotte from Asheville today, arriving at Charlotte Douglas International Airport at 5:30 p.m. The return for tomorrow afternoon was not back to Asheville, but to Miami, and from there Mauney was flying to Grand Cayman in the West Indies. West carefully flipped through more tickets, her heart picking up, adrenaline coursing. He was scheduled to fly out of Grand Cayman on Wednesday and stop over in Miami for 6 hours. Then he would return to Charlotte and finally to Asheville. There were more disturbing signs that were likely unrelated to Mauney's murder, but pointed to other crime possibly surrounding his life. This was always the bitter irony in such cases, she couldn't help but think. Death ratted on people who were closet drug abusers, drunks, or having affairs with one and or the other sex, or those who liked to whip or be whipped, or to string themselves up by pulleys and nooses and masturbate. Human creativity was endless, and West had seen it all. She'd gotten out a ballpoint pen and was using it to turn pages of other paperwork. Though her forte was not cash and equivalents, treasury and agency securities, derivatives, investment banking, commercial and corporate banking, West knew enough to get a sense of what Mauney might have been intending on his travels. In the first place, he had an alias, Jack Morgan, whose picture IDs on passport and driver's license showed Mauney's face. There were a total of 8 credit cards and 2 checkbooks in the names of Mauney and Morgan. Both men seemed to have a keen interest in real estate, specifically a number of hotels along Miami Beach. It appeared to West that Mauney was prepared to invest some $100 million in these old pastel dumps. Why? Who the hell went to Miami Beach these days? West flipped through more paperwork, perspiring in the humid heat. Why was Mauney planning to drop by Grand Cayman, the money-laundering capital of the world? My God, West muttered, realizing that Grand Cayman was 3 syllables. She stood up, staring at the bright skyline, at the mighty U.S. Bank corporate center rising above all, its red light slowly blinking a warning to helicopters and low-flying planes. She stared at this symbol of "Take a look," West said quietly to her chief. Hammer squatted by the open car door and examined documents without touching them. She'd been making investments and saving money most of her life. She knew creative banking when she saw it, and was shocked at first, then disgusted as truth began to whisper. As best she could tell, and of course none of it could be proven at this precise moment, it appeared Blair Mauney III was behind hundreds of millions of dollars loaned to Dominion Tobacco that seemed to be linked to a real estate development group called Southman Corporation in Grand Cayman. Associated with this were multiple bank account numbers not linked by identification numbers. Several of the same Miami telephone numbers showed up repeatedly, with no description other than initials that made no sense. There were references to something called U.S. Choice. "What do you think?" West whispered to Hammer. "Fraud, for starters. We'll get all this to the FBI, to Squad 4, see what they make of it." The news helicopter circled low. The cocooned body was loaded into the ambulance. "What about Cahoon?" West asked. Hammer took a deep breath, feeling sorry for him. How much bad news did anybody need in one night? "I'll call him. Tell him what we suspect," she grimly said. "Do we release Mauney's ID tonight?" "I'd rather hold out until morning." Hammer was staring beyond bright lights and crime scene tape. "I believe you have a visitor," she said to West. Brazil was at the perimeter taking notes. He was not in uniform this night, and his face was hard as his eyes met West's and held. She walked toward him, and they moved some distance away from others and stood on different sides of crime scene tape. "We're not releasing any information tonight," she said to him. "I'll just do my usual," he said, lifting the tape to duck under. "No," she blocked him. "We can't let anybody in. Not on this one." "Why not?" he said, stung. "There are a lot of complications." "There always are." His eyes flashed. "I'm sorry," she told him. "I've been inside before," he protested. "How come now I can't?" "You've been inside when you've been with me." West began to back away. "When I've—" Brazil's pain was almost uncontainable. "I am with you." West looked around and wished he would lower his voice. She could not tell him what she had found inside the victim's car and what it quite likely implied about the not-so-innocent victim Blair Mauney III. She glanced back at Hammer. The chief was still leaning inside the Lincoln, looking through more paperwork, perhaps grateful for the distraction from her own private tragedies. West thought of Brazil's behavior at her house while Raines was watching the videotape. This was a mess, and it could not go on. She made the right decision and could feel the change inside her, the curtain dropping. The end. "You can't do this to me," Brazil furiously went on. "I haven't done anything wrong." "Please don't make a scene or I'm going to have to ask you to leave," West, the deputy chief, stated. Enraged and hurt, Brazil realized the truth. "You're not going to let me ride with you anymore." West hesitated, trying to ease him into this. "Andy," she said, "it couldn't go on forever. You've always known that." "Jesus Christ," she blew out in frustration. "I'm old enough to... Brazil backed up, staring at her, the traitor, the fiend, the hard-hearted tyrant, the worst villain ever to touch his life. She didn't care about him. She never had. "I don't need you," he cruelly said. Brazil wheeled around and ran. He ran as fast as he could back to his BMW. "Oh, for God's sake," West exclaimed, as Hammer suddenly was at her side. "Problem?" Hammer stared after Brazil, her hands in her pockets. "More of the same. West wanted to kill him. He's going to do something." "Good deduction." Hammer's eyes were sad and tired, but she was full of courage and support for the living. "I'd better go after him." West started walking. Hammer stood where she was, strobing lights washing over her face as she watched West duck reporters and trot off to her car. Hammer thought about new love, about people crazy for each other and not knowing it as they fought and ran off and chased. The ambulance beeped as it backed up, carrying away what was left of a person whom Hammer in truth did not feel especially sorry for at this point. She would never have wished such horrendous violence upon him, but what a piece of shit he was, stealing, hurting, and more than likely perpetuating the drug trade. Hammer was going to take this investigation into her own hands, and if need be make an example of Blair Mauney III, who had planned to screw the bank and a hooker during the same trip. "People die the way they lived," she commented to Detective Brewster, patting his back. "Chief Hammer." He was loading new film in his camera. "I'm sorry about your husband." "So am I. In more ways than you'll ever know." She ducked under the tape. Brazil must have been speeding again, or perhaps he was hiding in another alleyway. West cruised West Trade Street looking for his old BMW. She checked her mirrors, seeing no sign of him, the scanner a staccato of more problems in the city. She picked up the portable phone and dialed the number for Brazil's desk at the Observer. After 3 rings, it rolled over to another desk and West hung up. She fumbled for a cigarette and turned onto 5th Street, checking cars driven by men checking the late-night market. West whelped her siren and flashed her lights, messing with those up to no good. She watched hookers and shi'ims scatter as potential clients sped away.
Stupid bastards, West muttered, flicking an ash out the window. Is it worth dying for? She yelled at them. Cahoon lived in Myers Park on Cherokee Place, and his splendid brick mansion was only partly lit up because its owner and his wife and youngest daughter had gone to bed. This did not deter Hammer in the least. She was about to do a decent thing for the CEO and great benefactor of the city. Hammer rang the doorbell, her fabric worn in places she had not known she had. She felt an emptiness, a loneliness that was frightening in its intensity. She could not bear to go home and walk past places Seth had sat, lain, walked, or rummaged through. She did not want to see remnants of a life no more. His favorite coffee mug, the Ben & Jerry's chocolate chip cookie dough ice cream he'd never had a chance to eat, the antique sterling silver letter opener he had given her the Christmas of 1972, still on the desk in her study. Cahoon heard the bell from his master suite upstairs, where his view above sculpted boxwoods and old magnolia trees included his building encrusted with jewels and topped by a crown. He threw back fine monogrammed sheets, wondering who on earth would dare to drop by his home at this obscene hour. Cahoon went to the iPhone on the wall and picked up the receiver. He was startled to see Chief Hammer on the video monitor. "Judy?" he said. "I know it's late, Saul." She looked into the camera and spoke over the intercom. "But I need to talk to you." "Is everything all right?" Alarmed, he thought of his children. He knew Rachel was in bed, but his 2 older sons could be anywhere. "I'm afraid not," Hammer told him. Cahoon grabbed his robe from the bedpost and flung it around himself. His slippers patted along the endless antique Persian runner covering the stairs. His index finger danced over the burglar alarm keypad, turning off glass breakers, motion sensors, contacts in all windows and doors, and bypassing his vault and priceless art collection, which were in separate wings and on separate systems. He let Hammer in. Cahoon squinted in the glare of bright lights that blazed on whenever anything more than a foot tall moved within a 6-foot radius of his house. Hammer did not look good. Cahoon could not imagine why the chief was out so early in the morning, so soon after her husband's sudden death. "Please come in," he said, wide awake now and more gentle than usual. "Can I get you a drink?" She followed him into the great room where he repaired to the bar. Hammer had been inside Cahoon's mansion but once, at a splendid party complete with a string quartet and huge silver bowls filled with jumbo shrimp on ice. The CEO liked English antiques and collected old books with beautiful leather covers and marbled pages. "Bourbon," Hammer decided. That sounded good to Cahoon, who was on a regimen of no fat, no alcohol, and no fun. He might have a double, straight up, no ice. He pulled the cork out of a bottle of Blanton's Kentucky Single Barrel and didn't bother with the monogrammed cocktail napkins his wife liked so much. He knew he needed to be medicated because Hammer wasn't here to hand him good news. Dear Lord, don't let anything bad have happened to either of the boys. Did a day go by when their father didn't worry about their partying and flying through life in their sports cars or Kawasaki 100-horsepower jet skis? Please let them be okay, and I promise I'll be a better person, Cahoon silently prayed. I heard on the news about your, he started to say. Thank you. He had so much amputated, Saul. Hammer cleared her throat. She sipped bourbon and was soothed by its heat. He wouldn't have had a quality of life had they been able to clear up the disease. I'm just grateful he didn't suffer any more than he did. She typically looked on the bright side as her heart trembled like something wounded and afraid. Hammer had not and could not yet accept that when the sun rose this morning and each one after the next, there would be silence in her house. There would be no night sounds of someone rattling in cupboards and turning on the TV. She would have no one to answer or report to, or call when she was late or not going to make it home for dinner as usual. She had not been a good wife. She had not even been a particularly good friend. Cahoon was struck speechless by the sight of this mighty woman in tears.
She was trying hard to muster up that steely control of hers, but her spirit simply could not take it. He got up from his leather wing chair and dimmed the sconces on dark mahogany that he had salvaged from a 16th-century Tudor manor in England. He went to her and sat on the ottoman, taking one of her hands. "It's all right, Judy," he kindly said, and he felt like crying too. "You have every right to feel this way, and you go right on. It's just us, you and me, two human beings in this room right now. Who we are doesn't matter." "Thanks, Saul," she whispered, and her voice shook as she wiped her eyes and took another swallow of bourbon. "Get drunk if you want," he suggested. "We have plenty of guest rooms, and you can just stay right here so you don't have to drive." She patted Cahoon's hand and crossed her arms and drew a deep breath. "Let's talk about you," she said. Dejected, he got up and returned to his chair. Cahoon looked at her and braced himself. "Please don't tell me it's Michael or Jeremy," he said in a barely audible voice. "I know Rachel is all right. She's in her room asleep. I know my wife is fine, sound asleep, too." He paused to compose himself. "My sons are still a bit on the wild side, both working for me and rebellious about it. I know they play hard, too hard, frankly." Hammer thought of her own sons and was suddenly dismayed that she might have caused this father a moment's concern. "Saul, no," she quickly reassured him. "This is not about your sons or about anyone in your family." "Thank God." He took another swallow of his drink. Thank you, God." He would tithe more than usual to the synagogue next Friday. Maybe he would build another child care center somewhere, start another scholarship, give to the retirement center and the community school for troubled kids, or an orphanage. Damn it all. Cahoon was sick and tired of unhappiness and people suffering, and he hated crime as if all of it were directed at him. "What do you want me to do?" he said, leaning forward and ready to mobilize. "Do?" Hammer was puzzled. "About what?" "I've had it," he said. Now she was very confused. Was it possible he already knew what she had come here to tell him? He got up and began to pace in his Gucci leather slippers. "Enough is enough," he went on with feeling. "I agree with you. See it your way. People being killed, robbed, and raped out there. Houses burglarized, cars stolen, children molested. In this city. Same is true all over the world, except in this country everybody's got a gun. A gun in every pot. People hurting others and themselves, sometimes not even meaning to. Impulse." He turned around, pacing the other way. "Impaired by drugs and alcohol. Suicides that might not have happened were there not a gun right there. He caught himself, remembering what had happened to Hammer's husband. "What do you want us at the bank, to do?" He stopped and fixed impassioned eyes on her. This wasn't what she'd had in mind when she'd rung his doorbell, but Hammer knew when to seize the day. "You certainly could be a crusader, Saul," she thoughtfully replied. Crusader. Cahoon liked that, and thought it time she see he had some substance, too. He sat back down and remembered his bourbon. "You want to help?" she went on. "Then no more shellacking what really goes on around here. No more bullshit like this 105% clearance rate. People need to know the truth. They need someone like you to inspire them to come out swinging." He nodded, deeply moved. "Well, you know that clearance rate crap wasn't my idea. Was the mayor's." Of course, she didn't care. "By the way," he said, curious now, "what is it really?" "Not bad." The drink was working. "Around 75%, which is nowhere near what it ought to be, but substantially higher than in a lot of cities. Now, if you want to count 10-year-old cases that are finally where the media gets on it." He tensed again. He got up and refreshed their drinks as Hammer told him about Blair Mauney III and what had happened this night. She told him about the paperwork in Mauney's rental car. Cahoon listened, shocked, the blood draining from his face. He could not believe that Mauney was dead, murdered, his body spray-painted and dumped amid trash and brambles. It wasn't that Cahoon had ever particularly liked the man. Mawney, in Cahoon's experienced opinion, was a weak weasel with an entitlement attitude, and the suggestion of dishonesty did not surprise Cahoon in the least the more it sank in. He was chagrined about U.S. choice cigarettes with their alchemy and little crowns. How could he have trusted any of it? "Now it's my turn to ask," Hammer finally said. "What do you want me to do?" "Jesus," he said, his tireless brain racing through possibilities, liabilities, capabilities, impossibilities, and sensibilities. "I'm not entirely sure, but I know I need time." "How much?" She swirled her drink. 3 or 4 days, he replied. "My guess is most of the money is still in Grand Cayman in numerous accounts with numbers that aren't linked. If this hits the news, I can guarantee that we'll never recover the cash. And no matter what anybody says, a loss like that hurts everybody. Every kid with a savings account, every couple needing a loan, every retired citizen with a nest egg." "Of course it does," said Hammer, who also was a faithful client of Cahoon's bank. "My eternal point, Saul. Everybody gets hurt. A crime victimizes all of us, not to mention what it will do to your bank's image." Cahoon looked pained. "That's always the biggest loss. Reputation and whatever charges and fines the federal regulators will decide." "This isn't your fault." "Dominion Tobacco and its secret Nobel potential research always bothered me. I guess I just wanted to believe it was true," he reflected. "But banks have a responsibility not to let something like this happen." "Then how did it?" she asked. "You have a senior vice president with access to all commercial loan activities and trust him. So you don't always follow your own policies and procedures. You make exceptions, circumvent, and then you have trouble." He was getting more depressed. "I should have watched the son of a bitch more closely, damn it." "Could he have gotten away with it, had he lived?" Hammer asked. "Sure," Cahoon said. "All he had to do was make sure the loan was repaid. Of course, that would have been from drug money, unbeknownst to us. Meanwhile, he would have been getting maybe 10% of all money laundered through the hotels, through the bank. And my guess is we would have become more and more of a major cash interstate for whoever these bad people are. Eventually, the truth would have come out. U.S. Bank would have been ruined." Hammer watched him thoughtfully, a new respect forming for this man who, prior to this early morning, she had not understood, and in truth had unfairly judged. "Just tell me what I can do to help," she said again. "If you could withhold his identification and everything about this situation so we salvage what we can and get up to speed on exactly what happened," he repeated. "After that, we'll file a suspicious activity report and the public will know." Hammer glanced at her watch. It was almost 3 a.m. "We'll get the FBI on it immediately. It will be in their best interest to buy a little time, too. As for Mawney, as far as I'm concerned, we can't effect a positive identification just yet, and I'm sure Dr. Odom will want to withhold information until he can get hold of dental records, fingerprints, whatever, and you know how overworked he is." She paused and promised, "It will take a while." Cahoon thought of Mrs. Mawney III, whom he had met only superficially at parties. "Someone's got to call Polly," he said, "Mawney's wife. I'd like to do that if you have no objections." Hammer got up and smiled at him. "You know something, Saul? You're nowhere near as rotten as I thought." "That works both ways, Judy." He got up. "It certainly does." "You hungry?" "Starved." "What's open at this hour?" he wondered. "You ever been to the Presto Grill?" "Is that a club?" "Yes," she told him. "And guess what, Saul? It's about time you became a member." Chapter 26. For the most part, only people up to no good were out at this hour, and as West drove seedy streets looking for Brazil's car, her mood became more grim. In part, she was worried. She was also so irritated that she wanted to slug him. What was he, crazy? Where did these irrational angry fits come from? Were he a woman, she'd wonder about PMS and suggest he go back to the gynecologist. She grabbed the portable phone and dialed again. "Newsroom," an unfamiliar voice answered. "Andy Brazil," West said. "He's not in." "Has he been in at all the last few hours?" West asked, frustration in her tone. "Have you heard from him?" "Not that I know of." West hit the end button and tossed the phone on the seat. She pounded the steering wheel. "Damn you! Damn you, Andy!" she exclaimed. As she cruised, her phone rang, startling her. It was Brazil. She was sure of it as she answered. She was wrong. "It's Hammer," her chief said. "What in the world are you doing still out?" "I can't find him." "You certain he's not home or at the paper?" "Positive. He's out here courting trouble," West said rather frantically. "Oh, dear," Hammer said. "Cahoon and I are about to have breakfast, Virginia. Here's what I want you to do. No information about this case and no identification until I tell you otherwise. For now, the case is pending. We need to buy some time here because of this other situation." "I think that's wise," West said, checking her mirrors, looking everywhere. She had missed Brazil by no more than 2 minutes, and in fact unwittingly had done so a number of times during the past few hours. She would turn onto one street just before he drove past where she had been. Now he was cruising by the Cadillac Grill on West Trade Street and staring out at boarded-up slums haunted by the rulers of the night. He saw the young hooker ahead, leaning inside a Thunderbird, talking to a man looking for a good investment. Brazil wasn't in a shy mood, and he pulled up closer, watching. The car sped off, and the hooker turned hostile, glazed eyes on Brazil, not at all happy with the intrusion. Brazil rolled down his window. "Hey!" he called out. Poison, the prostitute, stared at the one known on the street as Blondie, mockery in her eyes. She started strolling again. This pretty boy snitch followed her everywhere, had a thing about her, and was still working up his nerve, maybe thought he was going to get something more to leak to the police and the newspaper. She thought it was funny. Brazil unfastened his seatbelt. He reached to roll down the passenger's window. She wasn't going to get away from him this time. No, sir, and he tucked the .380 out of sight beneath his seat as he crept forward, calling out to her. Excuse me, ma'am," he said again and again. "I need to talk to you." Hammer was rolling past at this very moment, Cahoon following in his Mercedes 600S V12 sedan, black with parchment leather interior. He wasn't entirely within his comfort zone in this part of the city, and he checked his locks again as Hammer got on her police radio and told the dispatcher to 10-5 Unit 700. Immediately, she and West were on the air. "The subject you're looking for is at West Trade and Cedar," Hammer said on the radio to West. "You might want to head this way in a hurry." 10-4. Officers in the area were perplexed, even a little lost, as they overheard this transmission between their highest leaders. They were still mindful of their chief's feelings about being followed and harassed. Maybe it was wise to sit this one out for a minute or two until they had a better idea about what exactly was going down. West gunned the engine, racing back toward West Trade. Poison stopped and slowly turned around, seduction smoldering in her eyes as she entertained notions this snitch in the BMW couldn't even begin to imagine. Hammer wasn't so sure this was the right time to introduce Cahoon to the Presto Grill. Trouble seemed to rise from the street like heat, and she had not gotten where she was in life by ignoring her instincts. Only in her personal life had she looked the other way, turned the volume down low, and denied. She swung off into the all-right parking lot across from the grill and motioned out her window for Cahoon to follow. He stopped by her unmarked car, and his window hummed down. "What's going on?" he asked. "Park and get in," she said. "What?" She furtively scanned their surroundings. Something bad was out there. She could feel its foulness, detect the scent of the beast. There was no time to waste. "I can't leave my car here," Cahoon reasonably pointed out, because the Mercedes would be the only car in the lot, and possibly the only vehicle within 50 miles that cost roughly $120,000. Hammer got the dispatcher on the air. "Send a unit to the All Right parking lot, 500 block West Trade, to watch a late-model black Mercedes until I give further notice." Radar, the dispatcher, was none too fond of Hammer, for she too was female. But she was the chief, and he at least had the good sense to be afraid of the bitch. Radar had no idea what she was doing out on the street, especially at this hour. He sent 2 units while Poison smiled knowingly and took her time reaching the passenger window of Brazil's car. She leaned inside like she did all the time and took an inventory of the groomed leather interior. She noted the briefcase, pens, Charlotte Observer notepads, old black leather bomber jacket, and most of all the police scanner and 2-way radio. "You police?" she drawled, a little confused about just who the hell Blondie was. "A reporter, with the Observer," Brazil said, because he was not police anymore. West had made that clear. Poison appraised him with dangerous flirtation. A reporter's money was as good as any, and now she knew the truth. Blondie wasn't a snitch. He was the one writing those stories that had Pumpkinhead so cranky and out of control. "What you trading, little boy?" she asked. "Information." Brazil's heart was thudding hard. "I'll pay for it." Poison's eyes gleamed, her lips parting in an amused, gap-toothed smile. She slinked around to his side of the car and leaned in his window. Her fragrance was cloying, like incense. "What kind you want, little boy?" she asked. Brazil was wary, but intrigued. He'd never dealt with anything like this, and he imagined experienced worldly men and their secret pleasures. He wondered if they were scared when they let someone like this in their car. Did they ever ask her name or want to know anything about her? "What's been going on around here?" he nervously went on. "The murders. I've seen you around, in the area, I mean, for a while. Maybe you know something." "Maybe I do. Maybe I don't," she said, trailing a finger down his shoulder. West was driving fast, passing the same bad places Brazil had moments earlier. Hammer wasn't too far behind her, Cahoon riding shotgun, wide-eyed as he surveyed a reality far removed from his own. "We'll cost you 50, little boy," Poison said to Brazil. He didn't have that much in the bank and wasn't about to let her know. 25, he negotiated, as if he did it all the time. Poison backed up, appraising him and thinking about Pumpkinhead in its van, watching. It had yelled at her and slapped her around this morning. It had hurt her in places no one could see because of what Blondie had put in the paper. Poison started feeling hateful about it, and made a decision that perhaps wasn't very wise, considering she and Pumpkinhead had already whacked one rich dude tonight, meeting their quota for the week, and cops were all around. She seemed amused by something Brazil didn't know, and she pointed. "See that corner there, little boy?" she said. "That old apartment building? Nobody in it no more. Meet you back there, 'cause we can't be talking here." Poison stared into a dark alleyway across the street, where Pumpkinhead watched from inside its windowless van in dark shadows. It knew what she was up to, and was aroused by it and in a mood to murder, since it was taking less and less time for it to cool down and get the tension again. Pumpkinhead felt an insatiable rage toward Blondie that was more exciting than sex. It couldn't wait to watch that fucking snitch soil his fancy jeans and beg on his knees before the almighty Pumpkinhead. It had never wanted to ruin anything more in its despicable, low, nasty, hate-filled life, and its excitement mounted unbearably. West spotted Brazil's car up ahead. She saw the hooker walking off as Brazil drove to the corner and took a right. She saw the old windowless van slide out of the dark alleyway like an eel. "Christ!" West panicked. "Andy, no!" She grabbed the radio and slammed down the accelerator, flipping on strobing lights. 700 requesting backups, she screamed on the air. 200 block West Trade, now! Hammer heard the broadcast too and sped up. "Shit," she said.
What the hell's going on? Cahoon was on red alert, in military mode, ready to take out the enemy. Don't know, but it's not good. She threw on her lights, whelping her siren as she passed people. You got an extra gun handy? Cahoon asked. He was in the Marines again, launching grenades at North Koreans, crawling through the blood of his buddies. Nobody went through that and came out the same. Nobody messed with Cahoon because he knew something they didn't. There were worse things than dying, the fear of it being one of them. He unfastened his seatbelt. Put that back on, Hammer told him as they flew. West was trying to find a place to do a U-turn and finally gave up. She bumped in scenes and was taking an inventory of crumpled bills when suddenly the young hooker filled his window, smoking a cigarette, holding a washcloth, and smiling in a way that increased Brazil's misgivings. It was the first time he'd noticed how crazed her eyes were, or maybe something was different now. "Get out," she said, motioning to him. "I see the money first." Brazil opened his door and stepped out as an engine roared in from the rear. A dark old van with no windows bumped toward them at a high rate of speed. Brazil was shocked. He scrambled back inside his BMW, throwing it into reverse. But it was too late. The van blocked him, and there was nothing ahead but a thicket and a deep gully. Trapped, Brazil watched the driver's door open. He took in the big, ugly Shi'im with pumpkin-colored hair woven in cornrows close to its skull. It jumped out, its smile serpentine as it walked toward Brazil, a large-caliber pistol in one hand, the other rattling a can of spray paint. "We got us a sweet one," Pumpkinhead said to Poison. "Might have some fun. Teach him what we do with snitches." "I'm not a snitch," Brazil let Pumpkinhead know. "He's a reporter," Poison said. "A reporter," it mocked, its anger raging out of control as memories of Black Widow stories unfurled and flashed and infuriated all over again. Brazil's stories were the furthest thing from his mind as he thought fast. Poison laughed. She zipped open a switchblade. "Get out of the car and give me the keys." Pumpkinhead moved closer to its prey, a .45 caliber pistol pointed between Blondie's eyes. All right, please don't shoot." Brazil knew when to cooperate. "We got us a beggar." Pumpkinhead made a harsh, horrid sound that was supposed to be a laugh. "Please don't shoot," it mimicked. "Let's cut him first." Poison waited outside the BMW's door, knife ready to carve this reporter boy where it hurt. Brazil turned off the engine. He fumbled with the keys, dropping them to the floor. He groped for them as West squealed around the corner, turning behind the abandoned apartments. Gunshots exploded. Bam, bam! And bam, bam! Her siren screamed and screamed as a gun fired 4 more times. Hammer turned in 4 seconds after West, hearing the gunshots too, flipping on her siren, while backups closed in from all directions of the Queen City, the night a red and blue flashing war zone. West had her gun drawn as she bolted out of her car. Hammer, her partner, was right behind West, pistol racked back and ready. The 2 women scanned the parked van with running engine. They took in the 2 bloody bodies not breathing near an open switchblade and a can of spray paint. They locked on Brazil, clenching the borrowed .380, as if his victims might hurt him, the gun jumping in his locked hands. Cahoon walked closer to the crime scene, staring at the dead and then all around at the lit-up skyline where his building towered. West went to Brazil. She carefully took the gun from him and enclosed it in a plastic evidence bag, along with spent cartridge cases. "It's okay," she said to him. He blinked, shivering, as his shocked eyes met hers. "Andy," she said, "this is very traumatic. I've been through it, know all about it, and I'm going to help you every step of the way, okay? I'm here for you now. Got it?" She took him in her arms. Andy Brazil dug his fingers in her hair. He shut his eyes and held her hard. This concludes the reading of Hornet's Nest by Patricia Cornwell.
This book was read by Kate Redding.